Monsters are invading. Demons are running rampant. It's time for humanity to awaken their survival instincts. But who is awakening? Certainly not this main character. Juhaiyan. He spends every day dreaming of rescuing the world himself. Speaking of Juhaiyan, he is a guy with a head full of ambition, wanting to retire at 25 even though he gets yelled at by his store manager like a dog every day. Stuck in his cramped room, working part-time day in and day out leaves him utterly exhausted. He often works while blaming himself for being so useless, but there is nothing he can do but endure it. One fateful day, Juhaiyan inadvertently awakens a masterclass skill, the ability to copy other people's abilities. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he quickly learns the healing skills of some random guy and starts freelancing. But it's precisely because of this action that he meets Hyeji, and Juhaiyan's life changes completely. If you want to know about Juhaiyan's journey to becoming rich and spending money like water, let us follow this Sef Turai with Academy Manhwa. The Sefi Turai is told with the main character being an incredibly powerful warrior, after he defeated the Demon King in another world. The demons were ultimately just losers who suffered a miserable defeat. A scene straight out of a movie unfolded. And he became the hero who brought peace to the continent. A very slight smile spread across Juhaiyan's lips. Finally, he could return to his original world. That is when the god spoke to him. The deity smiled gently and began to speak. Well done. Once again, you chose to save the world. Juhaiyan calmly responded to the god's words. I always see you presenting choices, and I just dive into everything. It's because of these restarts. What else can I do? Anyway, this time you will really send me back to my world. Right? God smiled gently and nodded in confirmation. Yes, I will send you back. After a moment of silence, Juhaiyan finally spoke up. You took me from another dimension and made me work for 20 years. Are not I compensated for that? Like, can I keep my memories? Or at least a magic spell or something? The god gently replied. While you were here, time in your world was completely frozen. Your own time, too. So, in reality, you have not lost anything. These words made Juhaiyan angrily clench his teeth in frustration. After thinking for a while, he sighed with a bit of helplessness. Whatever, just send me back right now. The god, as if reading his thoughts, gently comforted him. Do not worry. You will be compensated for all the time and effort you spent here. Definitely. The god's voice continued to resonate. Of course, you won't remember AT on your own. A portion of divine power. Here, I will give you a portion of my power as a gift. Your choices will change the flow of dimensions, and your will can reshape the world. Juhaiyan silently pondered. Finally, he slowly began to speak. Then, in his eyes, there was a hint of anticipation. At least. Could you give me a hint? The god's next answer was like a splash of cold water to him. No. Seeing the god being so cold, he loudly protested. Seriously? Why are there so many things you won't let me do? At least let me keep my memories of this continent. Realizing that too much time had been spent on this, the colossal god pushed Juhaiyan backward. Now, go. He was still about to say something. Wait. His voice was somewhat desperate. I have not finished speaking. The god completely made Juhaiyan disappear. A faint smile appeared on the god's lips. I will continue to follow your journey, to the world where everything began, and where your fate will be decided. On this side, Juhaiyan was still falling straight down into the magical space. Everything flashed with light, and Juhaiyan could not recognize anything anymore. After some time, Juhaiyan finally opened his eyes and woke up. The light shone directly into his face, making him uncomfortably close his eyes. As always, he warily looked at his small room. It's so bright. Beginning a new day, Juhaiyan sat up and yawned. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the situation. Why do I feel so strangely comfortable? The smile on Juhaiyan's face suddenly vanished. His phone was constantly showing messages from his manager sent 2 hours ago. Juhaiyan, are you on your way? Juhaiyan, are you asleep? You know your morning shift starts at 7. Right. Text me when you see this. Realizing the situation was bad, he rushed as fast as he could towards his workplace. Damn I am late. The manager, after seeing him, yelled incessantly. Juhaiyan, if you keep being late like this, I really can't keep working with you. He only knew how to bow his head full of guilt. I'm sorry. I am really sorry. His face became incredibly ugly as he secretly thought. Just once. I wish I could be rich for just one day. Why does my life always have to be so difficult? The time had advanced to noon. Juhaiyan's lunchbox was carefully placed on the table. Life must continue, making him sigh with helplessness. There is no way I can pay the overdue rent with just 1 or 2 part-time jobs. He sighed. I can't keep doing this job forever either. After a long period of contemplation, Joyan sat there motionless. If only had awakened. Realizing that something was wrong, his eyes blankly looked up ahead. In front of Joyan at this moment was a system notification. Unique trait. Skill Master X is being activated. Looking at his blank face, it's clear that he still does not understand what the heck is going on. Huh. He knew little bit of information about this definition. Awakening. These people are often called users. Let us explain AT in more detail. AT's been 5 years since augmented reality covered the world, like something of a fantasy novel. With the appearance of battlefields across the earth, the world began to revolve around the new resources found there. Users are empowered to conquer and control these monster-filled battlefields. Even small jobs on the battlefield are paid highly. That is why everyone wants to become a user, even knowing that they will face the unknown, because the rewards are sweeter than the risks. Of course, things are still not so simple. Naturally, not every user earns money, with some awakened individuals having high-level unique traits from the beginning, but others are not so lucky. And at the very peak is the user ranked #1 in the world, the first to reach level 70 and the only one to possess this grade unique trait. Dragon Tongue. Muhammad Al. The Sefturai continues. One day, Muhammad Al uploaded a VQ to his Mercenary channel. People clicked on ATO of curiosity. This caused a social media frenzy, and countless viewers watched the VCO. Even high school students watched that VCO. They could not look away for even a second. In that VCO was a scene of Muhammad wielding a weapon and fighting monsters. The staff in his hand suddenly emitted a very strange light. A magical scene appeared right before everyone's eyes. ATO was the dream of every mage, the type of magic that anyone who reads fantasy novels desires. AT seemed that Muhammad was an incredibly powerful person who could easily attack the monsters. Even the students who watched this via were gaping in awe. Meteor shower. Looking at the fierce explosion on the phone screen, they exclaimed in surprise together. No way. I never thought I would see this with my own eyes. Even the students did not pay attention to their studies and kept discussing. This is unbelievable. Is this in a ranked battlefield? Even at level 70. Could this be possible? And he did it alone. In the midst of the fierce battle, huge explosions continued to occur. Giant meteors obliterated everything in their path. Muhammad looked at the monsters he had personally defeated. He can easily knock out even a monster that could level a city. You can't resist AT. How can monsters resist the wrath of nature? A strange smile appeared on his lips. And at the end of the VEA show, he said, the skill you just saw is S-rank Meteor Shower. Since this VICO was uploaded, within a week, Muhammad held a ring to all the viewers. If anyone can show me a more powerful and magical spell than this, I will give that person this item as a reward. Juayan also had some knowledge about the thing in his hand. The elemental ring. The first and only great artifact ever revealed. Every user with a unique trait of the magic type dreams of touching this beautiful accessory. Even just once, Juayan looked in surprise at the comments exploding on the Viango posted by Muhammad. Wait, is not that the only one Muhammad Al has? The elemental ring. This made the woman frustrated and put down her phone in disgust. What a show-off. The man on the opposite side quickly added. I mean, just offering that as a prize is a big deal. The woman's attitude was extremely annoyed as she said, but AT feels like he really does not want to give AT away. The more she thought about IT, the more annoyed she became and picked up her phone to check. Where in the world is there anything better than SS rank skill? And look, he even said only magic so he does not have to give IT up. In the VED, Muhammad said a sentence, I will consider IT and decide. The more the woman thought about AT, the more angry she became and kept complaining. On top of that, the evaluation is completely subjective. He has no intention of giving away that elemental ring. This made her so angry that she slammed the table and cursed, that lucky bastard. I am so jealous, A's so unfair. The Sinturai was also gradually being told. Those who accidentally saw AT could only watch with envy, and a series of videos of Muhammad being uploaded were hot topics recently. Detailed analysis of the world's #1 S-rank meteor shower skill, focusing on the issue of betting an S-rank ring. Muhammad Al's surprise announcement. The Vigyu became a hot topic for a while. Even many videos were uploaded with clickbait titles. Will kill Korea's top monsters. Koyoung's 30 most epic monster battles. The elemental ring scam. Is AT really NAS rank? In the end, no one can possess AT, like another is to write from another world. Back to reality. Juhayan warily walked forward step by step. The small animals saw him and were afraid, quickly turning around and running away. He stood still there, contemplating for a moment. To them, the small creatures had become extremely afraid and only knew to run away when they saw him. In order to test his ability, Juayan constantly raised and lowered his hand. Less than a minute later, thousands of meteors fell heavily from the sky to the ground. The scene gradually became chaotic as fireballs continued to appear in this place. Juayan looked back at where he was standing. The surroundings had become extremely catastrophic. At this time, he slowly realized what he had done. Meteor shower. At this time, he slowly regained the smile on his face. Muhammad Al, your skill is terrifying. And so, the Vayit was finally posted on Diep with 7 views. The reporters who saw this news were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. Even the viewers on the street were startled and could not believe the truth. People who watched this Vayaq continuously sent different comments. This Vayaq seemed to have completely exploded. Check this is this that? Regarding the impact, this Vayu has a bit too much. What is this? What? Meteor shower. Is not this the original skill? This is even stronger. Normally, it is not torn apart like this. Right? Looking at the monsters, this seems like an F-rank battlefield. Even if the battlefields are of different levels, AT still the same. Did he use this skill correctly? Ada looks even flashier. And so, news spread everywhere. Muhammad lost. A comment appeared before everyone's eyes. But who is he? The Seftarai continued to be told. When a person awakens, they will be granted a special ability. This type of ability will draw on and increase the effectiveness of certain skills. In layman's terms, AT is like a class in a game. Some of the most famous special abilities in the world today are Dragon Tongue, Miracles, Regeneration, Annihilation. The one who possesses Dragon Tongue can become a mage even stronger than a dragon. The one with Miracles is a healer who can save the dead. The one with Regeneration is a tanker who can regrow limbs and continue fighting non-stop. The one who possesses Annihilation can take down any enemy. This made Julian blankly ask himself, that is why, so what about master skills? Sitting in front of the computer screen, he continuously used his phone to search for information. His face became extremely serious as he secretly calculated. The first thing people consider when evaluating a special ability is its rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect, and 80 usually comes with more sub-abilities. 80 seemed that he had guessed something when he looked at Juayan's face. He is psychopath. Juayan still did not understand what the hell was going on and happily said to everyone, "Thanks for raiding for me." Realizing that both co-conspirators were rushing towards him, he realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute. Haisung's sword angrily slammed down on the ground below. He angrily thought, damn I can't feel the sword hitting the target. The more Haisung thought, the more uncomfortable he felt. What is that damn kid playing at? The blonde leader suddenly spoke up. We have been set up. He still did not understand what he was trying to say. What? He uncomfortably said. What do you think? Right now, both me and everyone here have been tricked by him. Hearing these words made Juhayan clench his teeth uncomfortably. I have been tricked by the system. Unbelievable. 80 seemed that he had been taken to a completely different space. Was I really played? While he was still thinking, system notifications continuously appeared. Main mission completed. Plus 1000. 1 detailed ability upgrade. Random skill gift box master. Tutorial mission completed. Plus 4000 speed. Activated the 4th sub-characteristic of the special ability. Absorbed the soul of special boss Hanel. All stats plus 1. Boss skill descendant has been received. Juayan froze for a moment. All of these lines are reward notifications. Just when he still did not understand what was going on, a small hand slowly appeared. He carefully watched the videos posted on DUTV. Currently, the known ability ranks range from F to SS. A girl with white hair and blue eyes smiled and stepped forward. Hello. Brave one. She continued to step in front of him and explained. I am your tutorial assistant. He, hearing this, was dazed. Tutorial assistant. Aigu nodded in confirmation and explained this in more detail. Yes. Because you have completed all the main missions. I was summoned to assist you in the tutorial. The more he listened, the more dazed and confused Juayan became. What is going on? I have never heard of this before. I have not seen anyone talking about Aide online either. Maybe it is a special event only for X abilities. She continued to propose. Shall I start with the rewards? He nodded in understanding. Sure. Thank you. Without thinking much, Aigu slowly moved her fingers forward. The system suddenly displayed a notification for detailed ability upgrades. A series of scenes occurred, making Jayan very confused. This upgrade is like a second job evolution. He asked in surprise. Direct job evolution. His face immediately became distorted and ugly. That is right. You will add detailed attributes to the skills you already have. You can choose to upgrade an ability you possess and upgrade a detailed ability. He continuously read the notifications displayed before his eyes. X skill proficiency, passive acquisition level 3, ability blessing level 2, daily mission level 2, X skill copy, prototype level 3, efficiency level 1. Boss collection. Which one do you like? Thinking about having to choose, Joyam became very pained. Upgrading passive income will help increase the speed received from my attacks, so AT will be more beneficial in the long run. Right at this moment, a system notification appeared, startling him. Status window. Even so, his eyes sadly glanced forward. But right now, I am too weak. He knew that he needed to improve his strength. If this raid had happened before midnight, and the skills had not been reset, then I definitely would not have been able to catch Hanel. And he had drawn an important conclusion. So, increasing the number of Vei Lili B skills is the right move right now. Juayan immediately decided. I choose the prototype of the copy skill. The system continuously displayed notifications. Using detailed ability upgrades, prototype level 3 has been upgraded. Prototype level 3 has been received. Prototype level 3 recovers 3 copies every 0. 0, 0. Prototype level 4 recovers 2 copies at 0, 0, 0 and 12. 0, 0. When using a copy skill, there is a chance to recover an additional copy and upgrade the copied skill by 1 level. This made Juhayan very happy. It is a little regrettable to reduce IT to 2 copies at a time, but if I am lucky, I might get up to 4 copies each day. His face had become full of anticipation. Wait, if luck is on my side. Who knows, I might copy up to 8 copies. Aigo then asked, do you want to check the other rewards? He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course. She explained about a sword in front of them. This is an item received from the daily trial, a random C-rank item. Information about the sword was displayed before his eyes. Fire burst sword. Sword weapon. Attack power, +7 strength, +3 magic power. Enhances fire attribute magic power, +7% skill power. Joyan secretly thought, for some reason, I received this sword again. I still can't escape being forced to play the fire system. Not wanting to waste time, he slowly opened the box and examined ID. This is the master skill gift box, received from the main mission. The system then issued a new notification. Mission reward level C, +3 levels. Defeat area boss 2 times. Eliminate 100 monsters. Use 5000 speed. Reward, 1000 skills, 3rd rank intelligence potion. Suddenly, Johayan felt curious. But this is a mission, not an item. This amount of speed is too amazing. Too profitable. I continue to issue the notification. The next reward is to add a new sub-characteristic. That is the 4th sub-characteristic of the special ability. Green is the highest level 1. The copied skill randomly receives an additional F-rank option. He thought about this information, adding an effect line to the copy skill. Not bad. When he looked closer, his information was clearly displayed there. An unprecedented special ability. X rank. Unbelievable. This ability is a hitch. A smile of excitement spread across his face as he brought the necklace forward. But what I am really looking forward to at this time. Juhayan's eyes were full of hope. This is IT. The system had also analyzed this necklace. Hanel's cursed necklace. Des. Chain jewelry. +33 ability. Plus hygiene, +13% minor regeneration. 10% skill Mara consumption. +13% skill power. If it drops below 20%, mana speed increases by 200%. When equipped with +33 magic power, this equipment increases all stats by +5. Because he was too moved, Juayan hurriedly brought his hand to cover his nose. This stat buff is really crazy. His eyes lit up as he turned around and asked, if the system boss is so strong, then what about the boss's skill? Before Aigiru could answer, the system had issued an analysis. Descendant. When F drops below 10%, the fallen angel Canal will descend. All stats increase by 50% based on magic power stats. All attacks include the effect of degradation. After descending, fully restores HPME. Effect duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 30 days. Suddenly, he secretly thought, Hanel, you are just a decaying stream of light. He immediately asked himself, is this the final stage skill that I saw that day? Joyan's face became very unbelievable. AT's lucky that I used all my Ps in the blood battle phase to take him down. This also made him hesitate and think, but if Hanel the fallen angel activates after descending, How can I resist AT? Thinking this, he warily brought his hand to hug his head. Anyway, this skill is like a backup plan, a 30-day cooldown, so I have to use AT carefully. Without thinking much, Juayan started working immediately. Alright, now my SP has exceeded 2000. Among them were different notifications, such as using 15000, upgrading the X copy skill subcharacteristic, prototype level 4, recovering 3 copies at 0, 0, 0 and 12. 0, 0. When using copy skills, there is a chance to recover an additional copy and upgrade the copied skill by 1 level. This made him very happy. As expected, I will start with the prototype to ensure safety. The rest I will deal with later. Continuous different notifications appeared. Using 800 SP, using 2000 SP, using 3000 SP, upgrading X copy skill, subcharacteristic 2, upgrading the second subcharacteristic of the special ability, upgrading the third subcharacteristic of the special ability, efficiency level 2, reducing the mana consumption of copied skills by 20%. Finally, Juayan understood an important fact. Invest in efficiency to optimize energy better. Iglu, who was right next to him, continuously cheered with joy. He warily collapsed onto the table and said in frustration, "Wait, high-level abilities are supposed to increase base stats. Right, even normal people do not have all stats at 1 like this. What is going on? Never mind, I still have not seen the main ability yet." Finally, the system also displayed a new notification. Ability Blessing Level 2. The copy skill receives an additional random rank special ability. He happily assumed that he was very smart. Add characteristics to increase skill sustainability. Next was a notification about daily missions, each day at 0. 0, 0. Receive a mission from level E or higher. Just reading this information made him unbelievably stunned. Even growth depends on daily missions. Iglu, who was right next to him, continuously encouraged. Brave one, you are really amazing. After a period of processing rewards, Juayan warily lay down on the ground. Finally finished. So there is nothing else here, right? The girl next to him laughed, shook her head and announced, "No, until now AT's only been receiving rewards." This statement made Juayan very confused. She continued to approach and announced, "From now on is the Rio tutorial reward." This time she stared at Juayan before her. "Do you remember the last sentence in the main mission?" Brave one, his face immediately became dazed. The last sentence of the main mission. He secretly recalled everything. That is, try to conquer the special area to protect Earth and humanity. Protect Earth and humanity. Wait, what does that mean? Igu's face became very certain and nodded in confirmation. That is right. Your world. The system continued to issue notifications. Skill Master X can use all skills. Passive income. Level 1. Every 24 hours, receive 10 SP at 0. 0, 0. 100 SP. After reading this information, Juayan pondered, that is AT, and why are there only 2 sub-skills? Besides, what user can't learn skills from skill books? What is... Her next sentence made Juayan freeze in an instant. Is about to be destroyed by invaders from another world. Meanwhile, on another side, the reporter continuously reported. After the boss was defeated, the heavenly island Hanel also vanished. The people of that area finally regained their clear blue sky. AAT seemed that things were gradually getting much better. The portal connecting to the heavenly realm has closed. But now, spatial distortion is occurring again. We cannot rule the possibility that this area will transform once again. Standing before the media, Haisung announced to everyone, and although the Vai-Dovda may have been spread online, the truth is that we suffered serious losses due to a gavadrip of people brazenly fighting for the boss. His face became extremely uncomfortable. Even so, the Hanel mission was still successfully completed. Immediately after completion, that Digi-Ripiv strangers disappeared without a trace. This made the reporters very curious. What was the reward from the special boss this time? Haisung slowly announced. First, I confirmed that all stats were increased. The next words from the reporter made him extremely angry. Were any items withdrawn? He uncomfortably turned and left. That is all. The television quickly turned off. Send that recording to Silly of T. Hayeji sat quietly in her chair, wearily sighing. At that moment, Sangwook stepped outside and sighed, complaining, if that guy falls into Lee Haisung's hands, he is definitely screwed. The more he thought about these things, the more his head hurt. In the end, is this ability strong or weak? She did not care and continued to make phone calls. I can't get through no matter how many times I call. AD always goes to voicemail. This made Sangwook somewhat surprised. You are still calling. What if you guessed wrong? Ada seemed that she had anticipated something. Who knows? Hyeji was continuously searching through her phone book and operating. Assuming the cloak he wore was normal mage equipment, and his main skill is fireball, then the situation is different. She continuously looked at her phone screen, trying to call Juyan. Hanel, that guy is truly a boss-level psychopath. After seeing him pick up the phone, her face became extremely happy. Wait, to connect it. His voice rang. Hyeji happily greeted. Hello Juyan. I will get straight to the point. You are the mysterious mage in the Hanel battle. Right. He was still trying to pretend he did not know anything about this. What are you talking about of nowhere? I have not even been to the raid area yet. Hyeji. Of course, did not bother listening to these words. I saw that your mage equipment is exactly the same as Juhyan's, so I decided to ask, but at that time, you disappeared before I could approach you. After a period of silence, Juyan continued to explain. I have not even gotten close to the hunting area. But Ada seemed that Hyeji was very stubborn. You are Juyan, are not you? On the other end of the line, his voice was somewhat worried. Anyway, it is not me. I am really sorry for being invited but not being able to participate in the raid. Sorry. He wanted to end this conversation as quickly as possible. And I am taking a shower. It's not convenient to pick up the phone. If you can't get through, then let us just stop here. Hyeji. Hearing this, laughed. So you are planning to play AT like that? Huh. Juyan on this side had become very worried looking at the phone screen. Well, she probably won't call back. While Jian was still wondering, notifications kept popping up. Guidance quest. Try to copy a skill. Skill copy skill X has been activated. Reward. 20 SPE. Open event view. Copy skill up. Copy a skill. The copy skill will disappear at 0:00 every day. Template level 1. Restore a copy once. Cost 500 SPE. Juyan was speechless after reading this information. I have never heard of anyone receiving quests right after awakening. The more he thought, the more worried he felt and thought, who would sit here calling continuously every minute like this? On my side, I keep hearing strange things. He remembered the words that Iju had told him in the mysterious space. Remember, your world is about to be invaded by creatures from other dimensional spaces. Seeing his worried expression, she kept comforting him, but do not worry, because you hold a special power. According to her, the power he was holding was a skill master. Juyan still did not understand what was going on when Igyu seriously continued the Steph of Tarai. This power is a form of reality recreating ability, originally only bestowed upon the gods, a sacred gift chosen specifically for you. These incomprehensible words made him even more curious and speechless. Why do I have such power? Do not tell me I am also some kind of demigod. Just thinking about this made him very suspicious. But clearly I live just like a normal person. Go to the military. Listen to my superiors. AT's nothing like AT. Realizing that time was running Juyan reminded himself, I do not think too much. Igyu also knew that he was the person who could change this earth. You have done many great things. Her voice was somewhat strange as she announced, and received a worthy reward. Now there is only one last thing. But Ata seems like he did not even bother paying attention to the quest notification. To copy other people's skills, I have to go into actual combat, with all stats at 1. Going there is suicide. Juyan stood there, wondering. Your choice? She nodded and continued to explain in more detail to him. The power you are holding is not yet the complete form of a god's fragment. A hero is someone who bears the responsibility of carrying power to save the world. He was still focused on listening when she gently reached a hand towards him, and that power can either sleep peacefully or awaken, gently reaching forward, depending on your choice. Saying this, Iga's face became serious, making Jian also pay attention. You will choose to live peacefully and enjoy the little power you have, or will you stand up and choose to save this world, bearing all the power that has been given? He did not know how to decide when she gently comforted him. Do not worry. Saving the world is not a mandatory obligation for heroes. Her words kept echoing in Jahian's head. AT's just one of many choices you have. He sighed somewhat warily. Honestly, for a lazy bum like me who used to freeload all day and not do anything properly, talking about saving the world sounds too far-fetched. Today was too tiring, making Jahian only want to rest immediately. Forget AT. After taking a shower, I will have a kakamuba of fried chicken and beer, then have a refreshing sleep. On this side, Hyeji happily looked at the tablet in her hand. Wonderful. Ada seemed that she had drawn a diagram and analyzed AT very carefully, based on my genius intuition and super analytical mind. In short, Yu Jian definitely has signs of high-level mental illness. Even so, he still had another thought in his head, but I should still check a few skills, just in case there is something good. Just thinking about this made her very thoughtful. But unfortunately, there is no concrete evidence. No matter how I think about AT, I still have to meet him directly. At that moment, Sangwook stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Why are you so obsessed with him?" This statement made her silent for a moment. Haiji used her pen to circle the words levels and explained, "Even rankers can die at any time in the zone battlefield." Saying this, she sighed warily. "If I am going to risk my life, then I want to become the best in that area, and to do that, I need a mental monster like him on the thim." Seeing that she was so stubborn, Sangwook could only sigh helplessly. He approached and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "If you want to become the best, then do not be so reckless all the time." But Eta seemed that she was so stubborn that she did not listen to these words. Anyway, based on all the information collected so far, I can make some guesses. That guy disappeared without a trace after causing a commotion on the Sky Island. The chances are high that he hates being noticed. His level is probably not UVA 40, so he will choose a level 5 with few people. Because he deliberately avoids familiar patrol areas, he will almost certainly not choose a battlefield and seal. He seems to need money, and judging from his grandmother's appearance, she does not seem like someone with a private car, so he probably travels by public transport or walks. If I narrow down the range according to those factors, I guess A2 is a waste that Haiji's skill level was not used to be a detective. Juayan is about to peer at the D-level spider's nest near the metropolitan area. A series of these words made Sangwook dazed. "You are joking. There is no way AT's that easy to guess." The time had moved to the next morning. Sangwook's face became very dazed. Suddenly, the Vizienshu in front of him caught Juhayan's attention. Juhayan forced a smile and hurriedly explained to Haeji, "I am not here for hunting. I am just here to sell healing items." This made him on one side also suspicious. "Really? You really came?" Haeji was now completely sure that her predictions were correct. "Come on. I know everything. Stop acting. Be honest." Juayan was still trying to explain. "I am just a normal healer, that is all." Hearing this, she laughed excitedly. "You are planning to play A-Tai to the end. Huh. He did not know what else to say to her anger. "Why are you acting like that towards me?" Even Sangwook, standing on one side, was speechless. Thinking, how pathetic, a citizen being spun around like a top by a kid. With no other choice, he slowly reached his hand and sighed. After thinking for a short time, Sangwook immediately decided. 500. I will pay you 500 an hour. Come with me. Juhayan, hearing these words, secretly thought, forget AT. AT's a waste of time begging and preventing Haeji from changing her mind. A's no use. He was still about to say something. No. But Sangwook did not give him a chance to say any words. "Did not we agree that I would pay off all the debts?" These words made him freeze in an instant. Seeing that there was no other way, he just sighed. In the end, Juayan still decided to go with these two people. "All right, I will go. Actually, I do not even understand what light is. But, you pay 500, so I will go." Haeji became very excited. "All right, then let us go straight to the battlefield." He, hearing this, shook his head. "Wait, before we go." AT turned out to be the Vaikha Muhammad using meteor shower. She turned her head around in surprise. "What now?" As usual, Juayan hurriedly suggested. "Then I need to go to the bathroom for a bit." These words left Haeji speechless. Not knowing what to say, Sangwook on one side even thought that he had irritable bowel syndrome. Are you really going to confirm even that matter? The more Juhayan thought, the more embarrassed he felt. Damn A. This time they are definitely going to label me as a toilet pervert. Haeji smiled and held tightly to the scepter in her hand. Be honest. Tell me. The Meiju disappeared after helping with the Hanel raid, and Psychopaths. It seemed that she had completely guessed everything. It is all you. Right. Juhayan. Juhayan at this time forced a smile, not knowing how to explain. What did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Seeing that he was so persistent, she became even more angry. You are really persistent. Before their eyes, the three people had arrived at the D-level battlefield, the spider's nest. Haeji happily chatted as they walked. If you really are Juhayan, I want to repay you for helping me back then. I also work in this industry, so I promised to keep it a secret. He was trying to keep himself calm. No matter what happens. Judging by the way you talk, that fraudulent mage is definitely psychopath. The time returned to the past. Sangwook had whispered into Juhyan's ear. Light. We agreed that we would repay her. Remember, he helplessly thought. Now it's too clear. There is no other way. Juhyan could only helplessly instruct Haiji. Do not tell this to anyone else. Hearing this, her face became very stunned. Really? No wonder you seem to be able to use more magic than me. He somewhat flusteredly explained. It's all thanks to the bonus from the equipment. Equipment is the deciding factor. She. Hearing this, also nodded and let Ada go. That is true. But if you are a mage, what skill book do you use to buff or heal? Sangwook at this time was scouting ahead. This time, notifications kept appearing in front of him. Meteor shower. Des. Summons 20 meteors. 1 meteor at 10 magic points. Wide range. Costs 1,500 mana. Power increased by 50% if the user has its rank or higher ability. Special ability. Magic system. Guidance event. Link to guidance quest. Guidance map will open only once. Can only use copied skills in this map. All stats increased by 999 points in the guidance map. Sensing that something was wrong, he hurriedly gestured to the two people. This is a fairly high-level D-level battlefield. Many monsters. Not tired, Hayeji angrily replied. I am tired, too. This finally freed Juhyan. Great job. Brother. You have done your part. Without hesitation, he quickly used the fire sword skill, magic power +3. Then decided, alright, then I will receive 500 now. I will clear the way. These words made Haiji very dazed. So you even use a magic sword. I did not know that. He hurriedly shook his head. No, it's because I could not buy a staff, so I am using this temporarily. Although in his head Juhyan had his own thoughts. Anyway, with the current magic power stat, it's still better than nothing. He slowly brought his sword forward and decided. Then, by the way, let us try posting a bit to see how much AT can be used. Looking at this action of his, Hayeji became very curious, not using fire but using ice. He secretly thought about this. The biggest advantage of the skill master is that you can use all kinds of skills. Then he decided, let us try Ice Spear. System displayed a notification before his eyes. Ice Spear. Summons an ice spear that can attack within a 20-meter radius. MUP needed, 10. Mana consumption, 70. Juhyan quickly used his skill combination. 8 allows you to combine many types of skills together. Add poison to 8, the system sent a notification. Poison. Poisons the target. Requires active channeling. Effect duration, 180 seconds. MUP needed, 30. Mana consumption, 80. Everything happened too fast. Too dangerously. Juhyan continuously used his sword to strike straight forward. Hearing the strange noises, the poison spiders also slowly crawled out, using Ice Spear to transmit poison to poison the monsters. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly clenched his fist. After seeing everything around this place, he continued to use the catalyst. The system displayed an analysis. Catalyst. Increases the effect on targets that are poisoned. If it accumulates 3 times or more, it will transform into deadly poison. Mana consumption, 800. MUP needed, 40. Finally, the system concluded with a question. Do you want to copy the S-rank skill meteor shower? Juhyan's eyes widened with anticipation. Success. Copying from videos also works. Looking at the scene of the poison spiders before his eyes, Juhyan secretly calculated carefully. Activate with the boss skill catalyst. Ice magic is not bad at all, but if it is revealed outside, I am screwed, so temporarily I will use fireball for a while. This made Haiji on the other side very curious. Are not you a fire mage? He. Hearing this, secretly thought, lately the fireball feels weaker than other spells. She on one side was still staring at him. Just who exactly are you? The scene quickly changed to a restaurant inside the city. Hayeji enthusiastically held up her glass of beer and chatted. 27. Wait, he is a friend. What chatting? All three quickly clinked glasses after a long period of exploring the dungeon together. Cheers. Cheers. Only Juhyan sat quietly here, looking ahead with a very bored face. I was planning to end the parallel run and go straight home. The scene at that time appeared. The poison spider had been completely eliminated. The system displayed a congratulatory notification, absorbing the soul of the Phi boss. Spider Queen. This made Juhayan very pleased. Wonderful. Take down the boss in one shot. He was still planning to think about something more. After checking the skills, I am planning to go home, when suddenly Haiji shouted from behind. Without hesitation, Juhayan used the meteor shower skill and uploaded it to YouTube. It turned out that both of them had received a system notification. Due to insufficient contribution, it is not possible to receive the soul of the Spider Queen. Hyeji's face immediately became bored. I did not receive the soul. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt and said, even though I received 500, and only contributed a small part, and in the end I was the one who got the soul. She was trying to suppress her anger inside her heart, so I should treat you to a drink. Right? Juhayan. Hearing this, awkwardly nodded in agreement. That is right, eat meat too. Meat? In his heart he was a little worried. That is right, I am hunting with a thim and I forgot. Returning to reality, Juhayan drank a large glass of beer. Well, let us just drink a few glasses comfortably now. At that moment, Haiji slammed the beer glass down on the table. Juhayan. Looking at her face, it seemed that she was a little drunk. I have a suggestion that will transform you from bone to flesh. He, hearing this, was very curious. We used to be friends, and then I was her brother. Now it's complicated. Huh. Well, Juhayan did not know what to say. Haiji continued, outside the battlefield, danger does not only come from monsters. It seemed that there were many different dangers, including peep. Between players, like back at Hanel, she gently held the beer glass in her hand and said, of course, some people say that when you become strong, everything will be fine, but... She picked up the bottle and poured him a glass. When hunting bosses, no one hunts bosses alone. All of this was being observed by Mohammed. Her next sentence made Juhayan sweat all over his face. Even if they are people instead of monsters, the situation is the same. Haiji smiled and withdrew the bottle, gently saying incomprehensible words. There is no joke here, hunting alone is dangerously awful. She leaned down to rummage through her bag, as if searching for something, dealing with a high-level Phi without a tank or a proper plan, and also worrying about selling items. It's a headache. She immediately pulled a piece of paper and brought it before his face. Therefore, on this paper is a cooperation agreement, called Party A for short, and Yujian, called Party B for short, officially signing a management contract according to the following terms. Table of Contents. Article 1. Purpose of the contract. Article 2. Schedule. Article 3. Scope. Article 4. Terms. Article 5. Payment. Before he could understand what the hell was going on, she gently brought it before his face. I will take care of that part. You just need to focus on hunting comfortably. The more Juhayan thought, the more suspicious he felt. Are you really signing a contract with me? She smiled and nodded certainly. Of course. And she also knew that this place was full of different dangers. There are few trustworthy people in this industry. And you are strong, and you are keeping secrets from me. These words made Juhayan freeze in an instant, not knowing how to explain. Haiji still did not care about the attitude on his face. Monsters die and leave behind items, and people die and leave behind names. If you can't become number one yourself, then at least climb to the top with someone. Sangwook had been sitting quietly, listening to the conversation between the two people. I hate playing a supporting role more than death. At this moment, a woman quickly stepped forward and grabbed the remote control. Saying this, she stood up and brought the contract before Juhayan, and her face became very confident as she pointed to herself. If you sign the contract, you will be given an office hill exclusively for users, and living next to AT will be the most beautiful woman in the world. Sangwook, seeing this, was speechless. Thinking, AT takes a lot of effort to get that. After a period of thought, Juhayan calmly replied, I think you also understand that I do not need to say AT, but the most beautiful woman in the world. Haiji became very smug. That is me. Time seemed to stop. Both people immediately became silent for a moment. At this time, Juhayan sighed and picked up the fei in his hand. These conditions, they are too good, I can't refuse. Haiji, seeing this, happily smiled brightly. All right, let us sign the contract. While she was still happily dancing around, Sangwook continuously reminded, sit down and eat. It's embarrassing to stand like that. The Cinturai was also gradually being told, the battlefield schedule will prioritize party as requests. I will take care of everything for you except for hunting, including daily life. Juayan quickly signed the paper and decided. Done. Sangwook gave him a powerful black card and announced, now use this card to buy the necessary things. I will manage all the money you earn from the battlefield. He did not forget to remind him, if you need anything else explained, just tell me anytime. Juayan took the flowery card and looked around this place. This is crazy. Then this person automatically turned off the TV screen. He was sitting inside a very large mansion. The more Juhayan thought, the happier he felt. This explanation, AT's too clear. Wonderful. Juan was now able to confidently integrate with Sangwook and Haiji and explore every battlefield. This contract is really great. Hunting with a solid support is truly heaven. Ayeji in the back was always secretly helping him. And furthermore, although before I kept avoiding Atai because of the situation, but honestly speaking, her level of beauty also made his heart flutter. Haiji is really beautiful. Unknowingly, Juayan had clenched his fist at some point. Such a beauty voluntarily becomes my manager. He immediately used the catalyst technique to attack the monsters. Because I know that I no longer have any envy for Muhammad Al. Things were becoming better and better. Since having this skill, everything has gone smoothly. Continuous notifications appeared. Copy Combat Bloods. Combat Bless level has increased. Copy Combat Bloodix. Juayan stared at the phone screen in a daze. Realizing the gift that the system had given him made him laugh so much that he could not close his mouth. What? Skill upgrade successful. Now I do not have to look at Lee Hai-sung's face anymore. Remembering something, he quickly sat down on the bed and muttered to himself, time to test IT again with Ice Spear. Juayan suddenly became careless when he thought of Haiji's words. You are really strong. Juayan's face became extremely annoyed as she asked, is that elemental ring really that important? This made him thoughtful and hesitated, saying to himself, if I combine Fireball with Combat Blood X, my damage will exceed the threshold. Could that be why? Juayan hurriedly ran to find Haiji and called, oh, hey, Kim Haiji. She was startled and turned her head to look at him with a surprised expression. What is going on? His face became very excited and he declared, prepare to enter the battlefield. Juayan was holding a vehicle with sounds playing. Today, I will give you a proper bus ride. I can use but I still do not know how to use Atai correctly. Fireball tutorial. Haiji and Sangwook were ready for the next adventure. Sensing that something was wrong, Sangwook finally spoke up and asked, are you serious about just the three of us daring to enter the C-rank area? Her face became very confident and she replied, yes. So what? We also want to try ATO once. This still made him somewhat worried. But the C-rank area is recommended for levels 31 to 40. At the same time, Juhayan had arrived and laughed, he's okay, bro. Hearing this, worriedly thought, I am most worried about you. That is just the system's recommendation. Afraid that Juhayan did not understand the importance of the issue, Sangwook continuously explained, depending on the theme composition and coordination, the actual required level can vary greatly. But he was still very calm as if he had prepared beforehand. AT's not a problem. Muhammad laughed upon hearing this and looked at the glass of red wine in his hand. That skill has only appeared for less than a week and has already been discovered. What are the chances that people will get IT? Right before the two people, Juayan confidently declared, I have a plan. I will clear all the X for everyone. With Blood Frenzy X, nothing is impossible. Time passed, and the scene had changed to the Phi rank area, Unek Mountain Natural Recreation Area, a region famous for moving plant monsters. Because this place used to be a resort, there are many mutated trees. So you have to bring at least two people with area of effect AO abilities. The corners of Juayan's mouth became very confident as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. But today is different. Without hesitation, he quickly used the fireball technique to attack the plants. Seeing Juhayan's attack also made both people dazed. For tree monsters, you just use fire and AT's done. The system suddenly displayed a new notification. Fireball. Unique characteristic. Enhancement. Plus 10% skill effect. He thought smugly, even my characteristics are celebrating today's hunt. Now Juayan seemed to have turned into a different person, completely confident in his current power. I will only copy the buff from Blood Frenzy to monitor the rate of stat increase. In case of emergencies, I have also copied an additional backup skill. Plus, I also need to see if I can copy Blood Frenzy X with the body cam. When the monsters attacked, he was still very confident in using the burst technique to attack continuously. Everything went according to his calculations, and AT ended stylishly with a brilliant finishing move, and AT even proxed. Now I can copy up to number skills. This made Sangwook pay attention. Even Hyeji, witnessing this on one side, had become very bored. Hearing this, Soyeon reminded him unhappily, there may be others who also possess similar skills. Joyeon's face wore a very smug smile. Currently, I am invincible, he burst out laughing with satisfaction. Die, I said die. Although he thought secretly. Honestly, today I am too cool, Sangwook and Hyeji on one side at this time secretly thought, so that is why people call him Psycho Pass. As time passed, Joyeon had also become more proficient in using the fireball technique. All of this was being witnessed by the mysterious person wearing sunglasses in the back. Every action of Joyeon was being replayed on the screen along with his voice. Target location confirmed. Skill and appearance match. On this side, the mysterious person slowly threw the knife into the air inside. He came this quickly with just a little push. The knife quickly pierced into the photo of Joyeon stuck on the wall. He completely no longer knows what fear is. The blonde guy uncomfortably forced a smile on his face. If he is looking for death himself, then I should help him fulfill his wish. On this side, Joyeon still did not know what was happening to him and continuously used the fireball technique to attack the monsters. In just a short period of time, the corpses of the monsters had been piled into a heap right before his face. He happily sat down to pick up the jewels scattered all over the ground. My level is increasing really quickly. And so he had jumped from level 15 to level 17. She stood right there with her arms crossed, constantly criticizing Muhammad. But what if AT really is S rank? With the exact same name, and the same effects, even without evidence, 8 is highly likely that A is S rank. Maybe 8 just looks similar, and no battlefield has been found with such consequences. Right at this moment, he suddenly spoke. At the very least, the ability must be at least S rank. Noticing a strange item behind the burnt fragments, he surprisingly reached his hand forward. What is this? Sangwook enthusiastically pulled up the thing that he had just noticed. Is it an item? But as soon as he saw the pure white skeleton, Joyeon was startled and confused. His shouting immediately rang out, making Sangwook and Hyeji on one side quickly pay attention. They hurriedly turned their heads to investigate. Joyeon fearfully retreated backwards. There is a corpse. I thought there was no one here, so I was careless. Did I accidentally hit someone? She quickly approached to assess the situation and announced, calm down. People can't be burned into a clean skeleton just by fire, unless they turn into ashes completely. Then maybe. She secretly observed the skeleton right before her. There is no way anyone would enter this battlefield without armor or weapons. Looks like they were PK'd and all their stuff was stolen. Saying this, Hyeji quickly stood up and reminded, we should report this to the them handling Atai. Joyeon, seeing this, looked at her with surprised eyes. You are too calm. It seemed that she did not care much about these things. Killing people outside the battlefield happens more often than you think. Sometimes you can't even distinguish a from cult activities, so it's hard to track down. Hearing this, he became silent for a moment. At this time, he slowly asked, have you ever almost been PK'd? She laughed and nodded in confirmation. Of course. A smile of excitement spread across his lips, as if he had been calculating this all along. At the very least, 8 is also a sub-trait of S rank. Hyeji also slowly recounted her Siturai. 8 was even by someone on my own them. These words made Joyeon freeze in an instant. She laughed, treating this as a funny Sifturai. While we were hunting monsters, they suddenly attacked from behind. And so what was supposed to happen happened. Hunting monsters is easy to distinguish friend from foe, because the monsters are always the enemy. But people are different. You never know when they will turn their backs and take everything away from you. Hyeji's face faintly showed a gentle smile and she said, and actually, she smugly pointed to her current face. I am quite pretty. Right? Joyeon. Hearing this, did not know what to say. What is this? While he was still feeling confused. She continued, turns out that when they attacked me back then, it was not just for the stuff. The scene back then appeared. Sangwook had also stepped up to protect her. That was the first time I killed someone. Sangwook, hearing this Sefturai, just remained silent and thoughtful. Noticing that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Hyeji laughed and clapped her hands, not forgetting to add. But honestly, those guys were like running in to ask for death, so the feeling afterwards was not as heavy as I thought. Saying this, she immediately sighed. Anyway, you have to be careful. This battlefield is full of real lunatics. Saying that, Muhammad excitedly looked at the ring on the table. Give him a buy DNet card along with the ring, but for now, We should keep our distance. He might be wary. Hyeji's face became very serious as she pointed to Sangwook. If there is any danger, it's okay to hide behind my brother for a bit. Okay. Ju Hyan. Hearing this, smugly thought, I can't just randomly brag that my average physical stats are Ru Veep 35, but he still smiled and replied, really? Even if Hanel appeared now, I am not sure I would die. The system displayed the stats, Strength 27, Agility 29, Endurance 32, Magic 34, Hyeji. Hearing this, felt that he was somewhat confident. Alright, I will give you points for confidence. He softly replied, I am serious, when suddenly a bomb came flying from somewhere. This made Juyan feel very confused. A large commotion immediately appeared around this place, making all three freeze. This time, the surrounding area was covered by large tree monsters. It's a monster spawn. Sangwook hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of the two people and gestured, you guys just stand behind me. Even so, Juyan stubbornly refused to listen to these words. He charged straight forward to the surprise of both people. Wait. You Juyan. He did not forget to add, I can handle this much alone. After seeing that Juyan had fallen into the trap, the mysterious person slowly drew the arrow. Careful target. Looking at his beloved ring made him laugh with joy. Say that this is a gift for someone I want to be friends with. The arrow flew and pierced straight into Juyan's body, catching him off guard. Both people fearfully shouted, Juyan. But Ati was unknown whether this arrow had been bought from Shopee or not, because when Ati hit him, Ati was pushed away to another place. A smug smile spread across his face as he looked at the arrow lying still on the ground. So Ati was an ambush. They are really idiots. Did they think one arrow would be enough to take me down? Do they know how much my physical stats are? Talking about his physical stats made Juyan very confident. A series of system notifications appeared. Stun effect not applied. Slow effect valid for 3 minutes. Pain effect valid for 3 minutes. At the same time, Juyan had also knelt down on the ground below. In a very painful state, he held his body and continuously called "Oh." The mysterious person, seeing Juyan like this, smiled smugly. Ati's hunting time. Hyeji hurriedly ran towards Juyan, continuously shouting, Juyan. He still lay there without any movement. Her voice gradually became desperate. You Juyan. The tree monster also slowly charged forward to attack. On this side, Juyan was still focused on working at the convenience store. The views were increasing rapidly. Her eyes reacted very quickly. She coldly glanced at them. Before they could touch a single hair, she had completely incinerated them with her flame. Fire spear. Because they were trees, they caught fire and were burned in the blink of an eye. However, it had to be said that the number was countless. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hyeji's face became serious. Damn, I have to decide now. She quickly made a suggestion. Oppa, clear the way. Sangwook held Juyan in his arms and reminded. Follow me. He struggled to clear the way so that both people could escape. In the back, Hyeji continuously used her fire abilities to burn everything around. While the three were still continuously running away, another bomb was thrown nearby, catching Sangwook's attention. It seemed that he had also realized the purpose of the person behind this. Damn, Hyeji immediately shouted and used the fire burst technique. He remembered the like notification that appeared before his eyes at that time. Vi's core recording completed. This startled him a bit. He even recorded a VIVA. Large flames continuously burned and swallowed everything in this place. The black-haired blonde guy smiled very evilly and asked, Where are you planning to run? He had led his subordinates to appear in this place. Want to run away without resisting at all? Looking at the strange man in front, Sangwook was very uncomfortable. Who are you? He did not say much and directly pointed at Juhyan's body. The one with the debt to pay with that trash. Leave him behind, and I can spare your lives. Hyeji did not say much and directly used the fire spear technique to attack the blonde guy. He was not weak either and continuously used his sword to block these attacks. She was a little startled and realized that something was wrong. That way of moving. It seemed that Hyeji had guessed the true identity of the blonde guy. You were also at the Hanel raid. Right? He, hearing this, laughed and gently brought his hand to cover his mouth. You look quite pretty, but you do not understand anything. There was no other way. At this moment, a little girl quickly entered the store and asked, Uncle, do you sell fried mochi? Juyan did not pay attention to the little girl who was buying things. You can't even see his face. He is really a master of hiding his identity. The attitude on his face had completely changed. You have to die too. Before the three people could react, the blonde guy had coldly ordered his subordinates. Detonate. The smoke bombs continuously exploded, catching Hyeji off guard. At the same time, the tree monsters were also gradually approaching, charging towards this place. Realizing that the situation was much more serious made Hyeji and Sangwook very angry. We can't just keep using pheromone bombs. Hold on against the monsters that are continuously swarming like a storm. Try to hold on for a bit. Sangwook had become very difficult as he had to block with his shield and protect Juhyan safely. On this side, Hyeji was also trying to use her fire to burn everything in this place. Juhyan was still sleeping soundly, unaware of what the hell was going on. Ada hurt so much. Hyeji's back was still trying to resist these giant tree monsters. A wicked smile spread across his lips. Why would not I post a VIVH? Uncle. The little girl kept calling out. Juhyan lay there, seemingly feeling the changes in his body. My body is moving according to my will. I feel like my skin is burning. Sangwook at this time was also in danger as he was continuously being attacked by the monsters. Juhyan tried his best to slowly open his eyes and look forward. How did everything turn out like this? Am I going to die like this? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, a bloody scene appeared before his eyes, making him freeze for a moment. Sangwook and Hyeji had used all their strength to eliminate the monsters before their eyes. A series of scenes occurred, making him freeze, unable to believe it. What is this? Why? Hyeji's words echoed in his head. When in danger, hide behind my brother. He could only helplessly blame himself. Damn a. Juhyan angrily gritted his teeth until they trembled. Seeing that his movements seemed strange, Hyeji surprisingly turned her head around and reacted. Juhyan, you woke up? Can you stand up? Her voice continuously rang. Oh. Juhyan. He slowly picked up the phone and announced to the two people. I know this is a bit shameless, but Dumbus Juhyan was still standing there laughing like a maniac. If I were stronger, there would be no more ability than this. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey! His eyes had become very uncomfortable as he glanced forward. I have something to ask of you too. Both people were still silently listening to what he was saying. Please keep what is about to happen a secret. At the same time, the blonde guy and his subordinates also slowly stepped into this place. She is still holding on even though she has to carry that burden. A strange smile spread across his face. As a reward, I will send you off without pain. Hyeji. Hearing this was so uncomfortable that she gritted her teeth. Get lost. This time, he shifted his attention to Juhyan, who was standing there panting. I was wondering how long you would lie there before getting up, finally standing up. Huh. The corners of the blonde guy's mouth formed a very evil smile and he mocked, looking at that still numb face. At must hurt a lot. He did not deny At and nodded in confirmation. At hurts like hell. These words made him even more smug and he burst out laughing. You are already moaning with just this much. I will shave all the flesh off your body until only your skeleton remains. Suddenly, Juhyan slowly pointed up at the sky. The man became extremely annoyed and called, oh, hey. His actions made the blonde guy feel very confused, but he still created a protective layer for himself. Idiot. We are prepared to block your fireball. He, hearing this, very calmly asked, are you sure that is a fireball? Golden lights suddenly appeared in the sky, along with eerie circles. Realizing that something was wrong, the blonde guy was so bewildered that his mouth dropped open and his face turned pale. Wait. This? Juhyan had now turned into a different person. He was preparing to use Muhammad's technique. At's not a fireball. At seemed that he had guessed something. Could At be that the mage obtained Muhammad's ring? He lowered a finger towards them and declared. Meteor shower. Waiting for At, giant fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing that the situation was not good, the blonde guy hurriedly turned and ran quickly to the back. That maniac, his them would not survive this blow either. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. Is he really planning to die together with us? The blonde guy loudly cursed. You bastard. In the crucial moment, Juhyan suddenly read strange incantations. Ada seemed that Juhyan had ignored the previous request, making him extremely annoyed. My daughter asked if you sell fried mochi. He quickly turned his head and nodded. Of course. We do. Coming right up. At turned out that he had used the blood frenzy technique. The scene became more and more fierce. The magic circles were becoming brighter and brighter, and the meteor shower had also fallen heavily to the ground. After a period of time, the hazy dust gradually dissipated, and the ground had created countless large holes. These holes made the ground tragically shattered. The scene just now made Sangwook and Hyeji, who witnessed it freeze in place. After using too much energy, it seemed that Juayan's body was about to be unable to bear it anymore. He warily lay down on the ground below and continuously called, "Oh." We survived. Just thinking about what he had done earlier made Juayan shudder. If I did not have teleportation, I would have been in big trouble. Returning to the time before, Juhayan, sitting on the bed, had become very thoughtful and asked himself, what should I install now? First, AT's past midnight, so I have 4 skill slots. Then he continued to look at the system screen before his eyes. I have copied Fireball and burst into Blood Frenzy. There is 1 empty slot. What should I do? After some time, Juayan was once again focused on working at the convenience store. Suddenly, he noticed a Vizieku posted on Do. I just tried shooting an arrow at a bald guy and teleported away. My teleportation is really broken. Juhayan's eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. It's not that I lack confidence when hunting, but just in case, people should at least have some insurance. And so the information about the teleportation skill was displayed. Unique characteristic. Marking. Marks a target when casting the skill. You will move along with the marked target. Magic power requirement 30. Mana consumption 100. Looking at the information of this skill made Juhayan very happy. Crazy. This is really mass teleportation. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification about the teleportation technique. He happily jumped around inside the room and cheered. There is even a bonus slot. Today is my lucky day. Returning to reality, Juayan warily lay down on the ground. I will explain the details later. Hyeji sighed and slowly pulled her phone. Well, now that things have turned like this, her face became very excited and she declared, let us go pick up the stuff that those bald guys dropped. And so the 3 people enthusiastically picked up the loot. At the same time, the other players present here had become very confused. What the hell is this? Almost a day had passed, making him extremely tired and sigh. Strange cracks appeared on the ground, making everyone startled. What is this? Crazy. Look at that big hole. Did Muhammad all pass by here? Just thinking about his future fate made Juayan tearfully helpless. I kept my life, but now it's only a matter of time before I am discovered. ATZUV, I am doomed. While he was still most despairing, the system continuously displayed new notifications. Reached level 20. Unique characteristic. Subcharacteristic has been unlocked. Subcharacteristic. Activate skill inventory. Time gradually shifted to the evening. Hearing the story Juayan told made Haiji freeze in a daze. Skill master. Nodded in confirmation in a certain way. Not forgetting to add, is a hex class that can copy and use all skills. Hearing this, Ada seemed that she had become very surprised. No wonder you can use both healing, attack, and buff at the same time. Remembering something, Hyeji surprisingly pointed at her face. Even my skills, he sighed and nodded in confirmation. Possibly. This time she stubbornly pointed to Sangwook. Even my brother's skills, Juayan nodded in confirmation. Possibly. But without equipment. Being a tanker would be a bit. Her eyes immediately lit up visibly when she looked at him. Sounds illogical, so how many skills can you copy? Juayan hurriedly gestured to her. The details are secret. Okay. The more he thought about AT, the more he felt this was too absurd. There is no way someone would give away an S-grade item for Fika Ri. After a period of silent thought, Sangwook finally spoke up. Anyway, let us get down to by D-net. Do you know anything about the Gievarup that attacked us? He then slowly remembered everything when he met those guys. I think they are the guys from the Hanel raid. Hyeji, who was right next to him, turned her head around and said, I guessed where they came from. Sangwook, hearing this, was very curious. Where? It seemed that she had found something. The Raider Guild. Inside the large room, Hyeji's voice continuously rang. Oh. You have probably heard the rumor that they specialize in collecting boss items. Right, Juayan nodded in confirmation. I did meet them. Her face became very serious as she explained. Back then, they offered to recruit us if we agreed to share boss items. They said they would give us boss items. That is the Raider Guild. This made Juayan feel confused. So what does that have to do with the Pikaigi Ribe? She thought for a moment and slowly recounted. Among the items obtained from the Gibrub that attacked this time, there are quite a few boss-level items. All of this allowed Hyeji to draw a conclusion. The drop rate for boss items is very low, so it's difficult for more than one G-Rup to collect so many. They are an organization with branches all over the world, and until now we still do not know who the leader is. Saying this, she also kindly reminded Juayan, now you have made an enemy of such an organization. So you have to be careful. His face immediately became scared. Today was too long, so Juayan lay quietly on the bed and pondered. Even so, Juhayan's eyes still held some hope, but if Itai's really true, just thinking about the things he had done made him unable to sleep. Actually, I have caused too much trouble, and my identity is about to be revealed. I have to get stronger before that happens. I have to look forward to skill upgrades. Unable to wait any longer, Juayan quickly gave the order, open status panel. The SPI he currently possessed was 30,000, which made him very happy. I have accumulated quite a bit of SPI thanks to doing daily missions. Juayan closed his eyes tightly, unsure what to use these points on, in case something unexpected happens in the future, and I can't do missions regularly. SPI still needs to be supplied steadily, and so he decided to use 5,000 SPI. The system displayed a notification. Unique characteristic. Sub-characteristic seeded upgrade. Passive acquisition level 4. Receives 1,000 SPI every 24 hours at 0. 0. Juayan warily sat up and sighed, complaining to the system, I wish it would increase just by lying down. Remembering something, his face became very expectant and he decided, and with the remaining points, I will reward the skill that contributed the most in this incident. The system continuously displayed new notifications, using 25,000 SPI. Unique characteristic. Sub-characteristic 2. Upgrade. You increase characteristic level 3. Randomly grants 2 unique characteristics D to a copied skill. Can choose one of the 2 to apply. Juayan happily said to himself, Congratulations. AT has reached level 3. Today was too full of happy events, making Juayan comfortably lie down on the bed. Even the E-level characteristics have increased the effect quite a bit, so the level must be broken. Right. Remembering something, he quickly said, sub-characteristic window, although he secretly thought in his head, and now for the main highlight. The system's notifications continuously appeared. Unique characteristic. Sub-characteristic skill slot level 1. Use a copy skill to store a skill. Stored skill retains the granted characteristic and blue UV-green effects until replaced. When storing a new skill, consumes a copy and cannot be recovered by recovery. Reading this, Juayan sighed with a headache. If I had this a little earlier, I could have permanently stored Blood Frenzy X. Before he knew AT, he was already thinking about the scenario of himself being a powerful person. Then I can earn enough money to retire for life. I can even be as strong as Muhammad Al, with the whole world watching. The more Juhayan thought, the more he felt sorry for his fate. Copying through Vico only copies the skill with the original grade. The grade does not increase. Looking at the ceiling before his eyes, his voice was somewhat happy. I already know which skill to store. Looking at his current hands, Juhayan quickly decided. Alteration resistance. The system continuously displayed new notifications. Using one copy skill, storing alteration resistance, de-amplification effect applied, adding F-level option. Juayan laughed smugly and reached his hand towards the system screen to examine ATA. Once stored, you can use IT infinitely from the inventory. So let us decide on that. He currently had many necessary skills, such as alteration resistance, light authority, or blood frenzy. Juayan confidently placed his hand on his chest, believing that everything would be better in the future. I will continue to spin randomly until these skills are upgraded thanks to copying, and take a few days off to relax. Of course, the truth was like a bucket of cold water being dumped on him. That is what I thought at the time. Muhammad looked at the 3 people and greeted. It's a pleasure to meet you. My friend, it's our first time meeting in person. Right, Juhayan forced a smile. Why is he here? Returning to the time before, Juhayan was preparing to go to sleep when Haiji pointed to the back and gestured. Just when I decided to retreat, very strange smile appeared on Juhayan's lips. Before, this was impossible. His face became very uncomfortable as he looked outside. There is a visitor. At was none other than Muhammad. Startling him, and of all people, Muhammad Al came to find me again. After a period of silence, he finally smiled and said, You have caused quite a bit of trouble this time. The rumor that the mage in the Hanel battle and that maniac are you has been quashed. Do not worry. These words made Juayan very touched. Really, I feel. Before he could finish his sentence, Hayeji interrupted. Thanks. But what is the real purpose of your coming here? His face became very calm as he explained. No need to be too vigilant. I just want to hear what my friend is thinking. She became even more contemptuous at these words. What to think? After a period of silence, Muhammad slowly spoke up. The ones who attacked you are people from a global organization. Raider. Seeing that he seemed to have guessed something, Hyeji was somewhat serious. You know, huh. He was still calm as if nothing had happened. Coincidentally, I am also facing the Raider Guild. Thanks to that, I have obtained some very interesting intelligence. His face gradually became serious and announced a shocking news. They are currently secretly gathering at the Ganjim Resort Ski Resort to find a secret treasure left behind by the Raider Guild leader. This information made all three freeze in place. Perhaps because he had been standing for too long, he warily stood up and stretched. But now, I feel like I can do something. Sensing that something was wrong, Hyeji uncomfortably questioned, "Why are you telling me such important information? Can't you take action yourself?" He laughed and shook his head, saying his thoughts, "Sorry for not being able to help directly, but any actions beyond these small conversations will attract too much attention." Realizing that time was running out, Soyan reminded, "AT's time for the next schedule. You should go now." Seeing that there was no other way, Muhammad warily sighed and slowly stood up. Really, why do peaceful moments always end so quickly? Next time, I hope we can sit and chat more comfortably. Before leaving, he did not forget to look at Jayan. As for what you will do with this information, AT's up to you. A sincere smile spread across his lips and he reminded, "Whether AT's wiping of the enemy together, or protecting your own safety, I look forward to hearing the answer from you." The scene changed to another place. All the strange people had gathered there. In the middle of the mysterious space, a pair of hands slowly appeared. Siling stepped outside with a very excited face. She had pulled out a corpse of a huge creature. At this moment, a message was sent with the profile picture being Muhammad. Seeing that she had appeared, the subordinates hurriedly bowed and greeted. "Welcome." As Siling, feeling somewhat curious, she slowly snapped her fingers forward and gestured. Immediately afterwards, this man was knocked backwards painfully. "You are wrong." Siling looked at the subordinates bowing before her. "The previous president is dead, so now I am the head of the Raider Guild." Right. The scene here was a special area, the Tower of Destruction. Siling stood there smugly and said to everyone, "So from now on, call me Master." She was the president of the Raider Guild. Siling, feeling somewhat bland, she threw the corpse of the giant monster down to the ground and left. The monster's behavior patterns have been analyzed up to the 20th floor. Conduct an analysis of the materials obtained from them. Remembering something important, Siling turned her head around and asked her subordinate, "How's the situation with suppressing the old man's faction?" The subordinate hurriedly bowed and reported, 98% of the people who followed the previous generation have been eliminated. The remaining remnants will also be dealt with in the near future. Hearing this, her face became very satisfied and she nodded in praise. "Good, the old man's treasure hidden in Korea is probably still intact." Saying this, Siling quickly left this place. "Recover it according to the plan." The people immediately nodded in understanding. "Yes, madam." At the same time, Siling walked forward and smiled evilly on her face. The air of making money like monkeys. Those without abilities. Now is the era of those with superpowers. Whoever conquers the special area and wins the boss item will hold power. And that throne is mine. In 8, there were clear messages being sent. "I agree. I will give the elemental ring without asking for any conditions." This made the comments in this place immediately explode. "All just appeared, a few seconds ago. Is he really giving AT away? Do you think Muhammad is crazy enough to give that away to a stranger? You do not understand Muhammad. He always keeps his promises." Juayan had also arrived in a new land. He happily praised, "This is the first time I have been to a ski resort." The scenery before his eyes made him very surprised. The scenery is too beautiful. Right, the system displayed an analysis of this place. Ganjim Resort Ski Slope. Hyeji felt disappointed. "Too bad. We can't play because there are monsters. The characteristics of this place are very strange. Snow never melts all year round. Movement is difficult due to blizzards and frozen roads, so few people visit this place." At this time, Hyeji also smiled and enthusiastically suggested, "Then let us deal with AT quickly and come back to play later." "Okay." Sangwook's face looked ugly and worried as he said, "I do not think AT's good for just the three of us to come here." Returning to the time before, inside the room, Hyeji asked, "Do you think we should target the Raider Guild first?" She sat quietly there and continued to say her analysis. "The boss item they dropped, I sold it under my name when dealing with the spoils of war. This information made Sangwook freeze for a moment. What? But Haiji seemed very calm. AT's almost certain that I will be targeted too. But this made her feel that things were gradually becoming more interesting. Now I and Juayan share the same fate. Seeing his devil-may-care younger sister making such a stupid decision made Sangwook speechless. I was negligent. I thought everything would be resolved smoothly. Returning to reality, Haiji continuously comforted. Come on. What are you worried about? AT's okay. Oppa. We are 3 veterans who have been through life and death together. Sangwook's face immediately became dazed. 3 people. Even Juhayan was stunned. She is counting me. She laughed and nodded in response. You have passed the boss raid and survived the attack from the PG, I repeat. So you are O of the noob label. These things made Juhayan blankly for a moment. Last time, he publicly stated that he would pay any price for S-grade staff. When someone actually brought a tie to him, he paid $2 billion in cash without hesitation. Oh my god! That is a different level. Juhayan still could not believe what was happening. Wait, what is this? Juhayan, seeing this, sighed warily. That is my fate. Haiji happily walked step by step forward. If you want to enter the area, follow the direction that can be seen from this side of the cable car. At that moment, several men quickly gave the order. Hey! Stop there. Their faces looked at the 3 people with great discomfort. This battlefield is under the control of the Enjoy Guild, so get out of here if you do not want to die. This information made Haiji very surprised and asked, Are you guys from the User Association? The more she thought, the more angry she felt and cursed. Based on what are you controlling an open battlefield? Sensing that something was wrong, Haiji's face became very serious. The man had already prepared to hold his sword and point AT at her to threaten. What User Association? This place is under the control of our guild. These words made Juayan almost unable to bear it anymore. AT seemed that he had returned to his old self. Maybe I am not a hero yet, but if I want to protect something, should not I take action myself? The man was still continuously mocking Haiji. If you are feeling annoyed, why do not you come here and give me a hug? Anyway, you are pretty. I will especially coax you. Sangwook on one side was also about to become unbearable. You bastard. The scene switched to a coffee shop. Soyan introduced herself. This is Lee Sion, Muhammad Al's assistant, contacting you about receiving the elemental ring. Juayan suddenly had some movement. Strange. That guy, he is pointing his sword at me. Without hesitation, he dominantly took steps forward. If I had the power to break that sword. Seeing Juhayan step forward and prepare to take action made the people around this place immediately pay attention. Wait, that is Fireball. Is not 8. 8 is him. Damn A. 2 cloaks and a tanker. AT psychopaths. Juayan was gradually losing all patience. There is no reason to stand still. He coldly looked at the Gita reap of people and asked, Control is only for those with power. Right. His face became very uncomfortable and he pointed forward. Do you want me to show you what AT feels like to be truly controlled? Seeing this situation, the 2 gatekeepers were a little scared and unconsciously retreated. But our guild came first. This position. Before these 2 people could finish their sentences, the flames had engulfed the surrounding area, as if burning everything. This made one of them fearfully run away. That guy really threw AT, that crazy bastard. Juayan's eyes seemed to want to swallow these 2 people alive. If you appear before me one more time, I will kill you. They immediately nodded in understanding. Yes, yes. Haiji on one side, witnessing this scene, felt very confused. Why is Jian so different today? And so, Juayan got into the luxurious supercar. Soyan did not forget to add, My master wants to meet you in person. Realizing his actions just now, she continuously praised, You Juhayan, that pressure was really crazy. Juhayan, hearing this, forced a smile and turned his head around. Really, I was a bit overwhelming? Huh. This made her feel confused, and he is back to his usual dorky self. Juayan recalled his actions just now and thought to himself, Strange. This is the first time I threatened someone. Maybe threatening is my true talent. Afterwards, the next battles appeared. The scene became very chaotic. They are coming from the right again. Catch them. Kill them all. The bloody scene appeared, making people continuously remind each other. No one's stealing contribution points. AT's really refreshing. We should have controlled this area sooner. Suddenly, flame burst in this place, catching all their attention. This time, all of them hurriedly leaned to one side and fearfully asked, What the hell? Who is AT? Jack slowly stepped into this place and coldly announced, "Who do you think? Just someone who came here to hunt monsters." This made the Gyaparu very angry and continuously criticized. "Did not you hear outside that this area is controlled by our Enjoy Guild? Even someone like you can't eat a time." The corners of his mouth suddenly formed a very strange smile. As time passed, Juayan looked at the glowing ring right on his hand. Seeing that he was so weird, the man still continuously reminded, "All right. Get lost. There are plenty of level 40 people here. Got 80. Do not waste your strength. There are plenty of other battlefields to go to." Jack kept walking forward step by step. He slowly took off his hat and declared, "Let us see who is the one who has to leave in the end." As soon as he revealed his face, a geepy rep of people suddenly rushed out from somewhere. And so a massacre appeared. The people of the guild could only continuously beg, "You crazy bastards. No! Get out of the way." Jack looked at this scene and sighed. Complaining, "Too much trash," the subordinate hurriedly explained. "Sorry for not investigating more carefully sooner. It seems that a guild named Enjoy has started to control the area." Hearing this situation, he slowly reached his hand forward and ordered, "Divide into 2 groups, find and eliminate," so as not to be hindered. His face became very judgmental as he looked around this place. It seemed that Jack had noticed a snowy mountain in the distance, the highest and deepest place in the area. "That is where we need to go. We have to find the counterfeit bracelet. Hurry." On this side, Joyan and Haiji were walking and chatting happily. Sangwook in the back reminded, "We have temporarily entered inside. But now is the time to start thinking about the next step." His face became very serious and he reminded, "There are definitely many people like us in the Raider Guild, and we need to take action first." His eyes widened as if he could not believe a tie. "No way. Fake." So he quickly suggested an idea. "First, how do we distinguish between the Enjoy and Raider people?" After thinking for a short period of time, Juhayan quickly spoke up. "They said the goal is to hunt for treasure." "Right. Then that means they do not care about the experience points from monsters." Sangwook, hearing this, was curious. And then, his face had become very smug. "What I mean is, on this side, the players were still continuously searching around. Listening to some sound, the man slowly turned his head around. A good group of monsters walked forward towards this place, catching their attention. "What is AT?" Before they could react, the monsters quickly charged forward. "AT's a monster wave." Juhayan, observing this situation from above, laughed in surprise. "The scene is really spectacular. AT's truly majestic." The corners of his mouth formed a smug smile with the plan he had said. "Oh, that pheromone bomb skill you guys used last time. How does AT feel to be used in reverse now?" This made Sangwook on one side very bewildered. "But we are not sure those are the Raider people." Juayan seriously explained to him, "If they see a group of monsters and they do not run, then there are 2 possibilities." At this moment, a new system notification appeared. Elemental Ring accessory. 30 magic, plus 500 May, plus 10% mana recovery, 20% skill power, 10% skill mana cost, plus 2% recovery for each killed creature with ability. SES rank sub-effect. 10 magic. Juayan was startled after reading this information. These stats. A's unreal. Just as he had expected, Jack's G Pepperoop was not scared and stood still in this place. 1. They are really grinding exp. On this side, Jack ordered a subordinate. "What is the order?" Juhayan's voice also rang out. 2. There is something so important that they are willing to take the hit. Hayeji. Hearing this, also quickly added her idea. "Judging by the skills they are using, each person has exceeded the recommended level of this battlefield." Sangwook on one side also gradually understood. "So they are here even though they are not getting any XP. Then there must be a very important reason. As I guessed, their target is not monsters." Juayan turned around and continued to gesture to the 2 people. "Follow me." His face became very excited and he threw another bomb. "I can't go empty-handed here. I will give you a little more S of it." Seeing him turn into a different person made Haiji also freeze in surprise. "What is this? He was not like this before." Aedi feels like he has become a different person. At the same time, on this side, the Jeep Repi of people were still continuously discussing with each other. "Where is the location on the map?" The woman quickly ran forward and said, "This way." A group of people had quickly run into the large cave. Everything was within Juhayan's calculations. "Jackpot," Hayeji surprisingly asked. "What now?" He formed a very evil smile. "I have something for times like this." Realizing that something was wrong, he secretly thought more carefully. "But AT strange. I am about to ambush the people who killed me before, but why am I so calm? Suddenly, he remembered something was wrong. Seeing Jian standing there blankly, Hyeji hurriedly called, "Oh, Juhyan." He quickly turned his head around and explained, "It is nothing. I am just thinking for a bit." He was even reminding himself, now's not the time to be distracted. On this side, the raider guild Gyeperputs was still continuously discussing with each other very happily. Who would have thought that monsters would spawn like this? Voluntarily going to scout and hiding here was a wise decision. That is right. From the beginning, that number of people was too many just to carry one item. They did not know that Joyan on the outside had secretly targeted them. No wonder the monsters were attracted. At that moment, an arrow flew, startling the woman and making her react. The man right next to her also could not escape the tragic fate. Because he was too angry, he uncomfortably questioned loudly, "Who is AT?" The poison spread through the body, making the man tremble his hands and unable to resist. What? I clearly dodged AT. At the same time, information about the weakening bow was displayed. If the target's AP is less than or equal to 30%, stun for 1 minute. If agility is less than or equal to 30 seconds, slow for 3 minutes. If strength is less than or equal to 30 seconds, pain for 3 minutes. 101's face formed a very smug smile at what he had done. Turns out your HP and strength are both UVP 30. I was planning to let you taste those debuffs. Juayan quickly sat up and looked at the ring on his hand. I can't just lie here forever. My magic just increased by 40 points. I have to go and fight monsters right away. Realizing that time was running he immediately let the matter pass. Forget AT. Good. The man's body was being drained tragically. Then I will hit you until your AP is almost empty. The man was still continuously begging. Stop. On this side, another person was still going zipe into the cave. Scout them. Report the situation. He quickly pulled the walkie-talkie of his body and reported. Noticing that there was no signal made the man slightly surprised. We have lost contact with the gatekeeper Jeep or rep. This time they immediately became serious and said, It seems that someone attacked them. Hurry up. 8 people hurriedly ran to the outside. We have to protect the treasure at all costs. Information about the magic resistance shield appeared. Shield armor protection, plus 11 div. Increases blocking of damage 95% a rank and below. Blocks 55% rank magic damage and below. Blocks 22% rank damage and below. After going outside, the scene before their eyes startled them in surprise. Before the GP Rippy could react. This is... Hyeji had stepped in time and shouted with a weapon. Fire burst. Fireballs continuously appeared in this place, making the Gi continuously block with shields. But reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. Stats. Strength 1. Agility 1. Stamina 1. Magic 1. Juayan sighed thoughtfully. With stats like this, going into battle will still be a disaster. Her face was somewhat surprised as she asked, Look at this. Not wanting to waste time, Hyeji quickly used the lightning strike technique to strike straight towards the Gi-Ever rep. The man responsible for tanking and resisting had become very painful and screamed. Seeing this situation, the mage in the back hurriedly reached his hand to help. The tanker is eliminated. Take down the mages before the paralysis effect runs The Gyubir immediately ran towards Jahayan and attacked, which made him somewhat self-conscious. Did you think we are weak without a tanker? He quickly used his light authority technique. Even his body gradually floated into the air after he combined AT with limit break. A series of different system notifications were issued. Random buff applied. Magic plus, P plus 5. Attack plus 10. Critical damage increased. Penetration. Along with that was an attack rank plus 1. The time was only counting down 59 seconds. The mage on the other them, seeing this, laughed and mocked, still using fireball. So stupid. Before this shield, what can any rank skill do? He sat there looking at the system screen and said to himself, I need armor. But to buy armor, I need money. As soon as he finished speaking, Juayan had directly used the fireball to burn everything. Everything was beyond the mage's expectations. They were just losers who fell backward. The more he thought, the more confused and angry he felt. Wondering, what? Why is AT so strong? AT is nothing like 95% damage reduction. A smug smile spread across his lips and he reached his hand. Thank you. I will make good use of this treasure. He even decisively clenched his palm. Burst. Everything seemed to shatter into pieces in an instant. On this side, Jack sensed that something was wrong. He said uncomfortably, after finishing the job, regroup at the mountain peak. A loud explosion rang out, making him startled and confused. That explosion. AT can't be. Realizing that the situation was not good, Jack hurriedly shouted and gestured to his subordinates. Stop the entire operation. Everyone moved to the top. Quickly. On this side, the three of them, Juhyan, were still collecting items. Unable to stay still any longer, Juhyan stood up and quickly pulled his chair. The pile of valuable items that he picked up made him very happy. How can everyone have a boss item? Aeji stood on one side and sighed. 8 is all fine, but I am having a headache because the number of items to be processed is increasing. I want to avoid letting them know our location. At this time, Sangwook looked at her with very expectant eyes. Even if we use the black market, there is a limit. This attitude of his maid Hyeji seemed to have realized something. She sighed and announced, "You do not need to sell AT. You can use IT." Saying this, she continued to walk towards Juhyan and offered the item. "This is your share." Looking at the bracelet in her hand made him very surprised. This is. The system displayed information about the S rank mimic bracelet. Special accessory that does not count towards the wearable accessory limit. Mimics a wearing accessory. Copies 50% of the mimicked item's effects. Juhyan's eyes immediately widened. "I can really receive this?" She laughed and quickly winked at him. Gesturing. "AT's not that we have many items worth mimicking. AT's best to give AT to the person who already has the S rank item." Her next words made Juhyan so touched that he stood still. "He is the ace of the thim." He hurriedly bowed deeply with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you so much." She was not Kim Haiji but God Haiji now. Sangwook on one side continuously reminded the two people, "If you have finished distributing the items, we have to leave this place before the second them comes." Both of them nodded in understanding. "All right." He hurriedly opened the comments to check the Vi Oak he had uploaded, hoping his previous Vidyak had enough views to earn money. Before leaving, Juhyan suddenly noticed something. AT turned to that the man lying still on the ground had a strange Kamemezan Rao on his neck. This made him quickly pay attention. There is a mini K-Rai attached to his body. Let us break all of this to be sure. At the same time, the scene switched to this side. Siling angrily slammed the item forward. A very uncomfortable smile spread across her face as she threw her anger into her heart. "What did you just say?" "I think I misheard something." The subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "I apologize for causing you worry." His face became very scared but he still reported, "The mimic bracelet has been stolen." The more Siling thought, the more hateful she felt. "We sent combat units capable of taking down the battlefield boss, and you let them lose AT. The subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground and continued to recount. "The monster defense Gieb Rupee is still alive, but the vanguard sent to retrieve the treasure has been completely wiped. He even did not forget to recount the scene at that time. Analyzing the cameras from the survivors, AT shows that they used pheromone bombs to lure the monsters there. Even so, his face became utterly disappointed as he added, "I am not ready to reveal my identity through channel verification." Hearing this, Siling became very uncomfortable and asked, "What about the cameras of the eliminated Jeep or Rep?" The subordinate trembled and hurriedly reported, "All of them were destroyed." She was trying to force herself to remain calm. "Boss item." This time she slowly sat down on the chair below. "That is right. Of course Ada could not be retrieved." In Saling's head, there was a separate calculation. Using skills and items to disperse forces, even taking off the Kamaman Ra to prevent others from analyzing the battle, a formidable skill. It seemed that Siling had guessed who the culprit was. "You said there was an explosion. Then the culprit is definitely Psychopass. AT's definitely that bastard." She uncomfortably pressed her head down on the subordinate. "Do not make a mistake again. Analyze that guy carefully for me." The look in her eyes at this time was as if she wanted to eat him alive. "Next time. In addition to the bracelet, we have to bring back his head too." On this side, Hyeji slowly said to the two people, "I have thought carefully. I will keep the boss items for a while and not sell them yet." This made Juhyan slightly surprised. "But we can upgrade all of those armors," she seriously explained to him, "in order to avoid being tracked down. Please understand." Hyeji's face even excitedly added, "I deliberately let them know my name to avoid dragging you into trouble. But other than that, AAT's a lot of trouble." Sangwook, who was right next to her, felt a terrible headache. "Damn so that is your intention." Seeing himself penniless and unable to show his face, Juhyan was very troubled. "Is not there a better way?" She continued to hold her tablet and browse information to observe. "But A does not mean I am giving up hunting, do not worry." Remembering something, she surprisingly turned her head to look at him. "You are at level 20 now." "Right," Juhyan nodded in confirmation. explaining a bit about the appropriate levels for the battlefield from level S being 61 to 70, level A from 51 to 60, level from 41 to 50, level C from 31 to 40, level D from 21 to 30. Then Haiji smiled and said, as you know, the appropriate levels for the battlefield are divided into increments of 10. So the question is, what is the level limit of the F-level battlefield for you to receive the reward? Juayan quickly said his guess. Exactly. AE's 20. She nodded and continued to ask the question. So how many bosses have you taken down in the F-level battlefield? Juayan reached his hand forward and secretly calculated. Then said, let us see, calculated in order of level. Level D. Spider Queen. Lizard King. Level E. Mountain Serpent. Level F. Black Bear. Mud Crab. One-Eyed. Digging Mole and Canal is not counted because that is a special battlefield. So, his face had become very serious as he calculated. We are still missing once level boss. Listening to this, Haeji also slowly closed the notebook in her hand. Once you exceed the reward level, you can't go back, so let us quickly collect the boss souls. All three sat there secretly calculating. So your upgrade plan from now on is Huangju Yugam Zone Muting Mountain Rus, Huangjing Old Mine Containing Water, Huangju Natural Ecological Pecs. She quickly gestured. Let us raid bosses in areas that are not well known to avoid attracting too much attention. Thinking of something, Haeji smiled and suggested, now that AT's come to this, let us take all the E-level zones while we are at AT. The scene switched to another side. Fierce battles were continuously taking place in this place. His eyes widened as if he had realized something. The monsters could only roar painfully. This is the Sinduri Sand Dune battlefield. Giant, savage monsters appeared. A to begin with the Sand Dune giant battlefield boss. Joyan stood there and used his power to prepare to face AT. The system displayed a notification. Absorbing the soul in the Sand Dune giant battlefield, P+1. After solving AT, he happily spoke up. AT's really comfortable. Haeji surprisingly looked up at him and asked, how many minutes did AT take? He looked at the phone in his hand and smiled, announcing, exactly 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Hearing this, she happily ran Nuvu and hugged his neck. Congratulations. You have achieved your goal. Let us have a celebration party because we have collected enough E-level souls. The smile on Juhayan's face gradually became forced. Come on, no need for a party. In his head he secretly thought, this mimic bracelet is really useful. The more he thought, the happier he visibly became. Haiji probably used the mimic bracelet to copy the elemental ring, but the system displayed new notifications. Copied Hanel's cursed bracelet. Bracelet accessory. Special accessory that does not count towards the wearable accessory limit. Bracelet accessory. Copies 50% of the effects from Hanel's cursed ring. Magic power plus 16 mana, plus 166 mana regeneration speed, plus. Juhayan's face gradually became expectant. Do not tell me AT increases attributes. The system continued to display notifications. Attribute increase effect, 5 all attributes with 1 divided by 2. Item possessed, 2.5 all attributes with 1 divided by 2 item possessed. He gently kissed this bracelet, applied to each item individually. I can't believe that all my attributes have increased a total of 15 times. An article slammed into his view with the title Fika resharing. Why are healers with recovery skills like nobles? Cat. The poster suggested 3 days ago. I think everyone has to admit that healers often abuse their power. They always complain about being overworked, but in reality, recovery skills are a gold mine. Just stand at the battlefield gate and do first aid. And you can earn hundreds of thousands of one every day. Many people look down on healers, but without them, who would dare to hunt? Thanks for reading this far. Juayan was delighted and thought, that is right, emergency recovery is the Rio gold mine. Just stand at the battlefield gate and do a few first aid cases, and you can earn hundreds of thousands every day. The more he thought about the future, the more Juhayan fantasized. If I continue to get stronger like this, I might even surpass Muhammad Al. Juhayan enthusiastically ran quickly forward. There are monsters on the other side. Do not count your chickens before they hatch. At this time, he only happily thought, I wonder when a mission with a huge spee reward will appear. All of his actions were observed by O. Realizing that the opportunity had come, she slowly reached her hand forward as if giving an order. 2 system notification boxes appeared, startling and surprising him. On A2 was clearly written the requirements of the system. Main Mission 2, conquer a special level battlefield. Eliminate the invaders who have established a new hell settlement on Earth and wipe the hell disaster zone. Disaster zones infect and corrode everything around them just by existing. Conquer this special battlefield for the peace of Earth. Reward, 99,999 SP. Detailed characteristic upgrade option. Random detailed skill characteristic upgrade. Ju Haiyan, after reading these notifications, was also startled. As usual, what great timing. Feeling somewhat curious, Hyeji approached and asked, "What is AT? Did you unlock a new skill?" He smiled and happily explained. "Almost like that, I received a mission that helps increase stats if completed." This surprised her. A mission. Truly X. AT has everything. A very sly smile spread across his lips. The SIP reward is almost 1 million. AT's definitely different from the main mission. He continuously swiped the phone screen to view the news. Where did that E-level special battlefield appear? His fingers continuously swiped on the phone screen. Ada flew away 3 hours ago. And the weather there is... Realizing something, Ju Haiyan's face became blank. This is... Before his eyes was a price list for emergency treatment. Reattaching severed limbs, 500,000. Fixing broken bones, 200,000. Removing adverse status effects, E rank and below, 700,000. Ju Haiyan's face completely changed, -40 degrees Celsius. At this time, Hyeji surprisingly and hurriedly glanced at him. "We have to quickly clean up the special battlefield." The more she thought, the more speechless she felt. "Do you realize that you just finished clearing all the E-level battlefield bosses?" Ju Haiyan sighed and scratched his head in response. "I know. That mission was really UV, the top." She seriously stepped closer and did not forget to remind, "You have gotten a lot stronger now. But you still do not have enough experience leading a raid them." Ada seemed that Hyeji had researched very clearly about these issues, and when that special battlefield is located overseas, Ada won't be easy to access without a recognized identity. Her face then became thoughtful and decided. Only a few individuals are allowed to enter, not even entire groups. Unknowingly, she thought of Hai Sung's uncomfortable face. Before Ju Haiyan's bewilderment, she sighed and decided, "Let us put that aside for now." Hyeji's face was cheerful again as if nothing had happened. Anyway, AT's time to step into stage 2 of the power-up process. Ju Haiyan, hearing this, was curious. Stage 2. Her eyes were very certain as she continued to say what she was thinking. Instead of combining all kinds of skills, you usually just buff up the damage dealer who eliminates opponents with Fireball. Ju Haiyan was also startled. Thinking, how does she know that? A smug smile spread across his lips as he said to himself, "Just 1 client a day is enough to live on." She continued to ask, "Why not try increasing the number of S rank or higher skills that you can copy?" Ju Haiyan had thought of these things beforehand and warily announced, "High-level players usually guard their skills carefully. I do not have the time to browse UserTube." These words made her very contemptuous. Other than people who like to attract attention like Muhammad Al, most of them like to keep it tied to themselves. Ju Haiyan, hearing this, was also speechless. That is really evil. Thinking of this, Hyeji unknowingly recalled his previous scene. Ju Haiyan, do not tell me you have never heard of a buff seller. He shook his head with innocence. Buff seller. She nodded in confirmation, not forgetting to add, like how there used to be people selling healing services. Now there are also people making money by selling buffs. Thinking of this, she felt a headache inside. The problem is that I have never heard of anyone selling buffs that reach S rank or higher. Ju Haiyan became very thoughtful and pondered. Buff. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared in his head. Just call me if you need anything. Thinking of this, he suddenly woke up, catching both people's attention. While both people were still not understanding what was going on, Ju Haiyan continued to bring his phone forward. I know someone who can help. On this side, Igyu smiled and announced, Sir, the hero has accepted the second main mission. The god above. Hearing this, nodded and slowly spoke. His memory will soon return. AT's a step closer to saving Earth. Without thinking much, Ju Haiyan went to the D-rank swamp area in Sil Grand P. He was eagerly anticipating his next wealthy life. The good spots are all taken. This is the best spot I could find. She silently listened to the words that the god said. But your eyes are good at looking elsewhere, are not they? Igyu's voice was somewhat choked up as if she was moved. I want to see that hero one more time, the one who once saved my world. The god. Hearing this, laughed. You are still watching him, are not you? Her voice was still somewhat sad. But a person is only complete when they have their memories. The more she spoke, the sadder Igyu became and continuously asked, now that that hero no longer holds memories of himself in the past, will he still be the person I once knew? After a period of silence, the god finally slowly spoke up. My true form is still focused on maintaining the balance between dimensions. including Equat. Taquat. The one talking to you right now is just a clone. The question that the god raised, so who am I? Or am I no longer me? Aigu hurriedly explained, but you are still a god in my eyes. The god. Hearing this, nodded and said, then that person is still a hero. Hearing this, she slowly lowered her head and looked down. Will that hero make the same choices as before? The god sighed and replied, that cannot be forced. She was still quietly listening to the words that the god was saying. Everything must be due to his will and choice. That is the oath I made with the world that I created. The image of Joyan along with Sangwook and Hyeji appeared through the reflecting orb. He is the hero you have always longed for. Go meet him. Whether you help him or not, that choice is entirely up to you. Joyan's eyes gradually became decisive as he called someone. After hearing the words of the supreme god, Aigu silently pondered for a moment. His face became full of anticipation as he took his phone. Next time, I should bring something to kill time. She slowly stepped forward. The god's voice rang, oh, everything is your decision. Finally, she had returned to her form as Hyoju. Her voice completely changed. Hello. Juhyan, long time no see. On this side, Juhyan and his teammates were waiting there. The more Hyeji thought, the more confused she felt and asked, you came all the way to Seal PC without being charged a travel fee. Normally you have to pay a fee of 800, which is already suspicious. A smug smile spread across his face and he declared, I am loved that much. Sangwook, hearing this, coldly spoke up, that is really suspicious. He did not know what else to say to him. Hey, you. At this moment, Hyoju appeared and hooked her arm with his Oppa. Seeing Jahayan's familiar face had made her very happy. You made me wait too long before coming out to greet me. Seeing the closeness of the two people made Hyeji on one side very uncomfortable. On this side, Juhayan was still awkwardly scratching his head in response. I am really busy. You know, she winked at him and gestured. I was starting to forget your face. While Jayan was still playing, drops of blood quickly fell to the ground. Ayeji hurriedly stepped in and interrupted the conversation. Hello, I have heard a lot about you from Jahayan. You are an SS rank buffer, right? Although she was smiling on the outside, in her heart Hyoju had become very uncomfortable. So you are Mir. Juhayan's friend. Hyeji also did not want to lose and quickly retorted. Maybe even more special than that. Juhayan, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly stood up to explain. Just think of her as my manager for now. She hurriedly reached O and slapped him. Sangwook also stepped forward and quickly went straight to the main topic. As I said, I need a strength-enhancing buff. Hyoju. Hearing this, laughed in surprise. What kind exactly? What is the price range? He immediately pushed Juhayan forward. Please discuss that with our sponsor. Looking at the faces of both people made him not know what to say. Damn I should have calculated this more carefully. He hesitantly said. Well, time passed slowly. Juhayan continued to say nonsense. AT has to be SS rank, have a strong and immediate effect. Like using AT once and having a series of effects come with IT, like a promotional KMB in a supermarket. You understand. A light breeze blew. Juhayan's voice also gradually became smaller. Something. Just anything really great is fine. The warrior man quickly led his teammates and ran out of the area as fast as he could. After understanding his intentions, Hyoju slowly reached her hand forward. Then, she quickly showed her abilities to all three people. Why not try this? That is the S-rank heavenly melody. The blessing that angels once sang to preserve the sky. Grants powerful divine effects. All attributes plus magic power plus 10%. Additional damage plus magic power plus 5%. Magic power is greater than or equal to 100. Defense plus 1 stage. Magic power is greater than or equal to 100. Attack plus 1 stage. The unique S level buff characteristic extends the effect duration by 200%. Effect increases by 50% if magic power is greater than or equal to 150. Magic power requirement 90. Mana consumption 1500. Juhayan had also sensed the change before Hyoju's abilities. If his flow, blessing for age-old people, increases the effect of all skills by 20%, doubles the duration of the buff, reduces mana consumption for all skills by 10%. After showing her abilities, Hyoju's face became very smug. Returning to the time before, she had become very bewildered. There are other buffs that are better for defense. Juhayan stood there, listening to what she said. I am sure this kind is suitable. He formed a very smug smile and replied, overwhelming attack is always the best defense. Returning to reality, a bright smile spread across Jayan's face. Thank you. This is too perfect. The news reported on the user library. I officially withdraw my support for Psycho Pass starting today. Different comments continuously appeared. This guy is going crazy again. Do you remember the Enjoy Guild that was recently wiped? Oh, those were the guys trying to take UV, the battlefield. Huh. I remember. Psycho Pass crushed them to punish the guilds that were monopolizing this Quen 10. That makes sense. The battlefields are now devastated. Before they were locked tight. Is not AT that he just accidentally wandered into a sparsely populated area? Do you think someone on Psycho Pass's level would just accidentally? The Vyanko was even recorded and uploaded along with the title. He is cleaning up and taking UV the battlefields. Then domesticating them. Look, here's the scene of him wiping out an entire guild in Banjimasen a few days ago. Comments continuously appeared. Honestly, Ada looks like he is just happily destroying things. Psycho Pass. I once trusted you. Psycho Pass. He is truly a brilliant soul. At this point, just let him into the National Assembly. Seeing that he was about to have a customer, his face became very pleased. Good. Looking at AT positively. AT's at least not dangerous if you do not go into the battlefield. Sephoturai was gradually being told. Faced with that situation, the state has put forward a special solution. Juayan thoughtfully looked at the system screen and sighed. Let us just wait for the battlefield boss to appear. Hyaji sat on one side and quickly voiced her thoughts. In special battlefield zones, even ordinary monsters will invade after a certain period. You guys think that just waiting will make the boss appear for sure? Sangwook also sat on one side and secretly observed his current shield. The continuous failure to break through the battlefield zone still sounds reasonable. He slammed his fist down on the ground below. Anyway, his face became very certain as he declared, I also object to raiding a special battlefield zone without adequate preparation. No matter how important the mission is, you only have one life. Juhyan, hearing this, was very disappointed. Then when should I complete this mission? At that moment, the system continuously displayed notifications. Blood Frenzies has been copied. Blood Frenzies has been copied. Hyaji seriously turned her head and explained to him, if you only knew how to prioritize safety, you would not have become a player in the first place. Looking at his actions made her very curious. Juhyan, what are you doing? He calmly explained. I am trying to roll for that copy skill just now, but AT has not been upgraded yet. The system continuously issued notifications. Blood Frenzies has been copied. Enraptured by the blood of the monsters that have been defeated, temporarily absorbs their characteristics. The effect disappears 5 minutes after the end of the battle. If you possess a combat characteristic of rank or higher, absorbing the blood of 10 monsters will add a characteristic. If strength is from 50 or higher, when activating Blood Frenzy, magic power increases by 10% of strength. If stamina is from 50 or higher, when activating Blood Frenzy, then agility increases by 10% of stamina. Remaining copy count, none. Looking at the notification this time completely changed Juayan's mood. Damn this garbage game. After seeing the man standing in front of him, Juhyan, still happy, said, there is no way anything could happen outside the battlefield. Suddenly, the next notifications caught his attention. Blood Frenzies has been upgraded. Blood Frenzy X has been copied. On this side, Sangwook was still continuously offering suggestions. If we are really planning to participate, then at least the key people need to increase their stats. At that moment, Juayan burst out laughing with delight and declared, Blood Frenzy X dropped. Now I do not have to look at Hai Sung's face anymore. These words made both people freeze in an instant. I think someone said something similar before. Hyaji quickly pulled out her phone to assess the situation. Forget AT. Anyway, we are foreigners. We can't enter the domestic battlefields. Her face became very happy after hearing the phone call, making both people curious. Hyaji burst out laughing and smugly smiled. Really? Of course. Yes. I will text Julian. After hanging up the phone, her attitude became very scary. Hai Sung from the Korean Guild just called urgently. An unexpected joy that she could not believe. The E-level special battlefield, the Hell Disaster Zone, has opened its doors to foreigners. Raid prioritizing mages as recruiting members. This information startled both people in surprise. The more Juhyan thought, the more confused he felt and wondered. Ada says prioritize mages, but they called me, a support healer. With no other choice, he reached O and raised the system screen. Notification. Blood Frenzy X has been stored in the skill inventory, because he had secretly calculated. Now I am also being called. The man's blood-covered face became extremely frightened. At the same time, the scene switched to another movie theater, where all the crowded players were sitting. Juhyan, looking around this place, also had to praise. They booked the entire large theater. Hyaji on one side laughed and nodded. This time ATs because the members are all elites. There is no need to check abilities, so there is no meeting beforehand. Hearing this made him very confused and surprised as he turned his head and asked, "But you did not have any meetings before, so how did they call you?" She. Hearing this, angrily scolded, "You think rank players are common." While the two people were still arguing, a familiar voice rang. "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet everyone." Haesung stood there and slowly announced, "I am Haesung, the raid leader of this hell disaster zone." Everyone silently focused on listening to what he was saying. "The raid will depart in 10 days. We will depart as soon as we finish preparing the supplies." His face had become very certain as he declared, "Everyone is a top raid member carefully selected from the heavenly faction. Please trust my decision and show your best skills." This time, everyone in the audience immediately applauded with enthusiasm. "I will conquer the hell disaster with you." Suddenly, Haesung's face became very uncomfortable, before sharing detailed information about the battlefield zone. Just looking at this scene made Juhyan's heart seem to stop beating. "Wait, what?" He stared at Juhyan, making him feel somewhat suffocated. But fortunately, he suddenly spoke up, "Let us give a brief introduction of ourselves." These words startled him. Before everyone's gaze, Haesung stood upright and declared, "I will start first. I am a level 39 close combat damage dealer. I possess the SES rank unique characteristic, Critical Strike." The other people also slowly raised their hands to introduce themselves. "I am Kim Miringsu, a level 3 buffer." This scene made Juhyan wonder, "What the hell? This is a newly opened class. Why are they making us introduce ourselves?" Noticing Haesung's gaze made him also shudder. Is it just me or does his gaze keep sticking to me? The man in front was still continuously saying very cheesy words. "I am a fan of them carrying Mang of Haesung in the canal battle. I really want to cooperate with the best raid captain once." Juhyan, seeing this, also had to think in surprise. The person in front is confessing to him. "Please pay attention a little." Sangwook also stood up and loudly announced, "I am Kim Sangwook, an S-rank tanker. I rank." Juhyan did not know what else to say in this situation. And no matter how you look at this introduction session, in the blink of an eye, it was Haiji's turn. She slowly stood up and placed her hand on her chest. "I am Lee Haiji, and S-rank fire mage. The unique characteristic is Apocalypse Flame." It was Juhyan's turn. He felt the eyes of these people as if they wanted to eat him alive. "I just feel like everyone is targeting me." A very confident smile spread across his lips, seemingly not afraid at all. "Then, I will try not to disappoint everyone." He kept staring at him with a strange gaze as if wanting to say something. Before the judgmental gazes, Juhyan slowly stood up and summoned a fireball in his hand. "Hello, I am Yu Juhyan. Some of you may know me by the alias Psycho Pass." His voice continuously rang. "Oh, an S-rank mage. It's a pleasure to meet you." The corners of Haesung's mouth formed a very uncomfortable smile. As time passed, Haiji stood there and chatted. "Want to go eat something?" Juhyan warily replied. "You are just going to order what you like anyway." This made her laugh in surprise. "You are quick." While he was preparing to leave, Haesung stepped forward, making Juhyan somewhat startled. He finally came. His face became very uncomfortable and he went straight to the point. "The person who stole the boss item, the masked person on the Heavenly Island that day, was you, right?" Haeji on the side was still planning to say something more. "That is." Juhyan also was not afraid and quickly stood there to declare, "I am a mage, the one who contributed the most at that time. But I am not with their side, and I did not steal any items." He did not forget to recount everything that happened that night. "I saw a suspicious person holding Canal, but I could not stop that raid, so I participated to take my share." The more he recounted, the more wronged Juhyan's face became. "But they thought I was a member of the same them." Saying this, he sighed sadly and said, "But honestly, calling AT stealing, I think the person with the highest contribution deserves to receive the reward." Perhaps because AT was his first day on the job, Juhyan's brain was still loading a bit slowly. Seeing that Haesung was still so uncomfortable, Juhyan loudly declared, "If that makes you uncomfortable, I will withdraw from this raid." Because in his head at this time he had his own thoughts. "Anyway, I think I should make AT clear. If I am not okay, then I will find another way." After a period of silence, Haesung finally slowly spoke up. "In the battle with Canal, my them lost 2 people. I need to be sure that you are not related to them." Saying this, he uncomfortably passed by. "If not, then I have no opinion on you participating." Juhyan uncomfortably thought in the back. "It seems that Haesung still does not completely believe me." Which is understandable. Haeji stepped forward from the back and continuously praised, Yuju Hyan. You were so cool just now. Sangwook on one side also sighed. Everything went smoother than I thought. She, hearing this, surprisingly added, Did not you want me to stay away from this? Are not you disappointed that Hai Sung did not prohibit us? His face became very serious as he recounted. Actually, I thought Hai Sung would pee Jahayan right away. But AT's better this way. Realizing that time was running out, Juhayan turned to leave. Alright, let us go. Hayeji, hearing this, was curious. Juhayan, what is wrong? His face was somewhat thoughtful, not knowing where to explain from. I am just thinking about whether I should hide my identity like this. He silently looked at everyone around this place. About me being psychopaths. I thought everyone would be so shocked if they knew, but the reaction is strangely normal. Seeing that he was still standing there blankly, the man unhappily reminded him, Prepare your skills. He continuously viewed the latest posts. Assessment of the orientation session using God has descended. A comment appeared. Oh my god, I am going crazy. Psychopaths appeared in the Hell Disaster raid. He looked at Hai Sung with winking eyes. My heart was beating so hard that AT wanted to burst. Oh. Different comments continuously appeared. No evidence. Nonsense. Goodbye. AT is not a tabloid. AT is a clone account. The credibility is terribly low. Right, I saw him too. Juhayan on one side could only helplessly think. AT feels like I am attracting attention myself. AT's best not to say anything. God. I am so embarrassed I want to hide. Inside the large room, Siling uncomfortably sat there quietly. She angrily threw the files on the table. Now he is openly showing off. The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt and laughed. Very good, the raiders are also participating this time. Saying this, Siling immediately gave the order to her subordinates. Turn that psychopath into a wronged ghost in the white snow. The Fae also showed information about the other girls. Investigate carefully every change in the raid teams of the other groups. Siling's voice rang accompanied by some scary sounds. We need to clear as many obstacles as possible. In the blink of an eye, the scene switched to a village covered in snow. The more he thought about AT, the more angry he became and thought, Look at him, I know he is in a hurry, but AT's a bit too much. Who talks down to someone they just met? Juhayan, wearing thick parkas, appeared in this place. The cold scene before his eyes made him startled and pay attention. After an hours of flying, plus an hours of bus rides, my first impression of this foreign raid is, he helplessly stood there quietly. AT's freezing to death. Juhayan slowly asked, Can I use a few warming fireballs? Hayeji, hearing this, laughed in surprise. You are joking. He helplessly lowered his head. I am not joking. At the same time, a man slowly walked towards Jayan and began to recount. This place was not this cold originally. AT seemed that there was a reason why this place had become like this. Because this area is being affected by a special battlefield zone, this abnormal climate has appeared. Moreover, as the climate pollution spreads, more and more ghost towns like this are appearing. Saying this, the elder quickly bowed before Jahayan. You are our last hope, please eliminate that disaster zone. He was still planning to say something more, that matter then, when suddenly a girl's voice rang, do not worry. Sua slowly stepped into this place and said, We are here to answer the call of the Lord to bring salvation. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she comforted, Please believe us. To introduce a bit about this strange Jia of people, the Jinli cult, a guild created by players who possess holy attributes. Initially, AT was just a small sect for believers to gather, using rudimentary and cheap skills. In his head, he imagined his transaction with a normal customer. Give me that red pack of cigarettes. What is that? Perhaps that is why Joanne was so dissatisfied. Does he think I am just a convenience store clerk? But then this place had a major change, but quickly became powerful thanks to a single player. Juhayan blankly looked at the girl under this angelic and saintly appearance. That person was none other than that miraculous support healer. She is said to have rank or higher. Appeared suddenly, the holy maiden Msua. Looking at the woman in front of her made Haiji also surprisingly say, That is the holy maiden of the Jinli sect that people often talk about. Juhayan's eyes suddenly lit up visibly. Now I remember. He surprisingly looked towards Suha and was still planning to say something more. That sect. In the crucial moment, Hayeji had managed to stop him in time. Seeing that the situation seemed difficult, a believer stepped forward and smiled, bowing and saying, A doomed lamb who has never witnessed the miracle. The Lord loves even those like you. Unable to bear AT anymore, Suha uncomfortably turned around in front of everyone. The believer in the back also smiled and said goodbye. We need to rest to purify the battlefield, so we will go in first. A cold wind blew. Everyone stood there quietly. The surrounding noises rang. Oh, is everyone down? I am calling roll here. His attitude became extremely unpleasant. It's true that my skill is just a copy, but it's a C-rank healing skill with premium options. Okay. I really should say something. At this time, Hyaji uncomfortably turned her head and continuously hit Juayan. That mouth. That mouth. He could only helplessly explain. But that is the truth. While the two people were still arguing, Jimin slowly stepped forward and laughed. That is why you are okay. He gently pulled down his mask and continued to say, the Jinli sect luring people and stealing all sorts of things is quite famous. I do not understand why the Holy Maiden is in a place like that. Haesung uncomfortably stepped forward and asked, and who are you? He reached his hand to introduce himself. We have not met. I am the raid leader from the Raider Guild. Join by them later. He coldly refused. I am Lee Haesung, the raid leader of the Daehan Guild. He heard this and laughed somewhat mockingly. I heard there was an unfortunate accident in the Canal battle recently. We want to avoid unnecessary conflicts until the boss battle. It's best if each side follows its own strategy. Jimin's eyes became very judgmental as he glanced forward. It seemed that he had noticed Jian standing on one side. As long as it does not harm each other. Saying this, Jimin slowly turned and walked in a different direction. The masked people did not forget to glance at Jian as if secretly giving a warning. Unable to endure 80 anymore, Juhayan suddenly spoke. Hey, listen here, the man interrupted. 20 million up front. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Juhayan laughed in surprise. I knew the Raider Guild would participate. But it seems like they will be very troublesome. Hyeji also sighed and said, this is a public area. They would not dare to do anything too extreme. But we still have to be careful. Definitely do not go anywhere alone. Haesung turned his head and reminded everyone once again. There are 3 groups targeting this battlefield zone, so we need to quickly find and eliminate the boss. Now let us set up camp and start the meeting quickly. Before their eyes, the raid departure day had arrived. Haesung's voice rang. Oh, check all equipment for the last time before entering. Everyone nodded in understanding. Yes. Understood. His face had become very serious as he walked forward. If everyone is ready. He was the first person to step inside the space of this place. Then let us go. After moving to another location, Juhayan's face became dazed. What is this place? The lifeless scene before his eyes made him startled and surprised. So this is the Hell Disaster Zone. A group of strange people in the front made Juhayan and Haiji surprisingly discuss. What is AT? Were there players who entered before? Impossible. Their black feet made everyone quickly pay attention. Unless they entered at the same time. Otherwise the starting position in the battlefield is randomly assigned. At this moment, a knight appeared before everyone's eyes, startling everyone and making them react. AT's an undead. This number made him freeze in place for a moment. 20 million won. The player's arrows continuously shot straight towards this dead erupt of people. The Bone Knights, hit by the continuous arrows, painfully fell backward. The scene had become very chaotic, and continuous discussions rang out. The bodies of these bastards are as weak as paper, but they put all their stats into attack power. Wait. Sangwook gritted his teeth and used his shield to block their attacks. There had been fierce battles during this battle. These bastards won't die. The head, smash their heads. Crazy. They are coming from that direction. After a period of continuous fighting, everyone warily sat around the fire. Damn I almost died. I missed the Heavenly Island so much. Hyaji helplessly sat quietly on the ground and continuously complained. I am exhausted. Luckily I brought a lot of mana potions. Her eyes became very judgmental as she slowly glanced forward. Anyway, Haesung stood before everyone, maintaining his serious attitude. Everyone, take roll again. She still had to seriously comment. Lee Haesung is a given. His skill tends to deal area damage. This time, Hyaji looked up at Juhayan's proud face. Juhayan, you are glowing now. He happily laughed in response. Of course, I am also benefiting from blood frenzy. His attitude completely changed. He hurriedly became humble to the two people. This way, please. The system's information was displayed. Blood frenzy. X, immersed in the blood of the defeated monster, temporarily absorbs a large amount of their stats. The effect lasts for the duration of the skill's activation. If you possess a unique characteristic of level 1 or higher, the skill effect increases by 2% with every 20 monsters whose blood is absorbed. All stats increase by 20% when Blood Frenzy is activated. Every 50 monsters, you can use Blood Cover X. Joyan did not forget to tell the two people, I have tasted the happiness of X before, but at that time AT was ruined by those raider bastards, so I could not enjoy AT. A fantastic scene of Hyoju suddenly appeared through his seat to Rai, with passive skills like alteration resistance. Light Authority. If I combine AT with the newly received skills like Heavenly Blessing and Buff Blessing, because the mage received from the Heavenly Melody is 150, so for every 150 magic points, I will get a stage into attack power. The corners of his mouth formed a very confident smile. And that is not all. I once ignored AT because I thought AT could not be activated, but Light Authority has a very amazing effect. The information was displayed on the notification bar. When magic power reaches 150 or higher, only buffs from level or higher can be applied. He helplessly thought. That means all the buffs of Light Authority are applied at level or higher. After listening to the words Juhyan had just said, Sangwook on the side seriously reminded, do not be too confident and bring disaster upon yourself like last time. Juhyan, however, was very confident with his decision. Do not be so nervous. Of course, in case I need a tea, I've also copied teleportation. That thing was very useful before. He was still planning to say something more. As everyone has seen, this time to deal with the undead, instead of using fireball, when Hai Sung interrupted. Please pay attention everyone. His face had become very serious as he announced. As you have experienced, this battlefield zone has almost no safe zones. Most monsters move in groups, so just one battle will cause heavy consumption of weapons and items. His warning words continuously rang out, making Jian also feel sleepy. Our goal is to eliminate the battlefield boss, not to grind experience points, so we need to minimize the waste of resources. Hai Sung's eyes were full of murderous intent as he declared. Therefore, we will form a scout them to find the battlefield boss. All three of Juhyan sat there, listening with excited faces. Is anyone volunteering? While Jian was preparing to heal, the smell of blood suddenly rushed up. Time turned back to 2 days ago. Sangwook stepped inside the house, continuously complaining. It's so warm. I thought I was about to die on the way here. Hyeji quickly sat down on the chair and waved her hand, gesturing to the two people. Come on. Now's not the time to rest. We need to discuss your skill settings. She quickly glanced at Jian and suggested. I have been thinking about your strengths. You know, let me say Ada first. Just thinking about Jian's abilities made Hyeji thoughtfully say. Normally, players will be very concerned about the characteristics of the battlefield zone they are hunting in. At low levels, they may simply choose a place with good experience. But as the level increases and they move to higher level battlefield zones, at the same time, Juayan was still secretly listening to the things that she was saying. At that time, choosing a battlefield zone that is compatible with your skill set will become a matter of survival. Hyeji's face then became serious. Because the higher you go in the battlefield zone, the more distinct the monsters become. He unconsciously recalled the monsters through her Seth to Rai. You remember the heavenly island of Canal, where all the monsters fly. Hearing this, Juayan thoughtfully nodded. People who only know how to fight in close combat will be helpless. This made Hyeji very certain and announced. That can be a disadvantage for those who do not have suitable skills. But for some others, it is an advantage. Speaking in professional terms, even if your level is a little lower. Juayan sat and listened, feeling somewhat worried. But if the skills are suitable, you can still become a super strong nemesis. Sangwook also slowly spoke up. In that case, the fresh, bloody smell made him scared and cover his nose. He turned his head and looked at his serious face. Yujian's special ability is skill swapping, so he can always bring the optimal skill set for any battlefield zone. This made both people look at him with very envious eyes. AT's really too up. Juhyan laughed smugly. You are praising me too much. Remembering the main topic, Hyeji continued to recount. The Hell Disaster Zone is a place where undead-type monsters mainly appear. Of course, fire-type skills still work, but they are not skills that restrain them. Juhyan, hearing this, praised. AT's really a fantasy world, Sangwook confusedly asked, when is not IT? At this time, Juhyan also slowly picked up his phone to examine AT, if the fantasy world follows the normal formula. He quickly held his phone up in front of both people. Then I have found a skill. That was the Judgment Spear skill. At the same time, the information that the system analyzed appeared. Judgment Spear, a holy spear enhanced with divine power, deals an additional 100% damage to targets that meet the conditions. Mana consumption reduced by 50% if divinity is from 50 or higher. When divinity is from 100 or higher, applies a finishing effect to targets that meet the conditions. Finishes immediately if AP is below 10%. When divinity is from 150 or higher, restores 5% mana from targets that meet the conditions. Divinity requirement 44, Mana consumption 150. On this side, the bald monsters were continuously rushing quickly forward. Facing them were meteorites rushing with high speed. Juayan raised his hand high with a very domineering posture and declared, "I am here." The scene had become very chaotic as the flames completely burned away everything around this place. The woman's arm was completely severed. The man carefully held the arm and approached her body. Seeing the battle unfold in the blink of an eye made Sangwook and Hyeji also shudder. This time, she surprisingly looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Really? What is your mini stat?" Juayan gently waved his hand and explained. "Everyone said not to tell your parents your mana stat." She, hearing this, still did not give up and went to his side to scold. "You are saying that between us." Even though she had said that, Juayan became very decisive. "When I saw that this skill required divinity, I did not know what to do." He secretly realized Sangwook's eyes looking towards him, but thanks to the unique characteristic, AD automatically turned into mana. AT's really too broken. After a period of silence, Sangwook offered a suggestion. "We have been scouting for 2 hours already. AT will be difficult to return if we go any further." All three continued to look into the distance and realized, "I do not see any more monsters. We should probably go back." The scene in front made Juayan unexpectedly pay attention. Looking at that scale, AT's probably another attacking Githareep. Right. His eyes became very expectant. "Maybe AT's Jinrikyo." Hyeji in the back inquired, "Are you looking for a suitable skill to copy?" He turned and explained to her with a very innocent face. "Judgment Spear is not bad, but I still like something more magnificent and cool." After seizing the opportunity, he quickly placed the arm on the ground. After looking more closely at the people in front, all three surprisingly discussed together, "What the hell? That is the Raider Guild." Right. Hyeji, hiding on one side to observe, also had to be surprised. They are a bit annoying, but they are not bad at fighting. In the middle of the fierce battle, shouts continuously rang out. "Wait, the course of the battle is tilting towards us." This time, the monsters continuously attacked the Raider Guild Gieparib. "Damn a, blockati, blockati." The shouts that rang made Juhayan also surprisingly remark, "Unlike us, AT seems that there are quite a few casualties this time." Sangwook on one side, however, seemed very calm, but the Raider Guild will still win. All three again continued to stare at the fierce battle in front. The two sides could be said to be evenly matched. Neither willing to give in, Sangwook's voice rang, "Oh, the clearing of the battlefield usually unfolds like this." He turned his head and said to the two people, "Even though AT's also a monster wave, the reason our battle is smoother." Thoughts appeared in his head, making him feel even more confused. "Is AT because of you, Joyan?" However, Sangwook again continued to turn his head and look in other directions. Thinking, of course, a strategy that relies on a single person will be very risky. Seeing that Joyan was still standing there without moving, the man unhappily reminded him, "Hurry up." At this moment, Hyeji hurriedly spoke up to remind Juhayan, "Look closely." The fierce battle before their eyes had caused countless casualties as the monsters attacked. "That is our attack them when you are not there." But she still coldly turned and left, not forgetting to remind, "There is nothing left to see. Let us go." Suddenly, a hand from the loser's line collapsed on the ground. But then the hand suddenly moved strangely, making Juhayan also realize that something was wrong. "Hey, wait, something's very strange." Continuous red warnings from the system were displayed. Disease slave. When killed by a target possessing the Disease Legion skill, will resurrect as a disease slave. After resurrection, will transform into an undead species. If not eliminated in the Hell Disaster Zone, will recover 100% after 600 seconds. Completely immune to pain. A P-90%. Strength 90% increases according to the amount of AP lost. Evolves when eliminating a certain number of targets. On this side, the battle immediately switched to a completely different state. Seeing the scene before their eyes made all three freeze in disbelief. "What the heck is that?" After recounting everything, Hai Sung's face gradually became ugly. "You mean players who die will resurrect as monsters?" Joyan hurriedly nodded in a very certain way. "Yes, even monsters that die will resurrect after a period of time." Seeing the urgent situation, he did not know what to do next. "I have only seen this in movies. I have never done AT in real life." Hearing the words he just said, Hai Sung again continued to inquire. "What about the Raider Guild?" Joan pondered and slowly said in response, "Heavy losses. But after dealing with the corpses to prevent resurrection, we have confirmed that they have withdrawn from the area." His face then became thoughtful and pondered. So that means we have to burn or smash their heads when we kill them. He nodded certainly. That is right. While the Giep was still discussing together about how to deal with it, in the distance a Giep of people slowly stepped forward. Hai-sung continued to turn his head and look in one direction. What about the other scout groups? They hurriedly reported what they knew. There are only mountains in the north. There is a lava area. But with the current equipment, we can't withstand AT. After a period of silence, Hai-sung quickly spoke up. For now, let us continue to scout for a few more days. Time had passed to 3 days later. Hai-sung uncomfortably sat quietly in that place. In his head at this time, there were many different thoughts. The scouting range is expanding too much. If we delay any longer, AT will be very troublesome. AT's time for something to appear. At that moment, the man slowly ran inside. Found AT. He happily slowly offered the evacuation that he had recorded. This evacuation was taken from a distance, so the details are not clear. But Hai-sung quickly stared at the inside of the evacuation. This is definitely not a normal monster. In the back, witnessing the entire scene, Juayan surprisingly praised. His hands became strangely shaky. Will my skills really work? Looking at that mysterious creature made him even more curious. This is AT, the boss of the battlefield. In his head, he had secretly thought, among all this rank unique characteristics, the skill that brings the highest firepower is blood frenzy. But AT can't be completely perfect. AT also comes with a fatal weakness. When Hai-sung charged forward to attack, Juayan in the back had secretly assisted. I have prepared everything to finish the target. Both people secretly cooperated with each other. In order to accumulate stacks, the possessor of the person with the skill must personally deliver the finishing blow to the monster to accumulate stacks. Time had turned back to 5 hours before that. Hai-sung stood before everyone and announced, "We have analyzed the monster suspected to be the boss through the footage from the Manhwa attached to his body. It seemed that all the undead were always following behind this boss. It seems that many monsters are obeying the orders of that thing." Hai-sung had also gradually guessed everything. Based on the armor AT is wearing, AT can be speculated that AT has very high defense stats. At this moment, Haiji slowly reached her hand forward and offered a suggestion. Why do not we let all the ranged apiece concentrate their firepower to smash AT to wear down its HP and defense? Sangwook, hearing this opinion, immediately reacted. I object. We do not have enough tankers to hold back the monsters if we concentrate all the firepower on the boss. Juayan slowly reached forward with determination. I have to do AT. Finally, he used the C-rank light restoration skill. At the same time, the other people continuously discussed this as issue. Should not we hurry before another raid them comes to take AT? Safety is still the top priority. If we die, we might even turn into monsters. After a period of silent thought, Hai-sung decisively spoke up. I will deal with the boss. I will hunt the common monsters to accumulate stacks for about 5 hours. AAT seemed that he was very certain of the plan he had just said. After that, we will take turns resting while maintaining stacks. Then immediately start raiding the boss outside the battlefield zone. Returning to reality, Hai-sung continuously used his skills to deal with the monsters. From the beginning until now, I have always fought alone on the front lines. His figure had become strangely lonely. AT's probably the only survival strategy that suits my unique characteristic. Realizing that something was wrong, Hai-sung was startled and turned his head around. Juayan in the back was still continuously gesturing to him. This made him stunned. This is the first time I have trusted and entrusted my back to someone else. The corners of his mouth formed a smile as if he felt that this matter was very interesting. Not bad. Hai-sung's cloak fluttered in the wind. Juayan formed a smug smile on his face and declared, AT feels really great, the stack is increasing like a shot. In his head at this time, he had secretly calculated, the Judgment Spear has a unique characteristic. Armor penetration. So AT will penetrate the armor and hit A very surely. I will definitely be the MVP in this boss battle, and loot the boss. White light appeared in this place. He was trying his best to heal the strange woman. He secretly looked at the corpses lying still on the ground. Anyway, no one can see the skill effect. This made him become very certain and reached his hand forward. But I still have to be careful. I can't reveal too clearly that I am using blood frenzy. He continuously looked at Hai-sung's back. Li Hai-sung, leave the monsters that are nearby with half of him. Juayan hurriedly shouted and gestured. Captain, there are 3 UV cave there. Please finish them. Because he knew that he needed to slowly accumulate stacks. Hai-sung smiled and praised. Very good. You look very good. His attitude completely changed, making Juayan freeze for a moment. Why is he praising me for no reason? The more he thought, the more confused he felt. But how should I say AT? That look is so cheesy. Or should I just not help at all now? A group of people again continued to walk on a small road. Discussions continuously rang up. The terrain here is like an ideal fishing spot. They had just passed through this place and looked at the scene below. Based on the scouting data, the boss is estimated to be hiding in the mountain crevice. Haesung looked around this place with a very suspicious look. The time-limited mission that we are worried about. ATZV. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Raid Captain. He slowly reached his hand forward and announced to everyone, "We will proceed according to the strategy that has been decided beforehand. Please take care of the surrounding monsters during that time. We will slowly provoke the weaker ones to re-establish their aggro." Time passed, and Jian warily lay down on his bed. Haesung's eyes became very decisive as he pointed forward. The boss. They will be pulled here and then eliminated. And so another massacre would continue to appear. The scene before his eyes made Jian also shudder in surprise. AT has appeared now. Sensing that something was wrong, the three of them, Juhaian, immediately froze for a moment. A change seemed to have appeared in this place. The Gibi rep hurriedly went into a state of readiness to act. Haesung hurriedly shouted and announced to everyone, "ADs, everyone prepare." A smile of excitement immediately spread across the faces of the GRP. AT has finally appeared. The boss rushed quickly forward as if wanting to tear apart this entire Gipa rep. Seeing AT up close made them realize how fierce and crazy AT had become. The attitude of this Gipa Ruv people completely changed. They fearfully retreated backwards. Damn why is AT so big? He remembered everything that happened earlier. I did not expect him to ask for treatment 3 times. If I did not have the elemental ring, I would be done for. Earlier, he used the total energy recovery skill plus 20% when equipping the ring. Haesung, realizing that the situation was not good, hurriedly shouted and gestured to everyone. "We have to withdraw from this confinement zone immediately. Retreat." As soon as they heard this order, everyone hurriedly ran away. Retreat. Retreat. Haesung continuously held the sword and slashed straight decisive strikes forward. Sensing that something was wrong, the faces of the people became bewildered as they turned their heads to look back. The boss at this time had slowly sat up and stared at the Gieta Ruv people. As if realizing the intentions of the Gieva Rup, AT still stood still without moving. Why is not AT chasing us? Its eyes suddenly turned blood red with anger. Not wanting to waste any more time, the boss suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared. These sounds made everyone helplessly cover their ears tightly. "This maniac. AT's trying to break our eardrums." Seeing that AT was still standing there without moving, Haesung confusedly said, "What the hell?" Looking at the ring that fell from the sky, he even asked himself, the wound was so serious, what really happened inside the battlefield? At this moment, another person hurriedly pointed in the direction to the left. "UV there." A hazy smoke immediately appeared in this place. The bald monsters continuously stepped forward as if they were zombies. Everything was outside the plan, making Haesung only helplessly curse, "Damn This time, the people around fearfully retreated backwards. Crazy, rushing into that monster wave. To put AT bluntly, we are rushing to our deaths. But even if we go inside, maybe there is only one boss resting in the middle of that monster wave. Their faces then became very worried. If we enter like this, we will die when we enter, and we will also die when we try to escape. Juhaian, after observing the situation, had also realized an important thing. There are 2 choices. He quickly looked at the boss who was still sitting there waiting, this fierce battlefield boss. Next, he turned to look in the other direction, the monster self setting the endless wave. Time was passing more and more urgently. It was also time for Jian to make a decision. The current battlefield is a long cliff located between a plain and a stony area. If that is the case, unconsciously, Jian had clenched his fist at some point. Anyway, one thing's for sure. Realizing that something was wrong, Haesung startled and turned his head back. Before he could react, Jian had flown like the wind forward. Realizing his death-seeking action, Haesung hurriedly shouted and reminded, "What are you trying to do?" His eyes started in surprise, seemingly realizing something. He is attacking the boss. The boss at this time had been beaten to a tragic state by Jian's attacks. Is AT really effective? Realizing that time was running out, Jian hurriedly turned his head back and shouted, "If their skin can be broken, then knocking down one of them would be better." Seeing that there was no other way, he hurriedly turned his head and gestured to everyone. Everyone quickly go to the battlefield boss. With no other choice, the Gyubi hurriedly ran towards the boss. Realizing that the bald monsters were approaching made everyone very scared. We have been caught. In the crucial moment, a large explosion occurred, making those undead explode. A smug smile spread across his face like a rich man. Finally, I can quit my job at the convenience store. Just like that, they fell one by one down below into the abyss. Joyan at this time slowly glanced in another direction. Damn eh. He realized that the boss before him was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. A monster formation. Sung held his sword and shouted, gesturing to everyone. The position has changed, but the raid strategy is still the same. Even if the size is larger, AT's still just a monster. The techniques are still the same. The Gibiyep. Hearing this, quickly went straight into position. The tank will hold the remaining monsters in the rocky area. Along with that, the people in the back quickly used provocation to respond. The close combat people with high agility will attract the boss's attention. After being teased by a group of people, the boss had become very uncomfortable and frowned. Ada became more crazy and continuously smashed around randomly. Everyone hurriedly shouted, lure the boss to come UV key. The mages in the back continuously created magic circles. We are surrounded. Attack AT with all our strength. Juayan continuously used the meteor shower technique to attack the monster. After only working for one day, Juayan thought he would live a rich life in the future. Many continuous attacks made the boss unable to resist. Seeing this situation, the corners of Sung's mouth formed a smile of great joy. The attack is effective. His eyes had become very expectant. We just need to continue like this. When the boss attacked, the tankers on one side continuously resisted. If we can just maintain like this. Sensing that something was wrong, Sangwook hurriedly shouted and gestured. Wait, something's very strange. At this time, the tankers had been pressed close to the bottom of the cliff. When did Ada get this close? A tanker hurriedly recounted. That bastard pushed us towards the wider part of the cliff. Before he could finish his sentence, the boss had immediately kicked him flying backwards. Seeing that another person had left, everyone immediately became flustered and scared. Damn AT's pushing UV here again. Get out of the way. With no other choice, Sung could only hold his sword and rush quickly forward. He quickly stood up and opened the last yogurt in his house and asked, now that I have money, what should I do? He tried to use his meager strength to resist this difficult boss. This made everyone around feel worried. Commander. He uncomfortably turned his head around and announced, a boss that does not move is just a punching bag. I am using the skill. Juayan hurriedly raised his hand and summoned his fireball into the air. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs had completely covered the giant monster's body. Along with that was the meteor shower that he created, making AT unable to resist. Magical lights continuously appeared around its body. Sensing the pain, the boss continuously screamed in despair. Juhayan, witnessing this entire scene on one side, secretly thought, most of them are revealing their face and neck. Maybe that is the weak point. AT's probably really a weak point. He noticed that the boss's footsteps were becoming stronger and stronger. But in the current situation, when we have to hold them back, AT seemed that he had gained another fragment of memory. That bastard's left leg is the weak point. In his head, there were countless ways to make money. Invest. Juayan froze and looked at the boss right before his face. That bastard's left leg is the weak point. Without hesitation, he hurriedly used his power to continuously attack the boss's left leg. Sung warily stood there, panting and looking at the monster before him. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword high and pointed ID forward. Breakthrough limit. Although in his head he had secretly thought his own thoughts. Yuju Haiyan. Attack the leg that no one is paying attention to. Try to disrupt its balance. This made him even more uncomfortable and he clenched his sword. I do not intend to just stand still and take a tie. His eyes suddenly lit up with a very determined look. Let us show them this rank skill that I obtained after leveling up to 35. Before everyone's eyes, Sung devoted all his power to using the one-hit severing strike to attack. The system displayed an analysis of the one-hit severing strike skill, slices through everything in its path, consumes 50 accumulated blood frenzy, deals additional damage equal to 100% of strength. If you possess a passive characteristic of S rank for the close combat class, damage is increased by 20%. If strength is greater than or equal to 100, receive an additional plus 50 agility or stamina for 10 minutes. Looking at the boss who was still continuously writhing in despair, Sung somewhat anticipated. This time I will be the MVP. Remembering the safety of everyone, he hurriedly turned his head around and gestured. Its legs can regenerate. He could even pour money into different things. Stocks. His voice continuously rang, oh, do not be careless. Continue attacking. Juhaiyan. Realizing the serious gazes of everyone, he slowly turned his head around. The shadow of the giant monster had completely obscured Hai Sung's vision. Without the left leg, the giant monster seemed to still be able to stand still there. Its muscles had become very toned with full veins bulging. The system suddenly displayed a red warning. Wide area frenzy has been activated. Ignoring weaknesses has been activated. The monster's legs seemed to have changed. The corners of Juhaiyan's mouth formed a stunned smile that was hard to believe. These special battlefield bosses act just like those transforming robots. At this moment, the monster pulled a weapon of some kind out from its mouth. Even though AT no longer had a left leg, its current appearance had become very formidable. Wide area overwhelming strike activates when Carton's armor is completely destroyed. All stats increase by 30, defense increases by 1 stage, summons a soul link weapon, attack power increases by 1 stage. After that was the notification that the system issued. Ignoring weaknesses. Ignores damage from enemies that are lower level than the user by 55. Level 54 to level 45 reduces by 20%. Level 44 to 25 reduces by 50%. Level 24 to 15 reduces by 70%. Level 14 and below reduces by 99%. Of course, he could not miss the cryptocurrency category. The scene before his eyes made Hai Sung still blank and not understanding what was going on. What the hell? At the same time, the system displayed level 21, negating 70% of Juhaiyan's damage, making him force a smile. So, I can only deal 30% of the normal damage now. Huh, this is fun. Seeing the boss completely healed made everyone instantly afraid. Was AT even hurt at all? There is not even a scratch on AT. Damn A. At the same time, Hai Sung, on the side, was secretly calculating. AT has a passive damage reduction. With that leg, its mobility has been reduced. If that is the case, taking Ada down will be much easier. Without thinking much, he immediately shouted to signal everyone. We have to target the other leg. Looking at Juhaiyan's back standing in front, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, AID seems like Hai Sung has discovered something important. If IT were you. Juhaiyan, at this moment, gathered all his strength and slowly reached towards the monster. I knew you would think exactly like me. Seeing Juhaiyan's attack just now, everyone immediately realized. The attack is effective. Focus fire. Seeing this, he helplessly wondered to himself. As expected, is this really the end? Seeing that AT was taking a little too long, the boss slowly raised its weapon high. Looking at the delicious yogurt in front of him, he reminded himself, no, AT's not time yet. Without any hesitation, AT slammed the weapon down on the ground, causing a massive tremor. The ground relentlessly shattered with its current power. Feeling utterly hopeless, Hai Sung let out a smile that could not be more bitter. They are cornering us into a situation where we can only stand on one leg. They are digging their own graves. Juhaiyan, on the side, also realized something serious. AT starting. He also realized that the situation was not the same as before. Now, this is really phase 2. After breaking the staff, the boss directly stabbed AT into its own stomach, making everyone horrified. That is insane. Feeling AT was not enough, AT continuously threw the remaining weapon forward. The surrounding rocks and stones instantly shattered, causing everyone to scream in fear. The ground is collapsing. The scene became extremely chaotic. The cliff is widening. Be careful, damn A. I told you to be careful. The boss relentlessly destroyed everything around AT. At least, we have to stand firm. Because he had money, he did not even bother licking the yogurt lid. Hayeji, frightened by the scene, kept screaming, Oppa, where did all those core workouts go? Try to balance properly. Sangwook replied to her annoyedly. What does that have to do with this? Seeing Juhaiyan still struggling, he slowly reached his hand towards him. You Juhaiyan. This way. Before he could react, Juhaiyan was falling into the abyss. You Juhaiyan. After falling for a while, his face was still blank, not yet realizing what was happening. After observing the situation for a while, Juhaiyan warily walked in this vast space. Going to the bathroom just to copy skills. I can't keep doing this. What a pathetic situation. He quickly sat down and immediately opened his phone. Alright. Then he continuously copied different skills. Bloodbath. Resistance to transformation. Juhaiyan secretly decided, I will equip Bloodbath and Resistance to Transformation from before as default. Different skills were immediately prepared by Juhaiyan. Limit Break. Heavenly Authority. Buff Blessing. Heavenly Skill. Judgment Spear. Swift movement. After copying for a while, he sighed in relief. Now I am annoyed with copying skills one by one. He noticed a change on the system screen in front of him, catching his attention. 3 bonus copies activated. His face became extremely excited and he licked his lips. They are practically rolling on the red carpet for me to go wild. What should I choose? Seeing Juhayan suddenly appear right in front of them startled and surprised everyone around. This time, he changed to a much more luxurious room for himself. Juhayan reminded himself, I need to earn speed to develop. Is this the feeling of luxury? Turned he had used aerial flight, allowing flight at will, requiring 50 magic, consuming 5 mani per second. Juhayan was still blankly thinking. I wondered when I would get a chance to use this skill. At the same time, Sangwook's voice rang, oh. That bastard. His face became extremely blank. He is flying. Hyeji looked at him with admiration. Amazing. Juhayan had not even noticed everyone's expressions and was secretly calculating. Aerial flight is an extremely ineffective skill. AT consumes 300 mana per minute. Now that my damage is reduced, AT's best to use all the remaining mana to finish off the boss. Seeing Juhayan appear in front of them startled and confused both of them. Suddenly, Hyeji's hands quickly grabbed onto him. Juhayan suddenly pulled forward, and he still did not understand what was happening. Her voice slowly rang, oh, I feel alive again. Her face became extremely happy as she hugged his neck tightly. Thank you. Seeing the two of them so close made Sangwook very uncomfortable. Hey, hurry up and get down. Juhayan blankly looked at him. Bro. Do you want to come up too? Hyeji. Hearing this, quickly turned her head and refused. No way. Oppa. You are too heavy. You are UVA the limit. System notifications kept appearing. Guidance quest. Level up subtrait. Passive income. Passive income is one of the main ways for a skill master to earn speed. Remember, the top priority is to upgrade passive income to develop. Reward. 100 speed. Subtrait 2 unlocked. Just thinking about the two of them being close together made Sangwook extremely uncomfortable. You, just wait until this is Zoo V. Seeing the situation in front of him, Juhayan nodded and chuckled. Alright. He gently aimed at the boss still rampaging on the side. Now, we have to. Loud explosions kept happening around him, catching his attention. The boss relentlessly slaughtered everyone, making it very difficult for them. Even Haesung was tired of standing in the middle of the battlefield. Sensing that something was wrong, Hyeji surprisingly spoke up. Your Arai is weaker than before. Is not 8. Juhayan sighed and glanced in another direction, explaining to her, I used one-hit severance. AAT consumes all the combat stacks. Ada seemed like the battle just now had made Juhayan very tired. Most of the monsters that I could use to accumulate stacks are on the other side of the cliff now. Hearing these words made Hyeji very surprised. Moreover, in this state, your balance is off, so your attacks won't be accurate either. Right, he nodded in confirmation. Just reading the system notifications, Juhayan said in surprise, so abilities also have levels, and you can use speed to upgrade them. Remembering something, Juhayan did not forget to add, we need a finishing blow. But Ada seems like that guy has high magic resistance. She curiously glanced at him. Why do you think that? Hyeji gently pointed at him and asked. You have something stronger. Right. Understanding what she meant, Juhayan finally understood. On the other side, Haesung was still tirelessly attacking the boss. Damn if this continues, the whole them will be wiped. Oh. Hang in there, Lee Haesung. You are the raid leader. The boss's strength was so great that he gradually lost all his strength. This time, the boss raised its weapon high, preparing to take Haesung's small life. Knowing that he could not resist this attack, his eyes showed a bit of helplessness. Damn At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Ranks is increasing. Juhayan, carrying Hyeji, stood firmly on the ground. He was as if he had returned to his former self. Even if people say its weak point is its left leg or something, in the end, to take down a monster, continuous system notifications were given. External input effect adjusts stats to match the user. 1-800 severance. Juhayan gave a very smug smile as if he had discovered something. As expected, A ties the neck. On the other side, the boss was still relentlessly destroying everything around when a slash suddenly appeared in the air. He secretly calculated more carefully. Leveling up passive income costs 100 SP. System notifications kept appearing. Passive income level. Every 24 hours, receive 10 SP 0. 0. Total 100 SP. Guidance quest. Level up subtrait. Passive income. Reward. 100 speed. Unlocked subtrait level 2. The notification about the one-hit interruption skill was displayed. Severs everything into 2 halves. Consumes 100% of bloodbath stacks. Increases damage by 100% of magic power. If the user has the unique S-rank melee characteristic, deals an additional 40% damage. If magic power exceeds 150, all stats plus 50 for 20 minutes. If the enemy is defeated with this skill, restores 50% of bloodbath stacks. Everyone present was stunned. Before everyone could understand what was happening, the boss's head slowly fell to the ground. Even the head kept rolling around on the ground. The boss's massive body also slowly collapsed to the ground. The scene became very frightening, and thick smoke gradually appeared. After a long battle, this boss was finally completely defeated. A very smug smile appeared at the corner of Juhyan's mouth. For now, I have taken care of it. Realizing something was wrong, Haisung's face on the side became very stunned. That was clearly my skill. No, AT's much stronger. Juhyan's face showed an awkward smile, not knowing how to explain. Yeah, how am I going to deal with this? Treasures kept appearing next to the monster's corpse, but he could not pay attention to them. I did not expect them to announce the results of the ranking draw at this time. This is crazy. His face immediately became strangely serious as he said to himself, the quest rewards 100s, so 80's like a Fiabari upgrade, and 80 unlocks a new subtrait. I definitely have to complete this quest. Juhyan stood still, not daring to move. Hayeji, on the other hand, looked around with a very excited expression. Seeing the fear on his face, she quickly spoke up to comfort him. Just follow the plan. That way, everything will be alright. Juhyan replied annoyedly. My point is, he is not stupid. How can that reason pass his eyes? Haisung's face became very serious as he spoke. The skill you just used. Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly turned his head and exclaimed. Wind Iron. That is awesome. In his mind, he had his own thoughts. Forget AT. Just let AT be. He was still about to say something more when Juhyan continued. Just now, Wind Iron is an S-rank skill. AT's incredibly powerful. Seriously. Sangwook, witnessing this scene, was speechless. Whoa. He thinks that is a reasonable excuse. Even so, Haisung did not want to let this go. No matter how you look at AT, that skill is... At this moment, a group of people in the back surprisingly spoke up. The soul did not enter. Realizing the situation was bad, he quickly turned around, preparing to finish AT off. Do not tell me that... AT is not dead yet. On this side, Juhyan was still standing still, looking at the items in front of him. That is the weapon the boss used. AT's easier to use when AT's smaller. Right. This made him a bit speechless. No, I am sure AT's dead. Because Haisung was sure of one thing. Even the weapon that was clearly the boss's item dropped cleanly. The Gipi rep of people were still constantly asking. You too. My stats have not changed either. Thinking of this, Juhyan turned his head and ordered the system. How much speed do I have now? Speed window. This made Juhyan secretly think on the side. They are right. The soul did not enter. Even the battlefield conquest quest window has not disappeared. Do not tell me. Suddenly, a voice rang. Oh, do not tell me. Ada seemed like everyone realized this was not the Ryu dangerous monster. Ada is not the battlefield boss. Haisung slowly stepped forward, announcing to everyone, I will share the item status window. On A2 was a clear analysis of the Barton twin swords. Twin sword weapon. Twin swords forged from the souls of the dead. Once used by White Captain Barton. Attack power +5. Strength +20. Stamina +10. Restores chi and after defeating an enemy. Last for 5 minutes. When rage reaches 20 stacks, can use ground tremor. When chi reaches 40 stacks, can use destruction. Reduces all damage taken by 20%. After reading this information, everyone present discussed in surprise. So his name was White Captain Barton. Look at those stats. Why is there an asterisk like that? This is crazy. AT's unreasonable. They turned their heads to look at Haisung with curious eyes. What is the raid leader going to do now? At this moment, he slowly stepped forward, making Juhyan very surprised. While he was still unable to react, he held the weapon forward. You are the MVP of this raid, so choose an item. At the same time, the Sevturai was retold. In the Li Haisung raid them, there was a rule. When the battlefield boss is defeated, the MVP who contributed the most gets the priority to buy an item. Looking at the item in his hand made Haisung very expectant. The axe. I want AT too, but rules are rules. He glanced at Juhyan's thoughtful and pondering expression. In this raid, without a doubt, Yu Juhyan is the MVP. After carefully observing the system, he immediately put his hand on and calculated more carefully. If I receive 10 SP from passive income every day, then I only need to wait 3 days to complete the quest. After thinking for a while, he immediately asked Haesung, Raid Leader, do you need this item? If you need a tea, I will sell you the priority to buy a tea. These words made him very surprised. Are you serious? Juayan comfortably turned his head in another direction and said his thoughts. You know, I am an S-rank mage, so I really do not need anything like that, but I can't waste the priority I won. This made him very suspicious and he asked, What is your offer? Without thinking much, he smiled and reached his hand forward, announcing, Unconditional priority to buy an item dropped from the Rio Battlefield boss. His next words made Haesung freeze in place for a moment. Please pay 50% of the item's price. Time seemed to stop in this place. He had completely fallen into his own thoughts. What I have is the opportunity to buy the Barton twin swords with priority. Even if I get IT, I still have to pay half the appraisal price. Just that price is easily more than 10 billion won. I still have to pay 50% of the appraisal price for the item from the battlefield boss. His face became very thoughtful. But if, at this moment, Haesung suddenly spoke up, you do not even know what will drop. This made him very curious. What if the boss item does not drop? Juayan sighed and shook his head helplessly. If AT does not drop, there is nothing I can do. Is not this a gamble worth trying? Haesung's face became very thoughtful as he looked at the twin swords in his hand. While everyone was still blankly waiting, he finally nodded in agreement. Okay. This made his eyes become full of anticipation. So what should I focus on in the meantime? He turned his head to look at everyone right in front of him. This contract will be witnessed by everyone here. Haeji also approached Juyan and asked, Are you really okay with giving up the axe? But Ada seemed like he did not care much about the axe. The breaking sword was already bulky enough. Now adding twin swords would be too much. Forget AT. There is still the boss at the top. I can't snatch the item again, so I have to buy insurance. This made her very expectant. Then I will hope a magic staff drops. Found AT. Juayan was surprised to hear that. Not bad. But why? She chuckled and suggested, I will use AT in rotation with you. This made him sigh in surprise. We are not that close. She glanced at him. Come on. Let us start getting closer from today on. Shall we? Seeing her being so playful made Juayan just have to chuckle. I have sensed an impure selfish desire. I refuse. Continuous notifications rang. White Captain Barton's resentment has vanished. Phase 1 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone, affected by overlapping poisoning effects. At the same time, on the other side, the ice raider Giebrup was constantly walking in the freezing snow. One of the masked men sighed and complained, Damn, my health keeps dropping. The poison effect is activated once an hour. It's so annoying. Hearing him say that, Jimin in front turned his head annoyedly and reminded, We can't waste the healing mage's mana like this. We have to quickly find Psycho Pass, take him down, and take the boss's treasure. Another person sighed and said, If we had just killed him at the beginning, AT would have been much easier. Jimin did not care much and continued walking forward. The order is to eliminate him silently, so we do not need to attract attention. Looking at the scene in front of him startled the subordinate a bit. Captain, there is an unidentified entity ahead. He quickly turned his head. What is AT? Suddenly, a knock on the door caught his attention. Looking at the mysterious person holding a scythe moving forward made them constantly discuss. Considering the size, AT's not a human. Just one. The Girup quickly showed excited smiles. AID seems like a straggler. Just one. Easy as. They constantly gave each other orders. I am so tired. Deal with AT quickly. The Grim Reaper suddenly showed a strange smile. On this side, Suha's Gieparupu was still relentlessly attacking the giant monster in front of them. At the same time, the poison had also been applied. Seeing this situation, a believer quickly shouted to signal everyone, the poison recovery time is up. Detoxify everyone. All the people who heard that quickly prayed. Screams kept ringing. Oh, Mana, I am running of mine. The voice gradually became shaky. Someone help. Suddenly, the spider noticed something. AT unhesitatingly turned its head and spat webs at these believers. Seeing the situation was bad, Sua quickly rushed forward. Luckily, she managed to use the bell exchange skill to block IT. The believers were very touched by this. Holy Maiden. Perhaps a room service attendant appeared outside. The room service you ordered is here. They constantly spoke as if she had saved them. Thank you. Holy Maiden. Realizing that something was wrong, The high-ranking believer quickly reminded. Those who have the debuff. Everyone. Cast system attack skills. The people who heard that quickly nodded in understanding. Yes. After a long struggle, the spider was finally completely defeated. White Captain Barton's resentment has vanished. Phase 2 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone. Continuous notifications appeared, making Soha freeze in place for a moment. Phase 2 of the plague has spread into the disaster zone, affected by overlapping poisoning effects. At this moment, the mysterious believer slowly stepped behind Soha. Thank you, Holy Maiden. He showed a very strange smile on his face. Thanks to you, we were able to win this holy war. But once again, you refused the offer to stay in the rear and chose the front lines alone. Soha was about to explain something more. If I had not done that, the believers would have. He suddenly interrupted her. Holy Maiden. His eyes became very scary and intimidating. Is not AT thanks to the protection, the grace from God and me, that Lady Soha is safe until now. Soha could only cower in fear after hearing this believer's intimidation. What would have happened if the Holy Maiden was alone at that time, in that strange space called the battlefield? Could she have safely returned to this world? His fingers were tightly holding her small shoulders. Please do not forget, the strength of an individual is small and helpless. Even the Holy Maiden is no exception. Just hearing this made Joyanne's face become excited. Yes, I am coming right now. Now he finally understood the feeling of being rich. I am in a hotel. No, I have to take advantage of this time to research new skill combinations to copy. Face gradually became scared, not wanting to face this man anymore. All believers, including you, are just a part of God's plan. The one you must assist, the hero God has sent down, is not the believers. The corner of his mouth showed a very evil smile. That is right. Kim Cheelman, that is me. After feeling that he had said enough, Keelman slowly released Suha. Do not judge on your own anymore. His eyes had become very judgmental as he reminded. Just follow my decisions. Holy Maiden. Only then will your mother wake up. AT turned out she had also been exploited by this man. As always, just believe my words. Everything happens according to God's will. The scene switched to this side. A puddle of bright red blood was smeared all Luvigate the ground. Jimin's footsteps were heavily stained in this puddle of blood. He was still struggling to walk straight forward. Behind him, the Grim Reaper had led a bunch of bizarre people behind him. And so, he could see the waitresses show off their skills. Delicious dishes such as lobsters and emperor prawns were placed before his eyes. Unable to wait any longer, Johayan immediately enjoyed this dish. Now, rank and above skills that have been filmed are almost extinct. This made him feel that the path he was taking was becoming more difficult. And even if I can copy them, they disappear after midnight, so I need videos to access them again at any time. He unconsciously remembered Muhammad, a charitable angel to him. Muhammad Al is unusual for publicly showing off rank skills like that. Thank you, Sivan Muhammad. Because he was too bored, Joayan continued to pull out his phone to check the latest updates. Who knows, when I level up, maybe I can keep the copied skills permanently. He reminded himself, I should divide the skills into playlists, some to use immediately, some to save. At the same time, he saved the muscle strengthening skill. Strengthening the body. Just save it in case I need a time. As time passed, Joayan continued to watch videos such as Magician's Liquid Instant Teleport. Teleport. Cool. I will save this too, and that one too. Buying skills online is the best. After some time, the delicious meals on the table were cleaned up cleanly by Jayan. His stomach was now as big as a drum. He sighed and complained, I can't eat anymore. But his face became extremely happy as he enjoyed his rich days. I have even finished registering as a healer with the user association. He felt that things were gradually getting better. Healing. Buffs. Magic. If I can use all these skills, how much will my value increase? The more Juan thought about Atia, the more anticipated he became. What if a beautiful girl confessed to me? She is blushing. The time had advanced to the next morning. Hyeji suddenly appeared before his eyes. I was very grateful at that time. Looking at the woman in front of him made Juan silent for a moment. Her face gradually became embarrassed and confused as she said, Do not you remember me? At this time, Juan suddenly remembered. Looking carefully at her face made him marvel in surprise. You are more beautiful than someone like me can know. Hyeji awkwardly pointed at the swordsman behind her. A few days ago, my brother came to you for treatment. Hearing this, Johayan's memories came back. Is she the one who lost her arm? Although he secretly thought. I thought she was his girlfriend because he spent a lot of money. So she is his younger sister. Speaking of this, Hyeji became very embarrassed and scratched her head, saying, I am glad I had the opportunity to thank you. If Ada were not for you that day, I would have really died. Her eyes became full of anticipation. Are you in any party? Juayan shook his head and explained. No. This made Hyeji even more delighted. Then are you in any guild? This time, he continued to shake his head in denial. No. Either. Her voice became very happy. Great, our party needs a temporary healer. Juayan was confused and thought. Actually, I am not ready to go to the battlefield yet. I should refuse. Right at this moment, Hyeji suddenly smiled very sweetly. If you have time, can we have a cup of tea and chat a little? Give me your number. I will contact you later. Hearing this, Juhayan's eyes lit up. He happily agreed. Okay, if I can help. While the two were still talking, a shout echoed, catching their attention. A crowd of people hurriedly came out of the dungeon while screaming and begging. She has been hit in the battlefield. Healer, we need healing skills that can remove adverse effects. Juayan immediately turned around and calculated the amount of money he would receive. Without hesitation, he hurriedly ran towards the wounded people and immediately removed the effects. A few minutes later, a pile of money was placed in front of Juayan. Of course, he took the pile of money and then slowly turned his head to look at Hyeji. A forced smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly said as if wanting to cry. Sorry, my level is not high enough to play in a party. Hyeji smiled upon hearing this and explained. We have both an S-rank tank and S-rank mage. They can carry you. Juayan calmly picked up the money he had earned. He hurriedly cleaned up his tools. Although he did not want to, he could only leave this place. Sorry. Hyeji was still about to say something. Wait. Slowly. He thought resentfully. Even she, who is called an S-rank, almost died when entering the D-rank battlefield not long ago. The more Juan thought about Atia, the more helpless he felt. This is so embarrassing. When will I be able to party with a beauty like that? He ran without noticing that the money had been constantly falling on the ground. Just wait. I will earn a lot of money in SPE and become a wealthy mage. The time had advanced to late night in the big city. Juan comfortably lay on the luxurious chair, enjoying himself. Finally, the big day has come. His phone was still lying silently on the table. After a period of waiting, the phone finally displayed 000. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. Received 10 SP from passive income level 1. This time, Juan reached for the upgrade category and increased passive income from level 1 to level 2. His face became full of determination. Let us do a T right away. System notifications kept ringing. Spent 100 SP. Unique subtrait has leveled up. Passive income level 1 increased to 2. Every 24 hours at 0. Receive 50. Juan's face became extremely excited and he laughed loudly. The number of SP received has increased 5-fold. Remembering something, he hurriedly turned his head and looked at the other categories. Now, let us check the quest rewards. Different quest notifications were issued. Completed guidance quest. Received 100 SP. Unique subtrait 2 has unlocked. Strengthen unique trait level 1. Each copied skill will be randomly attached with a unique trait. Juan sipped the Coca-Cola in his hand while thinking aloud. Unique trait. That is what shapes a user's style. He knew a little bit of information about this. Any user can use the same skills when reading skill books, but the power of those skills is very different between users. The main reason is that the unique traits of each user are different. There is no related trait. Another skill is Fire Lord. Of course, that is the biggest weakness of a skill master. Juan thoughtfully placed the Coca-Cola on the table. Without a unique trait, copied skills will be weaker than the original user's skills. He remembered the event when he used the Meteor Shower skill. Of course, excluding Meteor Shower in the guidance map. The more Juan thought about Atia, the more his head hurt. But now, copied skills also have unique traits, so that is 2 up. In his head, he secretly thought. However, the random part makes me a little worried. System notifications kept ringing. Light Restoration. Severed limb and broken bone restoration 15% AP. Treats a rank or lower status effects. Requires 25 magic. Consumes 350 mana. Unique trait. Magic attack power plus 10%. Juan thoughtfully looked at the information on his phone screen. I have to try it myself to see how Ada works. What should I try now? His eyes suddenly lit up. Ada seemed that he had a new idea. Maybe Ada's time to give up selling healing spells. While he was still admiring the city, a system notification was issued. Guidance quest. Hunt monsters with copied skills. Level up to copy more skills and unlock more skill master in 10. Monsters killed not do V20. Reward 200 SP. Copy skill up. Subtrait 2 has unlocked. The more he thought about AT, the more suspicious he felt and looked at the system. Ada feels like someone is watching me and issuing quests in Ryu time. But Juayan did not pay much attention and directly looked at the phone screen to hunt monsters. Then, what caught his eye was the Vico I can use Ada. But you can't. Fireball tutorial. Why is AT so up? He quickly decided, maybe I will copy this skill to practice. But AT seemed that his face showed not much expectation. AT's random anyway. I do not expect much. I am just trying ATO. Juayan quickly said. Copy skill. The system displayed a notification. Fireball E. Summons a fireball. Can be thrown within a 20-meter radius. Requires 10 magic. Consumes 70 Mei. A dazzling light immediately appeared. The system displayed a notification. Unique trait. Fire Start F. Fire-type skills inflict fire duff F for 60 seconds if hit. A series of these information made Juayan stunned with some surprise. There really is someone behind the quest screen. In the blink of an eye, the scene switched to the entrance of the Daegwalyang sheep farm. Many people had gathered there. Juayan appeared at this place and wondered in surprise. This is the boundary between the hunting area and the Ryu world. Feeling a little tired, he sighed with regret. I used all the little money I had to buy equipment. Hopefully Yate'll be okay. This time, Juayan could not stand running away and decided to take revenge on the monsters. Okay, goodbye to selling healing spells. Welcome to monster hunting. Comments kept appearing. Have you guys heard about Psycho Pass? You mean the crazy guy who uses red fireballs to kill monsters at the sheep farm? He is really crazy. He even grins when he kills monsters. I saw AT2. For the first time I felt sorry for a four-horned rhino. Some guild wants to recruit him. But I heard he does not like being called a crazy guy. So he refused. Juayan remembered the people who had been constantly inviting him to join a guild. If you join our guild, we will treat you like a VIP. Although he had never heard of them once. He sighed and glanced in another direction. But that is not the reason I refused. His face became extremely smug, assuming that she was crying because she was rejected by him. I even refused to answer the recruitment invitation from a beautiful Srank. Sometimes Juayan asked himself, did I really laugh when hunting? Thinking back to the past, he constantly used fireballs to attack the rhinos. Is that wrong? Looking at the rhinos constantly running away from his fireballs, a happy smile appeared on his face. Even this smile was somewhat perverted, making everyone shiver. And so, Juayan alone had completely swept this monster area. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Juayan was speechless listening to his own echoing laughter. Clearly, he was so scared that he did not want to listen for another moment. Maybe I am just too happy that monsters are dropping like crazy. System notifications kept appearing before his eyes. Monsters killed 20 of 20. Completed guidance quest. Received 200 SP. Copy skill up. Subtrait has unlocked. Copy skill up. Efficiency level 1. Reduces mana consumption of copied skills by 10%. 800 SP. Juayan thought about AT. I thought the quest would reduce mana consumption by 10%. So I kept hunting. There is a post about a raid boss here too. The post clearly stated the information. Raid boss evaluation table. Monster boss. Flying hero. Semester starts when semester starts. D rank. With a hero, the most important thing is firepower. And there is a mage doing the main quest. Anyone who knows the hero knows to attack when AT comes into range. Comments kept appearing on the screen. Psycho Pass is playing the hero raid. Is not AT only below level 15 to get the reward? He said AT's thanks to good equipment, but he is actually only level 5. Anyway, the amount of damage he does is really crazy. I have seen the hero go wild with my own eyes. Juayan was surprised and disgusted after reading these comments. Good equipment is really different. Thanks to that, I can spam or fireballs non-stop. Realizing something, his face immediately became strangely serious. Not wasting any more time, Juayan suddenly stood up. He was so moved that he clasped his hands and constantly prayed, thinking of the world's #1 player. Sivan Muhammad, I should express my respect once more. The Vizianka hunting quickly appeared on the computer. Thinking back to a few days ago, the huge monsters were constantly struggling and roaring in anger. The people in the guild combined together to attack the monster. I will keep a grow. Mage, do not leave the back row. Milady peace, do not steal a grow. A message suddenly appeared on Juayan's notification screen. Guidance quest, hunt a wild raid boss. Wild boss killed Naju Vake. Reward 500 SP. A happy smile spread across his lips. So I have to defeat a boss. Right at this moment, the ferocious monster rushed forward, making everyone very scared. Careful. At the crucial moment, Fireball suddenly hit towards Aitan. Everything happened in a flash. The monster painfully fell back after being burned by the fireball. This time everyone turned around in surprise and asked, "What was that?" Joyan's face was smug as he held 2 fireballs in his hands. He even pointed one fireball down with one hand and announced, "Fly up." The scene became increasingly chaotic as the bear monster screamed in agony. Even so, Joyan did not show At any mercy. The flames burned more and more fiercely, completely engulfing the giant bear's body. In just a short period of time, he had completely finished It off. This scene made all the hunters present freeze in place for a moment. Done. ATZV. No way. The bear was still lying motionless on the ground. Do not tell me. Thinking that A to a ZUV. But no, the bear monster awakened again and roared wildly. New notifications constantly appeared on the screen. You are affected by the hero's roar. All stats reduced by 3, strength reduced by 2, agility reduced by 2, stamina reduced by 2. The scene became more chaotic as everyone just fearfully ran back. A's gone wild. This is the special phase. Damn A. How much damage have we dealt? This time they kept blaming each other. My strength is decreasing. I can't hold my sword. Calm down. At the same time, the bear monster lunged to attack. Fortunately, the swordsman quickly stood in front to protect everyone. Amidst the chaotic scene, everyone was still trying to resist, but Jahayan was still standing still. His eyes clearly showed astonishment as he stared intently ahead. System notifications constantly appeared before him. Additional guidance quest. Try to copy the special skill of the monster boss. 1 theory copy provided for the special skill guidance quest. Special skill copied. 0 of 1. Reward 200 B. Copy skill X subtrait 3 is unlocked. Hero's roar. If he drops below 50%, unleash a powerful roar within 60 seconds. But Jahayan was only focused on the system notifications. All creatures within a 30-meter radius. All stats -3. If the target stats are lower than the user's, for every 10 creatures affected, the user's stats +3. Mana consumption. None. At this time, he came to his senses and realized. Copy skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of other notifications were displayed continuously. Copying hero's roar. Oblivion F effect is applied. Unique trait distribution. Unique trait. Oblivion F removes one random sub-option from the skill. Teddy Bear's Roar. Unleash a powerful roar if it drops below 50%. All creatures within a 30-meter radius. All stats -3. If the target stats are lower than the user's, reduce an additional -2. And finally, a notification that he had been waiting for. Teddy Bear's Roar. All creatures within a 30-meter radius. All stats -3. If the target stats are lower than the user's, reduce an additional -2. For every 10 creatures affected, the user's stats +3. Mana consumption. None. Juayan looked at the scene of everyone still fighting. I can use this without being limited. While everyone was still being attacked by the bear, he was still standing there blankly. No mana cost. This is too up. He decided to be a hero in everyone's eyes. Anyway, AT will disappear at midnight, so if I do not use AT now. After standing there for a short period of time, he quickly used the teddy bear's roar. Charge. After he used the skill, the system constantly showed notification. You have been affected by the hero's roar. All stats reduced by 3 points. Everyone still did not understand what the heck was going on. This time they kept complaining. What is this? AT's roaring again. Damn A, my stats are ruined. But on the contrary, Joyan gained a lot. Strength +9, agility +9, stamina +9. Even magic was added by 9. After everyone was subtracted points, they became afraid to face the bear monster. AT's time for me to take action. Joyan slowly pointed his hand into the air. He continued to create a familiar fireball. Not wasting any more time, he directly threw the fireball straight towards the giant bear. The scene before them once again made the people there freeze stiff. Now Giant had truly transformed into a male lead as the notifications kept appearing. Level up. Level up. Boss defeated 1-0 of 1. Special skill of the boss defeated 1-0 of 1. Then there was a series of reward notifications. Completed guidance quest. Received 500 SB. Received 200 SB. Activated subskill copy skill level 3. A radiant smile spread across Jahayan's face. This feeling, Azri. At the same time, the giant bear monster had fallen to the ground. At this time, the people behind hurriedly reacted and screamed wildly. 80's too crazy. His performance just now had made them very admire him. No kidding. This is really the peak. Suddenly, Juhayan thought of something. That moment. This scene is so familiar. ITs. Suddenly, a system notification cut off his train of thought, absorbed the soul of the hero. Everyone present at the place quickly felt the change. At the same time, Juhayan had also gained a power. He seemed to understand something more. So this is the soul of the boss that people talk about. Unconsciously, he remembered the ferocious monster at that time, and outside the Fey boss, usually higher than the party level by at least 10 levels. If you try to cheat by asking a high-level player to exceed the level limit of the battlefield, of course, something bad will happen. All rewards will be invalidated due to the system's very poor contribution distribution. Even so, all the survivors still smiled brightly on their faces. In a dangerous place, having to bet their lives, the only reason people still have to rush into boss hunting is the item AT brings. Right at this moment, a man happily announced to everyone, "A to drop, AT's an item." Juhayan looked at the glove that the man was holding. The reward. When this monster died, valuable items also fell on the ground. The reward not only comes from selling the boss corpse at a high price due to high-level materials, but the boss soul can also permanently increase the stats of the people participating in the boss's death. Just thinking about this made his face very happy. My strength finally went up to 2. Moreover, those who participated in this battle can permanently increase their stats thanks to the soul of the boss outside the battlefield. Right at this moment, a geepy rep of people stepped forward and called, "Oh, mage." They kept praising him. This battle was a great success. Well done. This time, the MVP is the captain and the mage. So awesome. Worthy of Psycho Pass. Juhayan was confused and thought, what is worthy of Psycho Pass? Right at this moment, the captain held a pair of gloves and went in front of Juhayan and said, "I was prepared in case this boss went crazy, but your damage was too terrible, so now we are safe." Everyone fought their best. He quickly handed the pair of gloves to him. Item information window. A2 was the F-grade Dark Shadow Dragon gloves. Glove equipment 105. Defense E. Effect +3. When health is below 30%. Activate Frenzy F state. Increase all stats +2. Cooldown 24 hours. This made him very hesitant. This is really good, but the activation condition is a bit uncomfortable. Juhayan was speechless upon hearing him say that. But when AT is down to below 30% health, AT's already good to be able to stand. At this time, the people were still distributing the spoils of war. The items and materials from this boss will be distributed through the Players Association. Does anyone object? Suddenly, the CEO stepped to this place and coldly announced, "I will buy that boss." The corner of his mouth became very smug and continued to say, "At 90% of the assessed value, pay cash immediately." Looking at the man in front of them made everyone around realize, could that be? Who is AT? They kept discussing this man. You know, there are people who are rumored to appear like ghosts to buy boss items whenever they drop from outside the 5e bosses. Really, AT's rumored that they sweep everything clean, but if they pay cash, AT's still good, ATA benefits us. Hearing these discussions, Juhayan, sitting on the side, also wondered in surprise, there are all kinds of strange people there. This made him quite curious. What are they planning to do? A suitcase of money immediately appeared in front of everyone. The CEO's bodyguard handed the suitcase of money forward and announced, payment can be made immediately. Looking at the money before him made Juhayan's mouth gape in shock. Fiera cash payment is too good. Who cares who they are? Now I just need to grind like crazy. After some time, Juhayan continued to return to his healing work. Sitting quietly in this familiar place, his face was somewhat thoughtful. Not knowing what to say, he tried to force a smile on his face. What is the point of earning nearly 10 million won? At that time, he entered a store to buy equipment. The salesperson smiled and said, "The equipment you are looking for is this way." When Juhayan looked closer, A2 was the recta leather armor item, equipment set, 63 million won. This number made Juhayan freeze in place for a moment. It seemed that the salesperson still did not notice his expression and happily introduced. Currently, there are only 2 sets left in stock. His voice gradually became shaky. He hurriedly turned his head and ran back as fast as he could. "Just wait for me a little longer. I will definitely come back." Seeing this, the salesperson happily thought, a customer. Returning to reality, Juhayan's face was very unpleasant when he saw everything was increasing in price. If only had gotten armor from the hero, with the Oblivion effect attached, then I could focus all my energy on hunting bosses. Status window reward from the guidance quest. A notification window was immediately displayed. Copy skill up. Skill sub 3. Boss Collector. Collect special skills from those absorbed soul bosses. Collected skills can be copied at any time. Juayan sighed with some helplessness. Thanks to the quest reward from the guide, now I can copy the boss's skills at any time. But a system information continued to be issued. Hero's Roar. Emits an extremely strong roar if health drops below half within 60 seconds. This mate is very troubled. 80 only activates if the health drops below 50%. Stressful. He remembered everything. AT's a good thing I managed to try copying that skill in another area before AT disappeared. Even Juayan transformed into a maniac and kept screaming, "Burn. You idiots." Because he was too tired. He kept sitting there stretching. Okay, since there are not any customers coming. His face became very smug and summoned the system window. Status window open. Now then, let us use up all the stat points and speed that I have accumulated. The system immediately displayed different information. Level 8. Special ability. Skill Master. Current stats. Strength 2. Agility 1. Stamina 1. Magic 41. Remaining points 7. Juayan suddenly thought of the scene if he was a swordsman. To be honest, if you want to follow the standard fantasy style, then being a swordsman is the most suitable. But there was one thing that made him very troubled. But this is not a game with extra lives to revive after death. I do not have any other choice at this time. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Magic increased from 41 to 48. Hearing this, he thoughtfully pondered. AT's good to increase more. What about SPI? Juayan clicked on the SPI section to review the remaining points. Use 500 SPI. Copy skill up. Skill sub 1 has leveled up. Simplest level 1 to level 2. At 0. 0 every day. Number of copy uses recovered from 1 to 2 times. Note, duplicate copy skills will be overwritten. Reading this information made Juayan very happy. There are 2 copy slots. Amazing. The system window continued to issue new notifications. Guidance Quest. Daily quest is one of the ways for a skill master to earn SPI. Complete different types of quests to receive rewards. Sub-skill 3 has been activated. Reward 300 SPI. Skill Master X. Skill sub-activation. Daily quest level 1. Every day at 0. 0. You will receive 1 F grade or higher quest. Hearing this, he was startled and paid attention to AT. Daily quest. That is the daily quest F section. Copy the skill twice. Reward 80 C. Because he was too curious, Juayan quickly pulled out his phone to check. So if I copy the same skill twice, what will happen? To try AT while AT was hot, he tapped his finger on the screen and quickly used the copy skill, along with the healing light. In less than a few seconds, the system had displayed a special attribute. Energy saving, reduces 5% of mana consumption. This made him somewhat stunned and thoughtful. If I copy AT again, will the attribute index change? Or will I have 2 of the same skills but with different effects? Without thinking much, he immediately tried the new skill. Let us try AT again. Copy skill. Healing light. Notifications kept appearing. This skill has already been copied. Copy is a new skill, he happily said. Do AT now. A golden light appeared. Juayan's face became full of anticipation. Jackpot. And so, he brought out another board. X buff plus 5%. Effective for 5 hours. Only 1,000,001. This board made everyone present become stunned. In order to earn a lot of money, Juayan took a deep breath. He raised the board in front of everyone and loudly announced, selling X buff plus 5%. Effective time 5 hours. For only 1,000,001. Opportunity does not come every day. Today's buff is only available for a limited time. These words made everyone present stunned for a moment. They looked at Juayan with very suspicious eyes. Really? Is there really an X buff? Even so, there were still people looking at him with skeptical eyes. AT's the first time I have seen that. Maybe he is planning to take the money and run. Juayan was still holding the board and smiling. Welcoming everyone. Do not hesitate. This is the only opportunity. I do not have time. Rush in like hunting dogs. Help me earn 10 million. Right at this moment, a mysterious person slowly stepped to this place. Oh my. Hyaji appeared right in front of Juayan, catching his attention. At this time, she slowly took off her hat. Long time no see. Hyaji did not even forget to wink and greet him, still not interested in hunting with us. The female lead's Asura was released, making Juayan squint his eyes in shock. Seeing that Hyaji had appeared here, he explained with a forced smile, as everyone can see, I am opening a store. Hearing this, she remained silent for a moment. After a period of thought, she smiled and asked as if nothing had happened. Healer, you still do not have any customers to open your buy DNet with? Right. She pointed to Sangwook and announced, he and I will buy this. Juayan's attitude completely changed. He quickly bowed respectfully. Welcome. This way please. Seeing this scene, Sangwook was speechless. Ada feels like this has happened before. Could AT be an illusion? Not wasting any more time, he quickly used the light restoration skill. At the same time, both of them had an additional 5% experience in combat, counting backwards from 4 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Remembering something, Haiji handed her BaiDNet card to Jian, Rank Illusionist, Flame of Revelation Kim Haiji, 010500. She did not forget to remind, call me later. Her eyes looked at him with great anticipation. We really need a good healer. Saying that, Hayeji and Sangwook turned around and announced to everyone. Hey everyone, this person's buff is the real deal, lasts for 5 hours, increases 5% experience, I guarantee AT. These words alone made everyone rush towards Juhayan. Me too. Me too. Looking at the money being offered before him, Juhayan's face burst into a bright smile. So kind. Thank you so much. Hayeji is the best. He quickly announced to everyone. Okay, get in line. I will buff you as soon as my mana recovers. But as soon as he calmed down, he had to say, sorry. I can't. On this side, Hayeji and Sangwook were still walking slowly forward. The more he thought about AT, the more confused he felt and asked. Before, you said that I was easily tempted. But now you keep approaching a new player without any equipment. Hearing this, Hayeji sighed and explained, I told you. Her face became very serious. Our Thim, I take care of the burst damage. Sangwook was silently listening to her words on the side. You are a good tank. Our attacking and defensive capabilities are quite good, but we are only missing one thing. Johayan's image appeared in their heads. We are missing a healer. While speaking, Hayeji slowly stepped inside the secret realm. Moreover, this person has an unheard of X buff. It's highly likely that he possesses a very useful unique trait. Even so, Hayeji still had some prejudice against Johayan, but in any case, he is still just a newbie. Both of them also rushed at the monsters in front of them at the same time. That is why it is even more meaningful to discover his potential before others. Not wasting any time, Hayeji slowly brought her staff towards the monsters. Fire explosion. A burning flame erupted from this place as if wanting to incinerate everything. Hearing her being so stubborn made Sangwook sigh helplessly next to her. She gently turned to look at him and winked. Who knows, maybe a player like that can become a super amazing ranker in the future. The scene switched to another place in the store. Juayan hummed and stepped outside. He had happily bought himself new clothes. This is the reason I work hard to earn money. The system constantly displayed notifications. Activating set effect. Recta leather armor set. All stats +2. Main armor +1. Strengthened. A very excited smile spread across his lips with the money he had earned. However, is not passive income better than earned income? Without hesitation, Juayan quickly tapped his finger on the system screen to level up. Finally, the system had displayed the notification, passive income level 23, receive 50, 200 SP every day at 0. 0. Hearing this, Juayan had to jump up in joy. That is AT. He happily thought of his good future. Now SP will accumulate automatically even if I do not do anything. The SP needed to upgrade the trait to level 2 is 2000. Realizing that something was wrong, Juayan's face immediately froze in an instant. The SP needed to upgrade the daily quest to level 2 is 3000. His face gradually changed to a horrible expression. The SEEP needed to upgrade the copy skill to level 3 is 4000. Just like that, he stood still there constantly calculating. SP can also be received through daily quests, a total of 9800. So with a speed of 200 per day, I only need to wait 49 days. The people around him, seeing him being so strange, could not help but discuss. I think I have seen this person somewhere before. He mumbles to himself a lot. Of course, he still did not care about them. Okay, do not think too much. Noticing the strange gazes of the crowd, he was a little startled. This can also be received through daily quests. To progress smoothly, I need to increase the stats first. He quickly decided. It's best to go fight bosses outside the battlefield. A light breeze blew past. Juayan slowly put on the cloak he had just bought. Oh crap. Almost forgot about this. A very smug smile spread across his lips and wondered. Because my face is also a bit familiar in the role of healer. Should I try playing the anonymous role again? And so, Juhayan's footsteps decisively entered the exploration dungeon. The terrain was very difficult, causing him to encounter many problems. Damn A, why is this battlefield in the middle of a swamp? The scene at this time was F-rank battlefield. Garoram Bay. The scene before him made Juhayan surprised and shocked. With this kind of ground, melee piece and tanks are considered useless. He became thoughtful and pondered more carefully. The sheep farm last time was so clean and comfortable. AT's probably because new awakening players all go there. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked at the cloak he was wearing. If there was not a battlefield level limit, then I would not need to struggle just to collect boss souls. A quick explanation of the information. The level limit for the F-rank battlefield is level 19, and can only absorb a maximum of 5 boss souls each rank. Even so, there were still many things to remember. The most important thing when raiding a boss on the battlefield. This applies to all raids, but bosses on the battlefield are particularly dangerous and the death rate is very high, so always remember rule number 1. Never join a recruitment G-the-rop on the forum just because you think you will be carried. Absolutely do not. Do not go with strange groups. I said do not as do not. Juhayan remembered the warnings and laughed a tie off. I said do not join a G-rup on the forum. But the Black Bear raid was fine. Maybe this time AT will be fine too. Just thinking about having to leave the scene of lying quietly at home made him very bored. I want to go home so badly. Everyone around was friendly with each other. Only he was separate. The more Juhayan thought about Atia, the more resentful he became and gritted his teeth. Did I come here to play a raid boss or watch a Gyatha-ruppy date? Right at this moment, a man slowly stepped forward and asked, Juhayan, are you a man? Hearing this question made him speechless and hold his head in confusion. I just reversed my name for the nickname, so I was misunderstood for that. Realizing that something was wrong, he turned his head and was startled in confusion. Wait, because I took a spot from a girl in the 5-on-5 date. Then the other side also. AT turned out that the guy from before was also a lonely person. AT's that person from before. The more Juhayan thought about Atia, the more speechless he felt about this G-rup. They should have checked carefully before recruiting people. While everyone was still discussing happily, Yeonju stepped forward and suggested, Okay, everyone is here, so let us start discussing the strategy. Juhayan, who was behind, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Looks like AT's not just a G-rup date. He smiled and reached forward, announcing to everyone, some people may have grasped the outline, but I will explain AT again for sure. Everyone listened quietly to what he was saying. Garumbe boss, the mud crab. Eta will accelerate each time Eta gets a debuff, so do not cause debuffs on Eta. Eta even reacts to debuffs like bleeding, so we need to eliminate AT without leaving too many wounds. This made everyone stunned. Getting a debuff will increase the mud crab's stats, and if enough accumulate, Eta will release a special skill. Yeonju even laughed triumphantly. I have killed the Mud King in Garum Bay 8 times, so do not worry. These words made the girl in the thim very excited. I believe you. Oppa. Juhayan, who was behind, secretly thought, what if the special skill is to receive buffs from debuffs? A very smug spread across his lips. With that skill, would not debuffs equal buffs? This seems better than I thought. Yeonju kept saying, Hyoju, I will protect you, she happily said. Thank you. Oppa. This scene made Juhayan very annoyed. But will those people be able to get anything? For the next period of time, the mud crabs appeared. Yeonju's movements were very agile as he held his sword and darted towards them. But AT turned out that these were just small crabs without a bit of damage. Only the size of a fingernail. Juhayan's face was really desperate. I do not know what else to say. The people kept using hammers to smash these tiny crabs like nostrils. Sika ripped them all. Now Juhayan felt regret for joining this Jeeper rep, pretending to be someone while hunting things that look like ingredients for clam noodles. Yeonju stood up triumphantly and announced, as someone with experience, I will protect everyone, so do not worry. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly huge tentacles full of sharp thorns appeared. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yeonju immediately used Blink to retreat back, making Juhayan notice. He said he would protect them, but where did he run off to now? Seeing this situation, the remaining people quickly went into a defensive state. Mud crabs only appear after enough monster corpses have accumulated, so remember to eliminate all the trash monsters. Everyone coordinated well with each other as each giant tentacle was easily eliminated. Watching the entire scene from the side made Juhayan take a sigh of relief. They are really jumping around. He secretly looked at the corpse of the monster lying quietly on the ground. I understand why the snobs are in an F-rank battlefield, but when will the main dish appear? As soon as he thought of that, a huge jaw suddenly appeared. This jaw directly ate the corpse of the giant centipede monster just now. The scene before them made everyone on the thym startled and quickly react. 80's here. Start the raid immediately. Get into formation. The scene became very chaotic as the giant crab also revealed itself. Mud crabs only move left and right, so always stay in front of the Mud King and move back and forth. Looking at the giant monster blink, Juhyan stood with his mouth open. Information of this giant monster immediately appeared before him. Resistance to changes caused by buffs or debuffs. Stat +1 per buff. Debuff accumulated. When there are 5 buffs, debuffs or more, all stats are +5. A confident smile spread across Juhyan's lips, as if he had grasped the victory. He suddenly spoke and summoned, using his ability. Jackpot. On this side, everyone fearfully kept running away when they saw the mud crab attack. Damn AT's crawling sideways. Retreat quickly. The speed of this mud crab was very nimble as AT attacked from one side to the other, making everyone scared. AT can even change direction. Juhyan looked at the scene before him and secretly thought, the skill description does not state a condition or duration, meaning this is the only skill that continuously maintains. His eyes shone brightly. Passive stat increases when more buffs or debuffs are applied. While he was still immersed in joy, Yeonju shouted loudly, only use physical attacks, please. Seeing this, he speechlessly turned to look at him. Why is the main tank here? Unconsciously, he remembered the words that he said earlier. Garumbe boss. Eta will accelerate each time Eta gets a debuff, so do not cause debuffs on Eta. Eta even reacts to debuffs like bleeding, so we need to eliminate AT without leaving too many wounds. Thinking of this, Juhyan speechlessly complained. But hey, if you keep using physical attacks like that, AIT will make Eta bleed, and bleeding is also a form of debuff. Even though they were being attacked by these mud crabs, all the archers kept shooting arrows. But Eta seemed that these arrows were nothing compared to the hard shell of the mud crab. Juhyan witnessed the entire scene from the side. The tank keeps aggro while the others snipe from afar. The more he thought about AT, the more he felt something was wrong. So that is why the new thym is arranged with all ranged attackers. But AT's too slow. He secretly glanced at Yeonju. So how do you defeat such a hard-shelled monster without injuring AT? He slowly took a step forward and announced, I guess AT's. His face had become extremely smug. A's my turn. Witnessing this, Juhyan just wanted to punch him a few times. He should have charged up earlier. After a period of thought, he immediately ordered, Hyoju, give me a buff. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. A cute smile appeared on her face along with very strange actions. A buff full of Hyoju's love is coming here. This scene made Juhyan freeze, acting as a goddess. He closed his eyes tightly, trying not to judge them. AT's best to let them do their cringy things Zoo VP there. He secretly closed his eyes tightly to see what they would do next. That is right, you have to focus the damage and finish AT off in one go. The magic circle had appeared below Yeonju's feet. He stood there triumphantly. But this scene made Juhyan react very violently. The system constantly showed notifications before his eyes. Says rank light majesty. Apply 4 random buffs, +1 each time 50 mana onto the target. Consumes 1000 mana. Duration increased by 100% if the user possesses a unique trait buff types or higher. Only applies a rank or higher buff if mana is 150 or higher. When used on yourself, duration increased by 100% and the effect is increased by 50%. Yeonju's face was pretending to be someone as he held his sword ready to act. Juhyan's eyes looked at him with a completely different gaze. There is an S-rank buff skill in this place. Unconsciously, he remembered the salesperson's words from before. Sorry customer, I do not know if you are filming a broadcast or something. Seeing this, he looked around in confusion. They recognized me. He hurriedly shook his head and explained. No. She continued to approach with interest and announced. I heard that recently there are a lot of people wandering around the battlefield to film videos and upload them to DU to DINUP. While he still did not understand what was going on, the salesperson continued to recount. We have a recommended item for people like you. Juhyan was still about to explain something more. No, I really do not. She still did not care about what he said and continued to offer an item. With modern noise anti-shake technology, you can record vivid and realistic battle scenes. If a large-scale battle breaks in the middle of the battlefield that you can't handle, then you can completely post a satisfying ending scene for your relatives and friends to admire in the future. Juhyan was really frozen by these promotions. What did you just say? Back to reality. Juhyan forced a smile, looking at the situation before him. I can't believe I brought this along just to film the boss's skills. But now AT's useful. He secretly thought of the scenario of himself becoming stronger, using change resistance, stat increasing skills when receiving buffs, combined with light majesty. Buff skill. If used at the same time, that is amazing. He glanced at Haju's happy and excited face. How can a buff like that be in a place like this? Yeonju pulled out his sword and looked at the giant crab in front of him. I will attract a grow now. A very smug spread across his lips. After a period of thought, he pointed his finger at Yeonju and ordered, Yeonju, unleash the strongest damage. Fireball. The flames covered this place. Everything was within his calculations. Sorry for bothering you while you are posing, but I have to take the main dish. Seeing the mud crab flailing continuously made Johayan even more satisfied. I brought along the signature skill to use at this time. Suddenly, Johayan clenched his fist as if he had seen the opportunity. He immediately used the burst skill to burn everything. Finally, the system had displayed the notification before his eyes. Burst D. Detonates the remnants of fire within a 20-meter radius. Required mana 25. Consumes mana 250. Unique trait. Chain burst. Targets hit by 3 or more explosions will take an additional 10% damage. A scent came out, making everyone present stunned. What is that smell? This time, the giant mud crab had turned into a super VIP pro emperor crab. The smell makes people want to mix rice in the crab shell, add a little meat, and then take a big bite. The op scene just now made Yeonju freeze in an instant. Johayan slowly walked to the back. Even so, he still kept doing color and held his sword charging forward. Retreat quickly. 80's about to use a desperate move. Saying that, he ignored everyone and rushed straight forward. The mud crab had died a long time ago, but he still kept attacking. After a period of time, finally gold, silver, and treasures had all fallen before everyone. The system displayed a notification before Johayan, absorbing the soul of the mud crab battlefield boss. Mano +1, Hyoju, seeing Yeonju's smug expression, kept praising. So good. Johayan just felt sorry for these people. How pitiful. Right at this moment, a notification appeared before his eyes, catching his attention. It was the notification about change resistance, which had been recorded in the boss's skill list. He thought smugly. Good. I have gotten what I wanted. Now I just need to go back and experiment with the combination of light majesty and change resistance. AT's perfect. Just thinking about having to leave home made Johayan very homesick. Now then, let us go home. He was about to turn around and leave this place. I want to go home. Everyone had turned their attention to Johayan and kept praising. Your unique trait is at least rank Oris. Right. You really carried the theme. Thanks. Thanks to you I easily got the soul. Can I have your number? He was still standing blankly after hearing these words from everyone. If you are not busy after this, we can hang out. Yeonju, who was behind, said unhappily. Everyone. Calm down. We need to distribute the items, so let us go back. His face became very moved and he turned to look at Hyoju. Hyoju, only you are by my side. She smiled and announced with bright eyes to everyone. Johayan is the one who carried the theme, so he should get the most. Right. His heart was salted once again. Hyoju. You too. This time, everyone present kept discussing with each other. I do not mind giving everything to Johayan. Me too. Actually, I did not do anything. If Johayan wants AT, just take all of my share. Everyone surrounded Juyan, making Yeonju on the side become very desperate. But Johayan would never have guessed that all his actions had been reported back. No boss items fell in the boss raid in Garoram Bay. Okay, let us switch to the next boss raid point. Immediately afterward, the mysterious man slowly turned around and left this place. Hyoju suddenly stood still, silent to the point of strangeness. Her eyes were bloodshot as if there had been a change. Time passed. Johayan stood still looking at the monsters charging at him. A2 was the giant mutated pigs attacking. After a period of fighting, the daily quest was completed, receiving 300 SPE. The period of constant fighting made Johayan very tired and lay down on the ground. He sighed with some boredom and asked himself, I wonder how long AT will take to upgrade the prototype to level 3. Returning to the time before, Johayan looked at his body in surprise. Are these stats real? The system constantly displayed notifications. Cess Light Majesty effect is applied. Change Resistance effect is applied. He warily lay quietly on the long grass. Combining Change Resistance and Light Majesty brings a very strong buff. But the problem is, he quickly called status window. The system displayed a notification before him. Prototype level 2. Restore 2 copy attempts at 0.00 to 4000 speed. Juayan had a somewhat confused expression as he thought, with the prototype at level 2, I do not have enough copy attempts. The stats increase but I really do not have any skills to use. Looking at the information on the system, he immediately decided, then giving the prototype level up to level 3 is the only option. Thinking of the difficult life in the future, Juhayan lay on the grass and kept screaming, I need sp. Earning sp from daily quests is too tiring. Just getting a little bit at a time. After speaking, he was silent for a moment as if he had realized something. A smile spread across his lips as if he had accepted everything. Come on, is not there a kind administrator to give me a decent quest? After a period of silence, Juhayan sighed and asked, as if that will happen. What the hell am I doing? Notifications kept appearing, making Juhayan happily sit up. 80's here. System screen displayed a notification. Guidance Quest 8. A main quest has appeared. Complete the main quest. Reward 4000 sp. Activate unique trait sub 4. Reading this information made Juhayan a little confused and asked, 4000. What main quest? Sensing that something was wrong, he looked up ahead in confusion. Right at this moment, the people in the city also looked up at the sky in shock. Their faces became very blank as if they had realized something. A very strange phenomenon appeared around this place. Finally, a red announcement appeared before Juhayan. Special battlefield rank Hanel Sky Island. Required level 1 to 39. Juhayan sat still there, trying to calmly remember what the heck was going on. While he was still contemplating, the system constantly issued notification. Main Quest 1. Clear the special battlefield F rank. Special reward F rank. Reward 1000. 1 unique trait upgrade ticket. 1 random skill reward box. A special battlefield is the exclusive territory of monsters. When the number of special battlefields increases, the speed of terrain transformation on Earth will accelerate. Juhayan tried to carefully read the system's urgent notifications. Clear the special battlefield for the survival of Earth and humanity. At the same time, the government had also issued an urgent announcement to everyone. Breaking news. A huge F-level special battlefield, Hanel Sky Island, has appeared UV Seal in Gyeonggi Province. Beams of light are believed to be transfer gates leading to Hanel Sky Island. The user association is currently under emergency control. The reporter constantly reported on this hot news. Due to the appearance of Sky Island, flights at Incheon and Gimpo airports have been suspended indefinitely. Residents living in the area affected by the special battlefield are complaining about the lack of sunlight. The reporter did not forget to interview Kimwa, sea-level user. He said, the level allowed to enter the battlefield is only level 1 to 39. I think the user association should speed up the permission to enter the transfer gate. At the same time, different channels had also reported on this terrible news. Breaking news. Reports indicate that special battlefields have simultaneously appeared in different locations around the world. International cooperation between countries where the special battlefields are. Breaking news. The third day of the user association's control of the area, users with low levels expressed dissatisfaction. It seemed that this news was a news that affected the whole world. We will start with news from Japan. Last night, a land with a size equal to half of Korea appeared next to Tokyo. Even these breaking news had also constantly reported. Live. The situation of special battlefields in the world is currently. Unit deployment order. Maximum tension. This made the people walking on the street constantly discuss with each other. Because Japan's special battlefield is not a sky island, it must be great not having to worry about sunlight. Hey, that is not the problem. Idiot. Juhayan looked at the phone screen with a very serious expression. It's a B-level special battlefield, and level 70 monsters are overflowing Tokyo. Videos were constantly uploaded on UserTube. The beginning of the end of humanity. An unprecedented evacuation order has been issued for Tokyo, a large-scale evacuation of 2 million people. People on the streets kept discussing this issue lively. Level 70 is almost levels already. Right. The level allowed when entering is 41 to 70. Crazy. Right at this moment, the green light quickly signaled. The people passing the road continued to do their jobs. Among them, a man loudly announced, judging from the situation in other countries, special battlefields are completely disadvantageous. He stood there seriously, expressing his thoughts. Our user association is receiving active support from the government, so that we can raid the battlefields as quickly as possible. Seeing that this place was a bit bustling, Juhayan walked while listening quietly. Therefore, after collecting enough information, we plan to come up with a strategy to clear Hanel Sky Island, such as putting up a reward. He became very thoughtful and slowly took off his headphones. This time, he had come to the user shop. Juhayan sighed with some wariness. What a mess. Sitting down on a chair at the store, he thought so much that he said to himself, can I receive this P first? System notifications constantly issued. Passive income level 3. Receive 200 SPI daily at 0.005,000 SPI. Subsidized trait level 1 grants a random unique trait to a copied skill. 2000 SPI. Copy effect level 1 reduces 10% consumption bana of the copied skill. 800 SPI. Copy sample level 2 accumulates 2 copy attempts at 0.00 daily 4000s. This made Juhayan very troubled and thought, after completing the main quest, add 1400 to the existings. Daily quest level 1 receives 1 daily quest F grade or higher daily at 0.00 3000s. Very calculating smile spread across his lips. I will have enough points to increase all the detailed traits by 1 level. I absolutely have to pass this. Right at this moment, the seller quickly held an item and stepped out to greet. Thank you for waiting. Looking at the item before his eyes made Juhayan a little startled. This item is worth 70 million won. On the system information screen, AT constantly appeared. Cursed Mana ring, Mana ring accessory, plus 100 strength minus 1. Cursed Mana bracelet accessory, plus 100 agility minus 1. Set of Mana cursed accessories 2 items Mana, plus 200 stamina minus 2. The seller was still smiling and greeting. So you are looking for the cursed Mana ring and bracelet, 2 types of accessories. Right. Juhayan smiled and nodded in confirmation. That is right. He put the box away and secretly calculated. The set of items will add 400 mana, so my total mana will be 1510. Just thinking about having to spend a lot of money made him very troubled. Even if my stats decrease a little, focusing completely on magic will be safer. Remembering something, Juhayan's face became serious. Now that I think about AT, how much does buying armor cost? A smug smile spread across his lips and he quickly asked, by the way, what is the estimated price for the armor set from level D to level C? The female employee's face was very innocent as she announced, AT's 400 million won. She looked at him with very anticipating eyes. Do you want to buy armor too? Juhayan gently held the 2 items and walked forward and announced, I will only take accessories. Although he had secretly thought, bargaining for a house to fight is a bit too much. The salesperson in the back seemed flustered. Thank you for your support. The time had advanced to the tall building. Juhayan brought enough equipment and stood in front of this space portal. Is this the entrance? He looked at the other directions with some contemplation and pondered. Glasses are too cumbersome, so I used the remaining money to buy a Pios and Manhwa instead. But the salesperson kept flattering him. Thank you for shopping today. Juhayan asked himself, why do I keep feeling cheated? I should have bought this from the beginning. He quickly pulled out his phone to check more carefully. Let me see the community's evaluation before entering. Different comments about this place were displayed. The attack power is too terrible compared to the level of the monster battlefield. A high-level user that I know was completely wiped out and had to return. Ice Freedom. Preliminary assessment of Hanel Sky Island. Melee users. Stay away. AT's called Sky Island for a reason. Half of the monsters are in the air. Even ranged attackers have difficulty because tankers can't attract flying monsters. Perhaps because IT's suspended in the sky. The oxygen density is so low that I was out of breath after only a short run. These comments made Juhayan unable to laugh. Judging by the reaction, AT's written as a D-level battlefield, not an F level. Even so, he was determined to walk straight towards this space portal. The failures and runaways probably exaggerated negatively. AT can't be that bad. Right. As soon as he stepped in, AT seemed that he had been transported to another space. Juhayan opened his eyes again and a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes. A very happy smile quickly appeared on Juhayan's lips. AT's really amazing. The tiny spirits under his feet quickly caught his attention. The monsters are not attacking right away. I want to sit down and have lunch, maybe find a decent spot later. Right at this moment, a scream from behind caught Juhayan's attention. The poor man had picked up into the sky by a falcon monster. He could only scream in despair. Help me. His face clearly revealed helplessness. Someone, please help me. The man was still trying to say something more. Help. Suddenly, the monster dropped him from high above. This scene made Juhayan silent for a moment. In the air at this moment, he was surrounded by monsters with different wings. He tried to calculate. Full retreat. All I can rely on is the fireball. These monsters kept looking around for targets. Let us try getting closer and see. I will turn AT into a roasted bird. Right at this moment, all the monsters rushed in one direction, catching Juhayan's attention. Where are all of them going? AT turned to that Sangwook had appeared at this place. using his shield to support. Juhayan immediately realized. Those people are. Under Sangwook's support, these monsters could not do anything. Even the protective layer bounced back compared to these bird monsters. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Sangwook slowly lowered his shield. It was Haiji's turn to take action. She slowly brought the staff forward. Fire explosion. All of these monsters were burned by her in an instant. Juhayan witnessed this all on the side. He had to admire. Amazing damage. Haeji stepped inside with relief. He secretly thought, I guess they were strong users, but I did not expect A to be this much. On this side, she was still constantly complaining. Not as hard as I imagined. Sangwook walked in gently reminded. Okay, please do not neglect your defense and get injured like last time. Hearing the conversation of the two, Juhayan nodded and thought. Anyway, I only copied the fireball. Should I copy that skill too? Right at this moment, a creature slowly appeared behind his back. Haeji was still walking and saying, honestly, if there was a support mage behind at that time, I would not have been injured so badly. Right? Realizing something, her face immediately became blank. The more I think about AT, the more I regret AT. If I had recruited a support mage at that time, hunting would have been much easier. On this side, Juhayan, who had a strange creature clinging to his leg, was very scared and screamed. Get away, do not climb on my leg. Seeing both people looking at him at the same time, his face became embarrassed. All three of them made eye contact. Time seemed to freeze at this place. Haeji smiled and waved to greet Juhayan. Is not this a pleasant surprise? You seem a bit busy. Thinking of himself being so embarrassed made Juhayan not know how to react. Damn A. After a period of time, the poor little creature had been pulled off his leg. Sangwook looked at him with a suspicious gaze, thinking that he was just a normal person, nothing more and nothing less. Juhayan understood his thoughts and could only say, Thank you. Thank you. He sighed and quickly dusted off his shoes. These are expensive shoes, Sangwook had also secretly thought. Indeed, AT's the healer I met at the Peksh. He confusedly turned his head to look at Haeji. Surely Haeji is not trying too hard to join the Kairapum. Looking at her happy face made him somewhat hesitant to think. She will. Haeji smiled and stepped from behind him and greeted. Healer. Oh my. I met Juhayan here again. She was so happy and excited that she tightly held his arm. At this point, Ada feels like fate is telling us to join the Gihirapi. He helplessly closed his eyes, not knowing how to explain. Today I only plan to hunt. He forced a smile and asked, Can you please take your hand off me? Haeji still did not care and excitedly held his arm tightly. Today I will definitely bring you along. Seeing this awkward situation, Ada seemed that he had secretly agreed. There is no other choice. I should copy light restoration for the last time. At this time, he slowly spoke, Okay. Then, in his head, he had secretly calculated, I need to separate a bit to copy a skill, so Juhayan went in another direction and announced to both people, I will be right back. Just need to go to the bathroom a bit. The two of them were surprised to look at the meadow right in front of them. Here, he was startled and realized that he had said a bit too much. If I want to copy a skill, I need to touch that person. I can't say that directly. There was no other way. Juhayan could only stammer and explain. This is really an emergency bathroom situation. Although he had secretly thought in his heart, Ada seems like I am starting to ruin everything. After some time, the feet of a giant bird monster tightly gripped a large ruddy. All these monsters simultaneously held stones and rushed straight towards the three people. The look of them was very ferocious, as if wanting to eat the three people alive all at once. Fortunately, Sangwook stood in time to protect both people. Seeing this situation, Juhayan bit his teeth and confusedly asked himself, Clearly, I will be roasted if I get close. Now AT's being sorrowful. Right at this moment, a geepy rep of angry rhinos rushed towards the three people. Juhayan was slightly embarrassed, not knowing how to deal with these people. In a crucial moment, Haeji had promptly rushed straight forward. She gently used the staff and did not forget to wink at him. Wall of fire. True to its name, a wall of fire quickly appeared, burning everything in this place. The birds flying in the sky were also burned by her using the fire dance skill. And the stubborn rhinos were gently burned in the head with the fire lance skill. Everything happened in a flash. Haeji's power was truly amazing. She laughed with pleasure and announced to everyone, AT's clean now. Sangwook next to her unhappily reminded, I told you not to rush forward. She laughed and replied, Why, we caught AT, so AT's okay. Juhayan stood on the side, not knowing what else to say. There is no place for me to perform at all. He constantly praised, "That is amazing. Deuce rank users usually have so many skills." Although he had secretly thought, if S rank is like that, how many skills will X rank have? Hearing this, Hyaji nodded in confirmation. Of course, but her eyes became very strange and gave him a signal. Most of those skills are learned by buying skill books. Hearing this, Juayan understood something. AAT's all thanks to money. While all three were taking a break, a two-headed crocodile suddenly surfaced. Sangwook and Haiji reacted very quickly. They quickly turned around to resist. Juayan gently reached forward and ordered, "Fireball." The flames continued to engulf Aya. The scene before them made both people startled and turned their heads around. Realizing that something was wrong, Juhayan's face became blank. Normally AT would be like this, but this size. AD turned that the fireball just now had completely swallowed the crocodile in front of him. The more Juyan thought about Atia, the more confused he felt. What? Why is the fireball so big? Right at this moment, Hyaji gradually approached him. Juhayan. Be honest, is your magic power higher than mine? Are you really a healer? He hurriedly shook his head and explained to her. Oh my, this is normal. Although in his head he had secretly thought, because of that random unique trait, the skill activated much larger than I imagined. The system notification appeared. Strengthen. Register the mana consumption skill plus 100%. Increase the additional damage of the skill by 20%. This made him very troubled. The mana consumption rate is higher than the additional damage, so treatment is worse than the disease. But Juayan suddenly expressed some very difficult words to understand. Even though healers are considered nobles, defensive skills are essential to level up. This made Haiji very curious. Then at least tell me how much mana do you have? Of course, this giant could not explain. I have quite a bit of mana. The amount of mana he possessed was 14,080 of 1510. This scene made Sangwook on the side very uncomfortable. Juayan was still secretly calculating. There is no harm in having more mana, but I can still use 8 to 13 more times. Anyway, I am a healer now. You Juhayan, not a mage, so I need to be careful. He quickly noticed the eyes of the people around looking at him. Look at those eyes. So sharp. There are other users around. I need to use my skills more carefully. At this time, the small demons had become very pitiful, looking at the crowd with pleading eyes. The low-level people kept killing these tiny monsters. A man unhappily asked, "How long do I have to continue this nonsense?" The teammate right next unhappily reminded, "Hey, do not neglect your defense and let those flying monsters loose." 80 seemed that he did not care much about these things. I am keeping an eye on 80, damn A. Coming all the way to Sky Island just to defeat these weaklings. The self-esteem of a user like me is dying. Hearing this, the teammate pointed to the giant monsters and suggested, "Really? Then go fight a bigger one and die." The system had also displayed a notification. The number of creatures killed on Sky Island has met the conditions to summon the final boss. The man unhappily sighed. Let us quickly take Ada down. Then you support me. A's my turn. Finally, a dangerous character had appeared at this place. The Lord of Sky Island has awakened. Noticing something was wrong, the man fearfully looked up ahead. Hey, there is something, UV there. Everyone quickly looked up at the sky and discussed together. What is AT? Not many. Just one. What is that? After observing the Lord of Sky Island more carefully, their faces immediately became blank. An angel. Looking at the scene before him made Juhayan freeze. The system displayed a notification. Rank Skad. Summon sky swords for each dead creature on Sky Island. Damage increased by 1% for each sky sword summoned. If possessing the unique trait Sky Island, the number of sky swords summoned increased by 100%. If possessing the unique trait Sky Island, curse effect added to the sky sword, requires mana 60, consumes mana known. The scene before him made Juhayan freeze in an instant. This is. At the same time, the Lord of Sky Island had summoned a rain of swords. A2 was a wide area attack. Sangwook hurriedly used his shield to resist this rain of swords. His shield was very wide and could block any attack. But the others around were not so lucky. After eating an attack from the Lord of Sky Island, they painfully screamed in despair. My leg. My leg. Because this attack was too strong, Sangwook also collapsed. Hyaji hurriedly asked, Are you okay? He gritted his teeth and tried to withstand his pain. Blocking the falling swords made me get a debuff. Blood. Attack power. Defense. All of my stats have decreased. His voice gradually weakened. Ada seems that Ada lasts for 10 minutes. Juayan reached towards him and quickly used the light restoration skill. Let me heal you first. Noticing that the situation was gradually becoming serious made him more and more troubled. The Lord of Sky Island was still standing there, looking with a superior gaze. The system displayed a notification. Hanel level 59. Unique trait. Sky Island. Rank Sky Sword Skill. Increase average speed. World is coming. Stats Strength 22. Agility 39. Stamina 28. Law 7 years. A forced smile spread across Giant's face. He slowly asked, "Should we?" Although a bit cowardly, he still turned around and asked his teammates, "Run away right now." Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Subquest, Sky Island Hanel. Eliminate Hanel, the Lord of Sky Island and the Earth Invader, and destroy the special battlefield. A special reward will be given when defeating the special battlefield boss with unique power. Reward 5,000 SP. Hanel's skills. On this side, new news was constantly being updated on social media pages. Among them, prominent article had the Ken 10. The boss at Hanel Sky Island revealed itself right at noon yesterday. According to initial analysis, its appearance conditions are related to the number of ordinary monsters killed in the area. Like other bosses, as soon as it appeared, Ada launched a wide area attack, causing catastrophic casualties. The horrifying images were recorded from a player who was live streaming at that time. Currently, the streamer's condition has not been confirmed. Comments constantly exploded in this video. Someone named their dog Hanel, that jerk wildly slashed swords, then disappeared like a nightmare. I heard the number of casualties exceeded 1,000 already. Not Hanel Sky Island, but Hanel Cemetery is more like AT. Is anyone alive after that rain of swords? I am one of the survivors. Honestly, do not even think about taking AT down. I heard AT just reappeared. The Vizienko was posted live with different accounts. A voice rang, "Oh, you V'd here." AT appeared in this direction. All the players were surprised when they saw the Lord of Sky Island had appeared. That is Hanel. They still did not know that the danger was coming. "Hanel, where is AT?" He slowly brought his hand to the bottom. His wings were now covered in black blood to a strange degree. The scene took place once again. All the people present were very scared. What is going on? Is AT starting to throw swords again? I can't dodge IT. AT's just rain. Suddenly, a woman unexpectedly lowered her sword and complained, "Wait, why is this sword so heavy?" Not only her, all the people present had become very strained. Damn, another debuff again. Their faces had become very confused when they realized the two small creatures on the ground. What is this? Is there a problem? These two creatures immediately changed strangely. Ait, something is not normal. Finally, both small creatures had molted into giant monsters. Before the players could react, they directly rushed into the players. A very bloody scene appeared in this place. Screams kept ringing. Oh. Juhyan, after watching this Vizietchu, stood frozen in surprise. He tried to calm himself down and then pondered. AD also has the ability to strengthen ordinary monsters. In that situation, running away is probably the wisest decision. The more he thought about AT, the more thoughtful he became and calculated. If this was a game with extra lives, then I would take a risk, but this is reality. With this pile of debuffs, I need to increase my physical stats too. Right at this moment, the phone rang, making Jayan jump in shock and confused. Startled me. Realizing that the caller was Haiji made him even more confused. Haiji, when did I save your number? He quickly answered the phone. Her voice rang from the other end of the line. Juhyan, this is Kim Haiji. She smiled and asked, "Did you go back to Sky Island Hanel after the previous party?" He shook his head and explained, "Not yet." After looking at the videos being posted, he slowly recounted his decision. "I am also planning to visit that place again. I am having trouble and still do not understand the attack pattern of that boss." The more he talked, the more troubled he felt. I heard, like in Japan, monsters from Sky Island Hanel have now begun to land in Seal. Hayeji also nodded and said, "This is a limited time battle." Remembering something important, she kept asking him, "And by the way, a large-scale raid them has been formed to take down Hanel. Do you want to join?" This proposal made him freeze in place for a moment. Time very quickly switched to a few days later at the Darank Swamp area. Seal Grand P. Players wearing different equipment were standing and gathering at that place. Looking at the scene before them made them constantly discuss. That person is a rank, I saw him on UserTube. The people gathered here seem to be B rank or higher. Seeing this scene made all of them unable to hold back and discuss. Why are all the B rank or higher people gathering in D rank? I heard this is a meeting of the Hanel raid them. The more they thought about AT, the more confused they felt. For them, De rank is just a light warm-up. How strong do you have to be qualified to join such an elite Giepe Reap? I am really jealous. Juayan could only tremble secretly on the side. A forced smile spread across his lips, not knowing what else to say. Should I really be here? Looking at the clothes he was wearing made Juhayan somewhat worried. I even deliberately changed my clothes from when I was a mage. I probably won't be recognized. Right. Only the cloak is still kept. Right at this moment, Hyeji quickly waved and called, "Oh, Juhayan, you V'd here. You V'd here." Seeing Sangwook and Hyeji appear made him somewhat happy. Hyeji, finally there are acquaintances. The more Juyan thought about Atia, the more worried he felt. The criteria to get in here is to be from B rank or higher. Is 80 okay for F rank like me to be here? Although he had secretly thought, I registered under the name of F rank healer to hide my identity. 80 seemed that she laughed and did not care about these things. Oh my god, what kind of F rank healer can use C rank restoration skills? This battle requires someone to remove debuffs, so we recruited unlimitedly. Do not worry. Remembering something, she quickly turned her head to search around. But, where's the captain? A man wearing a suit of iron armor slowly stepped forward. As soon as this man appeared, everyone was silent in an instant. Seeing this, Hyeji excitedly announced, "There, he is here." Juayan also widened his eyes and witnessed. Oh my god, A's them! He could not believe the man with a serious expression right in front of him. The captain of the Hanel elimination operation. The top warrior from the #1 guild. Daehan, the S-rank warrior, Lee Hai-sum. After observing the situation before him for a period of time, he sighed and announced to everyone. Before officially starting the Hanel cleanup meeting, I think it's necessary to check the abilities of each member. Then he turned around and did not forget to announce to everyone, start warming up first. This made Hyeji on the side very excited and announced, "Great, then let me take care of the old debt from last time." The words just now of him made Jaeyeon unhappily pay attention to him, ordering so abruptly, but no one said a word, just the style. Looking at Hai-sung's back, he became very admired. So cool. Inside the secret realm, the monsters constantly rushed forward. With just one punch from Hai-sung, he could easily blow away these monsters. Juayan witnessed this all on the side. Unbelievable. His face had become very stunned. So cool. Even so, he was still trying to remind himself, no. Wake up. With these stats and holding a sword, I will only die sooner. Juayan was secretly thinking of a lot of different things. Base stats are too low. I have survived until now completely thanks to the elemental ring, so that is, magic plus 30, mana plus 500, mana recovery plus 1%. I know clearly, the path of magic is the safest choice. But looking at the battle right in front of him, Juayan hesitated. Why? He did not have experience with swordsmanship, but something felt off. Holding a sword felt strangely familiar. Realizing what he still had to do, he quickly began healing the injured. No. Not yet. I have to put that dream aside until I raise my physical stats enough. At the same time, he subtly glanced at Hyeji on the side. Close combat is too dangerous right now. It's better to attack from a distance using magic. This made him confused, and he wondered, is that really so? On the other side, Hai-sung was still carrying a massacre against the female monster in front of him. Sensing something was wrong, his eyes widened in astonishment. The scene there gradually became chaotic. A new power was quickly revealed. Juayan was still standing there blankly. Isipin thought, with my current skills, keeping them hidden is such a waste. While everyone else was focused on fighting each other, he was still standing there, pondering. On the system screen, a notification appeared. Bloodstained battle. Cess rank. Bloodlust after defeating a monster. Absorbs the target stats. The effect disappears after 5 minutes. After the battle ends, if you possess a combat-related special ability of S rank or higher, you will absorb additional stats after absorbing the blood of 10 monsters. If strength is greater than or equal to 50, magic power will increase by 10% of the strength stat. If stamina is greater than or equal to 50, agility will increase by 10% of the stamina stat. At the same time, Hai-sung stood quietly on the side, thinking to himself, found a broken skill that can instantly increase physical fitness. With just a few Dutch punches, Hai-sung had completely taken down the monsters in front of him. But it seemed like something strange was happening beneath the Zipe Blue Lake. At that moment, a gigantic foot finally appeared in that place. Was the boss from the large P and seal. Officially revealed. The Poison Lizard King. The scene before their eyes instantly filled everyone with fear. The Poison Lizard King. Hai-sung was now ready in position. Without hesitation, he immediately charged straight towards the Poison Lizard King. The system had also analyzed his technique. Limit Break increases attack power by 1 stage for 60 seconds. If you possess a combat ability of S rank or higher, all stats increase by 5. Mana consumption, 580. Magic power requirement, 20. Hai-sung's foot stomped heavily on the ground. He used his sword to directly strike a blow towards the Poison Lizard King. Everything happened too fast. Too dangerously. The system continuously displayed notifications. Absorbing the soul of Phi Boss Poison Lizard King C rank, P+1. Jade Beauty Skill B has been added to the boss skill list. Sangwook, seeing this scene, exclaimed in surprise, so I almost cleaned AT up like this. Hyeji. Surprised. Added. I almost took it to down before. You know. Hearing this, he turned his face away uncomfortably. Yeah. Almost took it down. Huh. Remembering something, Juayan asked Haiji in surprise. What? You can get rewards even without hunting. Seeing him still standing there blankly, she smiled and explained. Normally, you do not get anything if you do not contribute to the raid. But Juhayan removed debuffs for the entire them throughout the battle, so 80 counts as a contribution. This made Juyan extremely surprised. He had wondered how support healers leveled up. But I have to admit, this job is easy. At the same time, Soyan slowly walked towards everyone. Realizing that time was running out, he immediately spoke concisely. I will give a brief final briefing and divide the groups before distributing the rewards. The following words seemed to pass through Jayan's ears. Normally, mages would gather together and attack together, but AT is not yet clear whether the defense link of the debuffed monsters is physical resistance or magic resistance. His face became extremely blank after hearing these words. The division of teams and deployment will depend on the type of range damage, and whether AT's magic or physical. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. Catalyst B enhances effects on enemies that are poisoned. If poisoned 3 or more times, AT will transform into deadly poison. Mana consumption, 800. Magic power requirement, 40. Joam pondered and secretly calculated. The boss was killed instantly. I did not even get to examine its skills closely. But this seems useful. Smile of eager anticipation spread across his lips. But now's not the time to worry about that stuff. As soon as he thought this, the system continuously displayed new notifications. Limit Break increases attack power by 1 stage for 60 seconds, only for combat systems. If you possess a special ability of S rank or higher, all stats increase by 5. Mana consumption, 580. Magic power requirement, 20. Blood Frenzious, bloodlust after defeating monsters, absorbs the target's stats. The effect disappears 5 minutes after the end of the battle. If you possess a combat ability of S rank or higher, you will absorb additional stats for every 10 monsters defeated. If strength is greater than or equal to 50, then magic power increases by 10% of strength. If stamina is greater than or equal to 50, then agility increases by 10% of stamina. Joanne became extremely happy that Santa Claus is still handing us rank skills. Remembering something, Hai-sung turned to look at everyone. What about support healers? The corners of Joyan's mouth turned up in eager anticipation. Right. He saw that and was startled. What is with that face? But he did not care and happily realized his bright future was coming. Now I have collected everything I need. I just want to go home quickly. A few days had passed. 80 was the day of the Hanel raid in D1. Joanne lay wearily on the bed. Oh my god, I am so tired. Remembering something, he quickly gave the command, open status window. Although he had been thinking silently. I have been wondering when I would collect enough. Now I almost have AT all. On the system screen, his availability was already 4,000. This made him extremely happy. Looks like I will collect enough before smashing Hanel's head in. AAT was a difficult time for Jahayan. He continuously received different notifications. Daily mission, eliminate 30 crustacean monsters. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission, collect 33 horned ox horns. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission, eliminate 30 earth-type monsters. Reward, 500 SP. Daily mission, eliminate 30 monsters with fire-type skills. Reward, 500 SP. Many times Johan asked himself, why do only E-rank missions keep appearing? I do not even have time to rest, but continuously receiving B-rank missions like this is a rare stroke of luck. Without thinking much, Joyan immediately jumped up and decided, Alright. He reached O and confirmed the X copy skill upgrade. Heaven has helped me. Then let us upgrade the prototype. The system's notifications continuously changed. Time to use 4000 SPE. X copy skill. Sub skill 1 upgraded. Prototype level 2 to level 3 from 0. 0. Each day. Recovery copy count 2 to 3 times. Costs 4000 SPO of 1500 SPE to upgrade further. It seemed that Juayan's body was gradually changing. Initially, I planned to buff attack power with blinding authority and alteration resistance, then unleash explosive damage. Suddenly, an image of Hai Sung appeared in his head, but because that red-suited Santa gave me blood frenzy, 3 copies are not enough anymore. It seemed that Hai Sung had also realized something was wrong. Everything was within Juhayan's calculations. If I combine blood frenzy, blinding authority, alteration resistance, and another damage skill, A2 will definitely create a resonance effect far beyond initial expectations. Thinking this, he warily sat up in frustration. I wish I could save 4 skills. That would be great. Without thinking much, he immediately decided, there is no other way, now I can only use 3 skills. He read the notifications on the screen. Copy skill. Copy skill. The copied skills will be deleted at 0, 0 each day. Skill list. Blinding authority yes. Fireball E. Empty. Currently copying. Alteration resistance. Juhayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. This time, he chose to face the giant monsters. Strange smile spread across his face, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Time to test the damage buff's effectiveness. Once again, the comments on the forum immediately exploded. Does anyone remember Psycho Pass? The one who used Fireball to one-shot everything on the F battlefield. Yeah, I heard he appeared in Gapyeong. My friends there says the scene is completely destroyed. Totally. At the same time, Juhayan's Vaiyake had been uploaded to UserTube. Footage. Mountain Serpent at the Gapyeong battlefield. Destroyed by small attacks. The surrounding area was filled with lively discussions. Wait, that is the boss of this area. Right, I'm not ready to face AT. Looks like AT's focusing its aggro on someone else. The giant mutant snake quickly chased after Juhayan. AT widened its mouth, intending to devour him and make him a delicious meal. Juhayan laughed and turned around, quickly using his flame to engulf the monster. An extremely fierce battle scene unfolded, leaving everyone stunned and discussing. The fireball is heading this way. Wait, that person could be. Looking at Juhayan's terrifying face made everyone shudder. He is coming here. He only knew to run forward as fast as he could, wanting to escape everything. Oh my god, what is that speed? What kind of agility stat do you need to achieve that? Is he a mage? At the same time, the snake monster had rushed to this place, leaving them no time for further discussion. Crazy. Dodge quickly. A large explosion occurred in that place. The scene became extremely chaotic. Juhayan slowly calmed down and looked at the scene before his eyes. Realizing that the monster was still chasing him, he had no choice but to run as fast as he could backwards. The battle between the two was once again evenly matched. It seemed that neither was willing to yield. His scolding continued to resound. That is enough. Just die already. The people present were also surprised and discussed together. There is a madman taking down a map boss with only tick damage. Seriously. At that moment, a luxury supercar suddenly stopped. Opening the car door, Soyan quickly announced, battlefield inspection schedule completed. She looked at Muhammad, who was still sitting inside the car. You have 1 hour and 4 minutes of Fikari time until the next schedule. He was still focused on watching his phone. Psycho Pass has taken down the mountain serpent. A smile of satisfaction spread across his lips. Feeling a little confused, Soyan asked in surprise, are you worried about Psycho Pass? He smiled smugly and continued to observe everything on the phone screen. Of course, he is the one I gave that precious ring to. Feeling a bit confused, she sighed and said, you sound very sure that person is you, Juhayan. Muhammad then slowly stepped outside the car. Interesting. I gave him the elemental ring not long ago. All of his actions were observed by him. That equipment does not increase agility or stamina stats, but he dodges all attacks with small movements, almost as if he has years of combat experience. Juhayan had encountered many difficulties while fighting the monster. Remembering something, Muhammad asked in surprise, by the way, how are the Raider Guild's activities going now? Soyan hurriedly reported. As expected, they are starting to appear near special battlefields. After thinking for a short time, he quickly gave the order, Both Psychopass and Raider must be closely monitored. With that much attention focused on him, trouble will come sooner or later. Muhammad then leisurely walked into his large mansion. Hopefully those guys won't cause trouble for my friend. At the same time, the mysterious person was also watching everything through a computer screen. On AT was the Battle of Juhayang with the mountain serpent being replayed. A smile of satisfaction spread across his lips, seemingly finding AT somewhat interesting. Psychopass. The phone screen was now filled with news and videos about Juhayang. Mountain serpent in Gapyeong completely destroyed by small attacks. Looking at the news about himself on the phone made Juhayang extremely angry. Are these guys crazy? Unable to endure 80 anymore, he continued to loudly scold. I am the one who did all the work. Why are they the ones making money? Is my image rights a joke? And they did not even get a shot of my face. Remembering something, Juhayang seriously realized something. Wait, if that is the case, would not AT be better if I uploaded the videos myself? Realizing things were gradually getting better, he hurriedly put the phone in his pocket. This time, I definitely have to verify the channel, upload the bodycam videos too. The more he thought about the bright future ahead, the happier he became. The title is level 10 mage soloing a ranked battlefield boss, Mountain Serpent. If I upload the Hanel raid via the views will definitely explode. I should create a separate account to avoid being discovered as Psychopass. What if I get 1 million subs and receive a gold play button? Should I make a VI to verify my identity? As he walked, Juhayang racked his brain and wondered, in this pitch-black night, how am I going to find the materials? Suddenly, the system's notification rang out. Daily mission. Collect 10 essences in the special area. Eliminate 20 monsters in the special area. Survive there for more than 60 minutes. Reward. Mission buff. Random item box. Noticing that the mission had changed a bit made Juhayang sigh warily. I thought there were only E and F rank missions. If I had seen the mission earlier, I would not have had to come at night. He warily lay on the bed and complained. I can't believe I slept all day just because I killed a snake. AA's too much. He unconsciously took steps forward while complaining. If possible, I want to complete everything before the skill resets at midnight. At that moment, a small blue orb caught his attention. Looking closely at the orb, his face became extremely confused. What is this? As soon as Juhayang picked up the orb, the system suddenly displayed a notification. This is a special area essence, 10-0 of 1. He seemed to have realized something. So 80 does not drop from monsters. That means IT's scattered on the battlefield. I have to run around this vast area, searching every nook and cranny. Just thinking about this damn mission made Juhayang want to swear. Really? The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. If IT was not a B-rank mission, I would have given up long ago. As he was not paying attention, a monster seized the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Juhayang slowly turned around. And so, the bird missed and flew in a different direction. He easily dodged AT. Juhayang's face showed a hint of calmness as he watched AT attack him. Realizing that something was wrong, his face immediately became bewildered. The more he thought, the more unbelievable he felt. Oh my god! Woo, what was that? Did I just dodge AT? Noticing that the monster was still stuck with its beak in the tree root, Juhayang worriedly thought. My body reacted before my brain could even think. Is this the effect of using both light authority and alteration resistance at the same time? Realizing that time was running out, he slowly raised his hand into the air. That is for later. I need to find the materials now. Juhayang immediately announced. Fireball. A large explosion occurred in that place. This attracted the surprise and discussion of other players. There are still quite a few night hunters. But they did not pay much attention to these things. What about Hanel? Another teammate quickly spoke up. The advanced them said they spotted Itai in the northwest. They continuously defeated the monsters while slowly moving forward. Just thinking about us taking Ata down first and seeing that bastard Lee Haisung go empty-handed makes me happy. Another person wearing a mask asked, what if someone else jumps into the battle? The leader showed no fear and even smiled evilly. What else? He smugly put on the mask and declared, kill them all. On this side, the system had displayed a notification. Monsters eliminated 20-0 of 20. Juhayang warily stood up and stretched. Finished eliminating monsters. He gently picked up the essences from the ground. Luckily the essences are easier to see than I thought. Looks like I will be able to collect enough before midnight. At this time, his essence count was 9-0 of 10. This made him extremely expectant. I finished the 1-hour survival part a while ago. Now I just need to collect one more and I am done. Suddenly, a loud noise appeared behind him. Realizing that something was wrong, Juayan blankly turned his head to see the situation. AT turned out that Hanel had appeared there at some point. Fierce battles had broken out right before his eyes. The more he thought, the more confused he became and scratched his head. The guild's operation is tomorrow morning. Though, on this side, the masked guild was still relentlessly attacking Hanel with bows and arrows. Juayan then realized the seriousness of the issue. Crap, those guys are stealing the boss. Focus on attacking its wings. Seeing this situation, he did not know what to do next. What should I do? At this rate, the boss will be stolen. It's too late to call everyone now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. But wait. Think about AT carefully. The system's notification hit him in the head. Attempt to conquer Special Battlefield F rank. Mission B. Hanel, the Island of the Heavens. Eliminate Hanel, the master of the heavenly island of Canel. Eliminate Hanel, the invader of Earth. Destroy the special zone. Juayan stood there startled as he realized an important fact. Thinking about AT carefully, both the main and sub-missions only say to conquer AT. The mission does not say that I have to fight with anyone or contribute a certain amount. He even asked himself, does AT have to be me who finishes IT off? A happy smile appeared on his lips. Well, I will just watch. The opportunity has come. Arrows had continuously wounded Hanel's wings. The masked people were still frantically attacking. Seeing Hanel's wings seriously injured made them all extremely happy, and they rushed forward in unison with their swords. Hanel has fallen. The opportunity has come. Take 80 down. It seemed that Hanel was not easy to take down. He was preparing to find an opportunity to counterattack. This scene made Juayan suddenly realize something. Oh no. The system displayed a notification. If Hanel's speed drops below 50% and AT can't fly, one of its wings will be corrupted, adding the condemnation effect to all of Hanel's attacks. He also guessed something. That is the third stage. It was now time for Hanel to prepare to counterattack. He continuously attacked the people with his swords, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Dust continuously flew and obscured everything, making it impossible for Juayan to observe anything. Look at that dust UVK there. While he was still focused on observing, Juayan suddenly discovered an essence on the ground. What? Unable to sit still any longer, he quickly stepped forward, intending to pick up the essence. This mission is really easy money. But it seemed that Hanel on the other side had noticed something was wrong. He continuously used flying swords in the air to attack in one direction. A loud noise exploded. The ground shattered into dust. Juayan also startled and crouched down. When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying strangely in the air. Holding the essence in his hand, his face became extremely confused. Hey, why are you here? On this side, the people fell hard to the ground and cried oh in pain. Damn that really hurt. They continuously asked about each other. Are you okay? I okay. Alright. First, check if anyone's separated from the Gyurups, then regroup quickly. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Juayan had managed to transform into someone else and lay still on the ground. Hey, the masked man asked uncomfortably. Who are you? Seeing him slowly sit up, they continuously sighed and scolded. What is wrong with this guy? Wake up. Juayan was still thinking about what was happening before his eyes. Do not tell me. They do not know mages. If they lose a mage at Zuvich. While he was still frozen, they quickly turned and left. Calm down. Juayan looked at the mask in his hand. What the hell is going on? At the same time, alarms continued to sound. What are you doing standing there? Get back here now. He hurriedly nodded in understanding. Yes. Seeing that there was no other way, he slowly put on the mask. Now that AT's come to this. Now. Juayan hurriedly followed behind the Gaha-rup. Everyone. Let us go together. He thought to himself, as long as I am not discovered, AT'll be fine. Right. I do not know who you are, but thank you. While Juayan was still happy, the system continuously displayed a series of notifications. Special Area Essence, 10 of 10. Daily mission completed. Random item has been stored in the temporary inventory. Mission buff effect B has been activated. On this side, the leader and Hanel were still fighting fiercely. But it seemed that his strength had completely overwhelmed the blonde leader. Seeing Juayan appear there, they were very surprised and asked, where did those fireballs come from? They were not here before. This time, they continuously discussed together. Someone's enduring hell right in the middle of the battlefield. Being a dealer who only knows how to attack from a distance and leech is a terrible feeling. Juayan worriedly thought, I am screwed. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Mission buff, valid for 24 hours. All stats plus 5. X perceived plus 10%. Mana plus 300. Mana regeneration plus 10%. My skill power is too strong now. He quickly reached his hand forward. If I do not use 80, I will be suspected. But if I do, I will stand O. If I use 8, I will be noticed. At this time, Joanne did not know what to do next. If I was not in the middle of a fight, I would have been caught 100%. And so he just stood there, looking at the people fighting in front of him. Honestly, continuously punching this super tough punching bag with these current stats. A smile of excitement spread across his lips. So much. Hanel was still fiercely fighting with the masked people. Juhyan secretly calculated. Well, I will just blend into the Geeper rep, collect all the rewards, and run. Just when he thought things were gradually getting easier, the system suddenly displayed a notification. If Hanel's AP does not drop by at least 10% during the fight, the summon command will be activated, summoning monsters from the heavenly island of Hanel. When the summon is activated, the enhanced obedience effect will be applied to the monsters of the heavenly island. At the same time, the large combat noises quickly caught the attention of the surrounding monsters. They all turned their heads in one direction and ran quickly. This scene made everyone present extremely stunned. What is going on? Is there a mission? Even on this side, the masked people were very confused. The raid schedule announced beforehand was not for this time. The blonde leader had become very uncomfortable. Looks like everyone around is starting to notice. At that moment, another person quickly stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" The leader did not say much and immediately used his sword to slash at his body. The more the blonde leader thought, the more angry he felt. If Li Haisung finds it'll be a big problem. He quickly turned around and ordered, "Take care of those outsiders." And so the masked people continued to fight, making everyone around very scared. What is wrong with everyone? Screams echoed. Help! A bloody scene occurred right before their eyes. From then until now, Juayan stood there stunned, unable to believe the truth. Not only are they stealing the boss, they are even killing other players. These guys are crazy. I did not expect them to be so crazy. I have to get out of here now. At the same time, another masked person was attacking a player. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, a man managed to block it in time. Haisung and his close brothers had arrived in time. Realizing Haisung's uncomfortable face made Jahan realize his life was coming to an end. I am really screwed. The blonde guy, seeing him, was not only not afraid but instead sneered. This kind of ragtag derup can't be called to combat them. His voice became very contemptuous. What kind of lowly people are these, daring to barge into a raid and act like this? Haisung did not care much and directly walked forward with his sword. Not only did you steal the boss, but you also killed innocent people. He was trying to remain calm with these people. You won't be wrong if you die here. He then directly held his sword and charged towards the masked people. Die. At the same time, another masked person quickly pushed Jahan aside and scalded. Get out of here. You bastard. Kill them all. This place had become very chaotic. Wipe them all out. Jahan stood still for a moment. What should I do? Where should I hide now? But it seemed that it was too late. Hanel and the monsters continued to participate in the fighting in this place. Damn Hanel's attacking again. The scene was now very chaotic, with each side attacking each other. If we lose the final blow, it's like cooking porridge for dogs. Eliminate the combat them's fake healer first. Joanne warily looked at the scene. It's really chaotic. The innocent people who are unrelated are still continuously begging. I am not from the raid gear rep. Help. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, making Joanne unable to move at all. Damn we have to take down Hanel soon to stabilize this situation. The attack firepower is scattered, so the damage is too weak. Joanne immediately glanced at Haisung's angry face there. There has to be a more effective way. His previous actions had made him very angry and he continuously attacked. Joanne was frozen by the scene before his eyes for a moment. Sangwook and Haeji were still continuously resisting the monsters. Fire spear. Just as Haeji was not paying attention, a man slowly approached with a knife. He raised the knife towards her to attack. Die. Seeing that the situation was not good, she blankly turned her head around in a daze. Fortunately, in the crucial moment, Joanne had managed to step and protect her in time. Sangwook, seeing this, worriedly turned his head around and asked, "Are you okay?" What happened? She shook her head and recounted. That hooded mage. The more she thought, the more confused she felt. He attacked his own teammate to save me. Of course. Sangwook, hearing this, felt that this was too unreasonable. Impossible. Time continued to pass. Juayan continuously dodged the attacks of the people. We have to try to hold on, he reminded himself, just a little longer. He only wanted to leave quickly, away from the fierce battle before his eyes. Just a little longer. A2 was finally 0. 0, 0. Juayan warily looked at the phone screen. I understand. He continued to turn his head and realized Hai-sung was still continuously attacking. Copy skill. Juayan had completely copied the S-rank Blood Frenzy skill. All stats would be increased by 20%. Without hesitation, he slowly moved his hand forward. First, he would use his fireball technique to create a flame that engulfed all the monsters around his body. Even though he was wearing a mask, his eyes became very determined. At the same time, the system had displayed a notification. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. Hai-sung, seeing this, was startled and surprised. He continuously used his abilities to eliminate the monsters around this place. If they continue to appear like this, notifications appeared more and more often. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. Defeated 20 monsters. Skill effect plus 2%. The notifications appeared continuously. Juayan did not bother paying attention to these things and secretly calculated. Blood Frenzy. Skill continuously increases stats by 2% each time a monster is defeated. Even more broken than alteration resistance, which only increases a fixed value. Finally, a large explosion occurred, and everything gradually became quieter. Hanel was still standing there, looking at the situation right before his eyes. Seeing the monster Hanel kneeling on the ground made everyone very tired. Did we take it down? Juayan stood on the side, seemingly realizing that something was wrong. Damn a. Hanel, of course, was not easily defeated like that. His eyes were very cold as he looked forward. The scepter in his hand was slowly summoned, making him a little helpless. The final stage. Without hesitation, he slowly held the scepter high. A major change immediately appeared in this place. Sangwook and Haiji hurriedly created a protective layer to avoid AT. A dazzling golden light appeared. Everyone stood there looking at the ground that was continuously shattering. Juayan was still trying to resist these attacks. The more he thought, the angrier he felt and thought, damn a, if we can't hold on, we are really screwed. Suddenly, in the crucial moment, Sangwook appeared from somewhere and protected him. The mask gradually shattered. Juayan could not believe the truth before his eyes. He seriously turned his head around and declared, "You owe me one." Time seemed to stand still. The scene here had become very chaotic to the point of being tragic. Hanel was still standing there, watching everything he had caused. Realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly looked up at Sangwook. Realizing that the opportunity had come, Juayan raised his hand into the air, preparing to use his ability to attack. His mask had shattered, revealing his handsome face as usual. He had directly chosen to face Hanel right before his eyes without hesitation. Not wanting to waste time, Juayan pushed the fireball straight towards where he was standing. He was still standing there waiting to see what would happen. Earthquakes continuously appeared in this place, making it very difficult for Hai-sung and everyone else. Wait, what about Hanel? Hanel had been beaten so badly that he was kneeling on the ground. The moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. Jewels quickly appeared around his body. The scene before his eyes made Juayan a little startled and confused. Damn a, is not he the system boss? Remembering something important, Hai-sung slowly walked forward with his sword. He raised the sword high. His face had become very hateful towards the masked people. If you do not want to die, get out of the way. Let me save him. The blonde leader also angrily cursed. What a pain, he blankly asked. Everyone recognizes that our mage is the MVP. Right. In his head, he had secretly looked towards Juayan and calculated. We have to finish that kid off early and take back the system boss. At that moment, the system's notification was displayed. Main mission completed. In 10 seconds, you will be transferred to the tutorial area to choose rewards. Juayan, after reading this notification from the system, immediately became dazed. He still could not believe what was happening. Wait, since when did I have damage output on the level of a piece? The more he thought, the more he felt that something was wrong. That guy is unfamiliar, but he gives off a strangely familiar feeling. Juayan suddenly jumped down in front of everyone. This action of his made Hai-sung very uncomfortable and scalded. So arrogant. He still did not care and tightly held the chain in his hand. Everyone can see clearly. Right, I caught Hanel. The more the blonde leader thought, the more uncomfortable he felt and thought, damn a, this is ridiculous. That kid,